Superman in the Ninja World. Author, Shippuden Xiaoran. Brief introduction. At the end of the Third Ninja World War, Kryptonian Superman was awakened. From then on, the salted fish became a blue dragon, and the chaotic legend of the ninja world reappeared. God, one is enough. Also known as Superman in Naruto, the first chapter is in Hokage. Through the leisurely clouds, the sunset stubbornly resisted the arrival of the night. Kyoshion dyed the white window screens into a beautiful golden red. A wisp of breeze blew into the ward through the open window, driving the window screens to float together, like dreams and illusions. Lying on the hospital bed was a teenager whose whole body was bandaged in many places. Perhaps the burning clouds at dusk were too gorgeous, or perhaps this wisp of breeze just brushed his cheeks, driving the teenager's pale yellow hair, and the bed was fainted for a long time. As a teenager, the eyelashes suddenly flickered slightly, and between opening and closing, a pair of pale green eyes gradually became bright. Here it is. Are you saved? Zonk Singren raised his hand with difficulty and looked at the strange ceiling through the gap in his palm. People are born unequal. I don't know who said this sentence, but it was vividly reflected in the short life of Zonk Singren and his 2 lives. Leaving aside the previous life, he finally came to the world of Naruto, but he was just a miscellaneous fish with no talents, which made Zonk Singren a serious blow. Here is the world of ninja, lingering for nothing, and then dying inexplicably due to the influence of a certain war, is not a way of death that a transversal person should have. It is worthwhile to travel through the magnificent scenery of Ninja World by becoming a powerful person at the film level or even the 6 levels. Zonk Singren. This life should be called Singren in the mountains. He was 13 years old, and he was the common ninja of the mountain people in Konoha village. It has been more than a year since the crossing, and it happened to have passed the incident of slipping the 9 tails with soil in Konoha village. During the crossing, Starburn was extremely happy, and who would be unhappy if he could live an extra life, and the body of the crossing was just right. Fresh graduates of Yi Ninja School. This is the standard starting age for the traversers. It is a pity that Singren soon discovered that it was not good. He was a crane tail. Although there was always a rule that the crane tail would be overwhelmed in the late stage, that only applies to Xioqiang, who are the best people in the Taita session. How many Xioqiangs were there in Naruto's class? However, this session of Staran was the next session of Mitarayazuki. The Mitarayazuki Bin session and the previous Kakashi session just happened to encounter the outbreak of the 3 world wars. Many talented ninjas graduated early and went to the battlefield, and Singren just entered the clear stage of the battle. Very few elites graduated early and were cancelled and returned to the normal school year system. The star burning at the tail of the crane is even less likely to gain a sense of battlefield experience. Normal also means ordinary. Singren this year and even many afterwards are all ordinary goods, including himself. But mediocrity is not entirely bad. At least he can live safely to 12 years old. Then graduated from the ninja school, and become an honorable Konoha shinobu who looks for cats and dogs and occasionally picks up trash to maintain the environment. Not reconciled, but what's the use? People are born unequal. Some people are born with either pink eyes or cataracts, but Starburn doesn't even have osteoporosis. Naruto is also known as the 5-village fight of the Legend of Eyes. The focus is not on the 5 villages, but the previous legend of the Eyes. Without the blood of Eyes family, there is no way to get together here. There is no talent for forbearance. Until the age of 12, Konoha did not graduate in 49 years. The leaders of the village did not let Xingran go to the battlefield, experience the idea of the tale of the 3 wars, and stay in the village to serve the people well. This is the correct way to make the best use of waste. In the following days, there were all kinds of small but tedious and boring tasks. Singren did it for more than a year. A week ago, he was finally judged by Zongren and he could accept the Bleevil task. The team just got it. Things happened within a few days of leaving the village. Konoha 50 years of summer. Mission is destroyed, the cruel and inhuman group annihilated. It can't be said that star burning is too wasteful. It can only be said that Konoha, except for the few highly photogenic superhumans, is mostly useless, so the whole team is destroyed. The task-level description of Konoha village is also a common standard for most ninja villages in the ninja world. Super Sleeville special secret missions related to transnational levels. Joined due to requests from other countries and personal needs. The Sleeville is related to the confidential matters of the national level. Joined the war at the request of another country. Tasks with more than 1 million rewards. Assassinate important people, steal confidential documents, etc. A-level tasks related to the movement of the country or the village. Join the war at the request of another country. Reward tasks ranging from 150,000 tls to 1 million tls. Guard important people, crusade against ninja troops, etc. The task of a Bleeville relationship individual is added at the request of the individual. Reward tasks between 50,000 tls and 150,000 tls. Guardians. Among them are hostile ninjas below Zongnin. The task of a Cleavel-related individual is added at the request of the individual. The task of rewards between 10,000 tls and 50,000 tls. Security guards no combat situation, sending confidential documents, etc. Class D is a very trivial task, which was added at personal request. Reward tasks between 500 tls and 10,000 tls. From finding pets to picking up trash and so on. Ps. Many students don't know much about some small knowledge, and they will be popular science when they encounter this book. This Bleeville mission team suffered heavy casualties, but unfortunately he was seriously injured and unconscious early. He couldn't tell how many died, and he was already lying on this hospital bed when he woke up again. Outside the room, footsteps approached from far away, and somehow, Xingran felt that the footsteps were extremely harsh. In fact, there is no contradiction between Xingran and the owner of the footsteps. He doesn't even know whose footsteps it is, but since waking up again, he always feels that the sound insulation of this room is too poor. Not to mention the abnormal footsteps. Loud, even the voices of people talking in the rooms upstairs and downstairs can be heard clearly. Just when Xingran secretly despised the Konoha hospital's facilities were getting old and should be renovated, the door of the room was pushed open. In the ninja world, the dressing styles are all sorts of strange. Most of the time they look good, but some are ugly, and it is really unacceptable. Among them, the clothes of the doctors and nurses here are the clothes that Xingran wants to complain most. I saw a nurse dressed like a chemical defense soldier, pushing the dressing trolley into the Xingburn ward. Stars in the mountains, are you awake? Well, you are in very good physical condition. You have to change the medicine for your wounds every 3 hours. Now you lie down. The nurse's voice came out through a thick mask, a little distorted. The clothing of these medical workers is too heavy, and most people don't know whether they are male or female without careful inspection. Xingran lay down on the bed obediently, like a dead pig that was stripped, tossed by this swift female nurse. With the nurse's quick actions, the last ray of sunlight outside the window finally disappeared on the horizon with the passing of time. The light in the room was not good, so the nurse paused slightly, and then the nurse turned on the light above the bed. The light flashed, Xing Yuan's eyes were a little uncomfortable, and only after a slight blink did they get better. Suddenly, Xing Yuan's eyes froze. Miss Nurse, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Is Naruto's sexual harmony seduction technique? Hurry up, put on your clothes. Please. Xiran's new book is for recommendation and collection. This time the outline has taken a long time to complete, and it should be very smooth to write. Please look forward to it, everyone. Chapter 2 Super Awakening. At this time, Xingran was completely stunned, and in the blink of an eye, the nurse lady who had just been packaged like a rice dumpling just continued the unfinished work just now innocently. The point is that there is no smoke effect. What's the situation? What's the matter?" At this time Xingran didn't know who was nervous. The banging sound in his ears was unusually loud. It was the sound of a beating heart. Xingran suspected that his ears were broken. It was only the beating of his heart that seemed to be shocked. As a result, the brain became a little painful, which caused Xingran to rub his eyes and temples unconsciously. Then Staran was stunned again. "What's the matter?" "This has changed back again. Just now, it really was a method of color harmony, right? Although it does not have the effect of Naruto's smoke coding, it must be ninjutsu. Why didn't the nurses at Konoha Hospital have such a bad behavior in my previous life? I'm afraid I won't. It's a fake Naruto world." Staring at the nurse blankly, time quickly passed by Xingran's cranky thoughts. The nurse also finished changing the medicine, and asked Xingran kindly whether to turn off the lights before going out. Seeing that Xingran was still absent-minded, the nurse naturally thought that this Xingran was sent in after the group was destroyed. She smiled understandingly and helped Xingran to turn off the bedside light before going out. The patient needed it. Resting more and turning on the lights will not help you sleep. Again. Take it off again. Xingran didn't blink or wipe his eyes this time. Looking at the nurse who just went out so cool, Xingran knew that this was not a prank by the nurse, but that something went wrong. Looking down at his body, Xingran's attention was focused on Miss Nurse's body just now. After looking at himself at this moment, Xingran reconfirmed that the problem was with himself. The touch on his body told Xingran that he was not only wearing clothes, but also a lot of gauze bandages wrapped around his body. But Xingran could see his skin directly even through the bedding. "Yes, without any hindrance, I can see the wound surface clearly. Just like a wound that has not undergone medical treatment at all. This is a devastated body. There are injuries on the chest and belly. Fortunately, there are no serious penetrating wounds. However, the left leg is not slightly injured. There is a penetrating wound on the thigh and calf. The back is not visible, but the back is invisible." The tingling sensation that came from time to time told Xingran that there was also an injury behind his back, but the scab had already formed. The tingling sensation indicated that he was recovering well. Perspective. This concept suddenly popped up in Xingran's mind. Otherwise he couldn't explain what was happening before his eyes. Could it be that the welfare of Crossing has finally arrived? After more than a year of miscellaneous fish life, Xingran has long given up on the journeyman. The fact that there are such benefits, but at this time the benefits have arrived again. But this kind of benefits is also too much. Running Hokage World to gain perspective. Did the director take the wrong script? Staring at the wall for a long time, I found that I could only see through the clothes, not through the wall. Xingran was a little discouraged. Even if there is no Nucha system, somehow it would be a grandfather. What does it mean to see a human body in the ninja realm? And this kind of perspective ability is too bad. You can only see through the clothes and bedding. If you can see through the situation behind the wall, then it is a good intelligence gathering ability for the ninja anyway. The current level of perspective ability, look through the entire ninja. He may only think of it as a magical skill. After the group was destroyed, he was hospitalized, and woke up again to find that he had awakened the ability to see through eyes, and then he was spitting out cranky thoughts. And I don't know how long it took. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door without waiting for Xingran to answer. The door of the ward was pushed open again. The visitor was about 1.8 meters tall with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He had the same light yellow hair and light as Xingran's, with green eyes. Konoha's green tactical vest is also wearing a red short shirt, which looks very clean and decent. However, in Xingran's eyes, this was not the case at all. He only saw someone push the door open and walked in like thighs innocently. Sure enough, it was only suitable for the ability of a satyr. Xingran looked hollowly at the mountain Keiichi who entered the door, with an expression that he had completely lost his expectation for the world. "Hey, Starburn, don't have a dead-hearted expression. It's not that you were dumped by your girlfriend. Cheer me up." Yamanaka Hichi put the food box in his hand on the bedside table and slapped heavily. Shooting on Xingran's uninjured shoulder, the vibration affected the wounds all over his body, leaving the hollow of Xingran's eyes to be a cleverness, followed by another burst of teeth. The pain was much milder than expected, but it did not mean that there was no pain. The pain caused the stars to regain his senses, and his eyes finally gathered. This time, he concentrated on Yamanaka Keiichi's face, without any thought of moving his eyes below his neck. What is so good about a big man? Starburn was a little irritable. This power hadn't found the feeling of control yet. It was really inconvenient. Yamanaka Keiichi, the current guardian of Starburn, since the outbreak of World War III, Konoha has died too many people, including the family of Starburn, the original owner of the body. Fortunately, Starburn is not as miserable as other orphans. At least there is also the help of the family. As a neighbor and a relative who can't produce 5 clothes, Yamanaka Keiichi was arranged by the family to become the guardian of the mountain, taking care of Xingran's life and growth. Don't stare at me like that, it's irritating. I just heard that you woke up. I rushed over and brought you a good ramen. I have a special liking. Yamanaka Keiichi was uncomfortable staring at him silently. He quickly opened the food box and brought out a sea bowl of ramen from the hot steam. Only then did Xingran realize that he was actually hungry. It's hot. He is as thoughtful as you think. Just now I was wondering if I would ask the nurse to help buy dinner for a while. Xingran was not polite, set up the dinner board on the bed, and reached out to take the end of ramen. I don't know that this is the ramen that has just been cooked and it is a bit hot. I rushed here at the fastest speed as soon as I was done. How is my health? Are your injuries better now? I heard from the nurse that your physique is very good. You can heal at this speed in 3 or 5 days. I just saw you covered with blood yesterday. I thought you had to lie in bed for at least 3 or 5 months. Yamanaka Keiichi is a powerful perception ninja. At first, Starburn's eyes were hollow and she didn't speak. It really shocked Hichi. This was a huge pain. The shocked person will have a broken expression, but when Xingran speaks, Yi put his worry back in his stomach. From the tone of Xingran's speech, Yi can hear that Tuanmei did not give Xingran an irreparable blow. Chapter 3: The Ability of the Kryptonians. Cut. You all know that it sounds good. How can such a serious injury be healed in 3 or 5 days? What can I say later? I am hungry now. Xingran just felt that Miss Nurse said that she was in good health. This is strange. I will hear Yi say the same again, and I will understand it very naturally. These people are making themselves happy. I won't talk about those imaginary ones. According to the injuries you were sent yesterday, you should not be able to wake up today. The brain was severely concussed. I thought it would take you at least 3 days to wake up, but in only 1 day you would be better off. Isn't it a good physique? If you don't believe me, I'll go to a doctor. Yamanaka is not a person who is good at presentation. In the original plot, he extended the time to deliver a good news from 10 seconds because of his unfavorable speech. For 20 seconds, he had a nosebleed with excessive force. At this moment, if Xingran didn't believe him, he had to go out to find a doctor to clarify. Seeing the appearance of Shanzhonghai hurried out, Xingran's heart was slightly ups and downs. Yi, a relative, really had nothing to say to him. If Xingran, who had just passed through, had any fetters in this world, it would probably be. Only Hei is the nominal guardian. Take the disposable chopsticks apart. Since Hei has gone out, now is the time to eat. The most important thing is to fill the stomach without considering the perspective. Call hot ramen. Not everyone can eat it in a few seconds like Kakashi. Xingran faces the smoky food. Of course, it must first blow it to cool down. Then Xingran saw a magical scene. The smoky hot ramen just started to cool down at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Xingran blew it out in one breath, Xingran was shocked to find that a thin layer of ramen had appeared on the surface of the ramen. Thin suet, this is the performance of low temperature. What the hell? Breathing cold wind? Super freezing? I turned out to have awakened multiple superpowers. Doctor, you think Starburn's resilience is the same as that of monsters, right? That bastard probably has never suffered such a serious injury before, and he doesn't know how good his physical fitness is. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Xingran's ears heard the voice of Yamanaka Hichi, which made Xingran startled. If this made Hichi know that the ramen he had just bought almost turned into ice cubes, he would definitely notice something abnormal. Xingran frantically looked at the door. This was a look at the door, and there was nothing at the door. And then there was the sound of stomping footsteps in my ears again. Just now, because of the freezing air, my brain was a little confused, and after listening carefully to Starburn, I discovered that the footsteps were still far from the door of the ward. Judging by the sound of these footsteps, it would take at least a minute to get here. The hearing has also become stronger. In fact, Xingran should have discovered that since waking up, the sound in his ears is a bit noisy. These people generally have loud voices. At first, I thought it was because of the poor sound insulation of Konoha Hospital. Now it seems that hearing has changed to much stronger. There is still time. What should I do with this frozen ramen? Xingran stared at the ramen in front of him and his mind turned sharply. He must not let Hai-Yi see that the ramen he brought was frozen. Hai-Yi would never believe that Xingran understood the limit of ice shield bloodstains, so what reason? At this moment, the ramen staring directly at Xingran suddenly began to emit a faint smoke, and then the churning bubbles began to float in the noodle soup, and the ramen boiled in front of Xingran's eyes. This is thermal vision. Nima, do you have a lot of superpowers for awakening today? Super hearing, fluoroscopy, cold air, and thermal vision. There is no response from the Goldfinger after so long, and there are a lot of them. Xingran touched his head. If I am bald, will I be invincible? The soft broken hair shattered Xingran's fantasy. But this time of cranky thinking was not useless. What Xingran thought of, perhaps that was his true face through the welfare. Xingran, who was sitting on the hospital bed, suddenly looked dignified, as if he was holding something hard. As time went by, Xingran's entire face turned red. Gradually, there seemed to be something wrong with the hospital bed, and the area covered by the bedding on the bed rose slightly. Xingran, I brought the doctor here. If there is a doctor, you should believe it this time. The sudden sound made Xingran jump. He just tried too hard to concentrate and didn't notice. At this time, the door of the ward had already appeared. There are two people, one is the nominal guardian of Star Ranch, Yamanaka Keiichi, and the other is a doctor wearing a white cap, a white mask, and a white professional uniform. This doctor has no characteristics at all. If it weren't for the work badge on his chest telling people that he was a doctor, he would look like nurses, and other medical workers, and his recognition was extremely poor. Xingran exhaled fiercely, raised the ramen in front of him and grinned at Hei. The corners of his mouth were all over the back of his head. And then he began to eat like no one. He had to eat the ramen to hide his uncontrollable laughter. Fortunately, ramen has become hot again. No one noticed that the bedding at this time had regained its original height. 2 minutes later, the doctor left Xingran's ward. He came here only to look at the face of Ninja Nakakeiichi in the intelligence class, and told Xingran his specific condition, and then left after talking about his condition. Originally, based on the judgment made by the medical team when he was sent to the hospital yesterday, Xingran could not be discharged from the hospital within 10.5 days of his injury. However, during the dressing change during this period, Xingran's body is very strong, and its resilience is like the legendary Whirlpool family. The time to leave the hospital will be greatly reduced. According to the latest results of the dressing change, up to 5 days. Xingran, you can go through the discharge procedures, and if you want to be completely profitable, the time required should be greatly reduced. Yamanaka Hei was very happy. He was verbose and expressive. Anyway, Xingran could feel that Hei was really happy for himself. While Xingran couldn't see much on the surface, but the excitement in his heart was not less than that of Hai-Yi, and was even 100 times happier than Hai-Yi thought. Although it was very difficult just now, it really flew, or it really floated, and the height of the bedding was raised because of the Starburn trying to fly. This is the ability of a comic character that Xingran loved very much in his previous life, The ability of DC hero Superman. Come to think of it, my young self in the last life was playing Superman VR games while dying of illness in the hospital bed. It is not surprising that I am awakened in this life. Able to fly, the eyes can release amazingly destructive heat rays, the mouth can blow out the extremely cold freezing air, have super hearing. In the strongest period, you can even hear the prayers of people on the other side of the earth. With supervision, you can not only see far, can see through. Besides this, Superman in each era has different power, but it is definitely not only the point that Starburn has discovered now. If he could become a Superman in the Silver Age, he would be invincible. After Xingran watched Hai-Yi leave, he was lying in bed and couldn't sleep excitedly, dreaming of a scene of himself sneezing and exploding the solar system. Superman's ability has several eras. The strongest is the Silver Age, but in our common film and television dramas, Superman is generally a template for the Dark Iron Age, Postmodern and New 52 era. PS2, because of the Trial 1 failed. The chapters uploaded on October 1st did not pass until the 7th, and subsequent updates will be normal. Chapter 4 Ability Test. 3 days later, from the ninja in the medical class, Starburn's recovery speed was considered very optimistic and unrestrained, but in fact, Starburn's recovery speed was faster than expected. After Starburn was seriously injured and hospitalized, it took only 4 days and he almost recovered. Hai-Yi took the task and left the village yesterday. Xingran silently went through the discharge formalities today and returned home alone. Originally, according to Hai-Yi's intention, his wife Yamanaka Zohui was discharged from the hospital tomorrow, but Xingran knew that Aunt Zohui had to take care of the 2-year-old Ono. Anyway, if she was discharged early today, she would not cause trouble for others. Xingran's home is located on the street where the 3 Konoha families of Zuludi gather. It is not a big house, but it is more than enough to live in a family of 3. Next door is the home of Hei in the mountains. Both of them are single-family families with small courtyards. Although it is a single family, but for the other 2 tribes, the mountain family is at the bottom of the economy. Few members of the mountain family have large houses to live in luxury houses. The pig, deer, and butterfly tribes are families that use extremely rare secret techniques. Konoha has a huge influence, but this influence can only be achieved by the combination of the 3 tribes. If it is a single family, it is better than the common people. Nothing. It's far inferior to the 2 big barrel bloodlines of the Uekiho and Hyuga clan. Among them, the Kudaist representing the butterfly runs an influential domestic barbecue chain store. Although this is because the secret art of the Kudao clan needs to eat constantly to meet the huge chakra consumption of the secret art. By the way, they are also particularly talented in business and food, and their economic capabilities are very strong. Furthermore, the Nara family, which represents the deer, people in their family are generally very good-minded. Even if they do not put their minds on economic development, the negative side of funds will never be the shortcomings of these smart people, except for Yuiki in the original drama. The family of Bo Patriarch Tomatake and the Hyuga clan, and the Nara clan is one of the few families that can afford Japan-style courtyard architecture. Finally, the Yamaka family, which represents the pig, has no economic advantage except for its extraordinary achievements in intelligence and mysticism. Therefore, although there are many people in the mountain family, most of them live with Konoha. There is not much difference between civilians. Starburn returned home, unable to bear the excitement in his heart anymore, and began to test his ability to fly. Other abilities can be left aside for the time being. Flying is one of the dreams that human beings have existed in the first place. Starburning can't wait to experience the feeling of flying freely in the air. Guide your body slightly upwards, feeling that your weight is getting lighter and lighter. Gradually, starting from the heel, slowly breaking away from the restraint of gravity, then the soles of the feet, and finally the toes. It's flying. Xingran looked down in surprise, and saw that his feet were off the ground at this time, completely suspended in the air. In the entire ninja world, It is known that the only people who fly without any props and rely on their own abilities are only a handful of people, such as Dokijo Noki. The little old man can fly by relying on soil escape, but not everyone can do this. From now on, one more person in this ninja world will be able to fly on its own without any external force. Xingran was delighted in his heart, and planned to find a place with no one to experience the feeling of flying fast in the vast sky after dark. It's a pity that it's still daytime, and I don't want to be caught in the laboratory for research, so I can only fly around the house. Starburn has just gained the ability to fly, and the novelty hasn't passed yet, and he doesn't walk in the room. I think of flying everywhere. As a result, a new situation quickly emerged. Within 3 minutes, Xingran fell on the sofa panting. His complexion was a bit ugly, and his strength was lost. Is this the physical fitness that Superman should have? He recovered so quickly. He should have the ability of a Superman's steel body. How could he only have so little physical strength to fly? Moreover, he does not fly fast. It is more appropriate to describe it as floating. So now he not only flies for a short time, but also flies very slowly. This ability has no actual combat effect except for viewing the scenery while traveling. Feeling something was wrong, Xingran hurriedly went to the backyard, where he usually practiced, and there were a lot of exercise equipment. Superman has a body of steel. Strength and speed are the main selling points. So how strong is the power of Superman that he has awakened? Picking up the barbell in the small courtyard and lifting it easily, it can't be used as a test basis at all. But Xingran quickly thought of something. He grabbed both ends of the barbell with both hands and tried to bend the barbell with force. Hey! With a sip from Xingran's mouth, the barbell break time in his hand turned into a half-folded scrap iron. It seems that the strength has increased a lot, but in fact, to achieve this, many ninjas can easily do it, and it is still necessary to lift weights to test a more accurate value. I don't have very good test props at home. Starburn changed to test the speed. This test is very simple. Hold the stopwatch. The longest part of the small yard is 10 meters, and 10 lie back and forth is 100 meters. Although the test will not be too much accurate, but the approximate speed can still be tested. 5 seconds for 100 meters. This speed is not that fast, it is only 72 kilometers per hour. No car can run as fast. Generally, when a ninja is on the road, it can exceed this data with chakra-assisted running. The speed of sound is 1,224 kilometers per hour. And Bayman Dungia clearly stated that it has reached supersonic speed when the 5th door is opened. Then according to the calculation that each door of the 8-door Dungia will further increase the power speed, by the 5th door, it has been increased 5 times. According to the method of doubling each time, the opening speed of the first door is 244.8 kilometers per hour. Judging from the speed at which Xiao Li opened the door in the original play, it was at best the fighting speed at the Zongnin level. With this speed as a basis, the size of the Naruto world and the speed of the ninja in peacetime can also be estimated in an approximate range. The average ninja on the road can probably keep between 100 kilometers and 200 kilometers per hour. This is also one of the reasons why ninjas don't need horses to drive. The fastest horse is only about 60 kilometers per hour. Konoha's support troops rescued Gaara and his party. It took 3 days to travel from Konoha to Shen village. At that time, their speed would never be lower than the Zongnin level. Excluding the repair time, they would drive 10 hours a day at 200 per hour. Calculated in kilometers, the distance between the two places is about 6,000 kilometers. The highway from Shenzhen to Harbin is 3,342 kilometers, which is almost as far as the two countries and China from south to north. There may be an error in the speed of 200 kilometers, but it will never be less than 100 kilometers per hour. At a minimum, Konoha can span as far as China from Shane village. In this way, Hokage's world is really big, and the main continent is almost the same as the entire Eurasian continent. The world setting is to be continued. There is a demonstration later, and another. Xiaoran has an old book with 1,000,000 words. so please feel free to collect it, and ask for a recommendation by the way. Thank you. Chapter 5: Poor Man's Version of the Sun with Low Superpowers. The next step is to use a few actual cases to reverse the speed of Shangnin and even the shadow-level powerhouses. Back then, I received the news from Beijing Lin and Kakashi were chased by Wu Ninbu and Bu, and brought the soil from the Shinwukun Bridge to outside the village of Konoha to save people. It must have been less than a day before and after. At that time, the soil belt definitely has the strength of Shangnin. Half a day spans half of the country of fire. From the map, comparing the distance between Konoha and Sandnin village, how can it be 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers? Then the speed at that time is every the hour reached about 400 kilometers, almost twice the speed of Zongren. At the end of the showdown, Sakura and Kakashi took Kakashi from the land of the moon to the end of the valley in the fourth battlefield. It took only half a night. The time came by dawn, and the distance between the two places was equivalent to that of the original belt. It was twice as fast as the land. At that time, Sakura used the technique of 100 heroes, which was definitely the shadow-level strength of the new three ninjas, so the shadow-level speed reached almost 800 kilometers per hour. When Xiaoming confronted, from the distance between these two protagonists, it only took a short time to reach the Valley of En from the Moon Kingdom. The speed of the 6-level road is definitely many times faster than the speed of sound. What I'm talking about here is speed on the road, not combat speed. Although Xiao Li, who opens 5 doors, is very strong and can reach the speed of sound, his overall strength is still not as good as the shadow level, and he is at the top level. This is the result of a lot of analysis of the author's bacteria. If there is a data party that has a more reasonable explanation, you are welcome to chat privately. Now the map of this book is carried out according to this standard. The pure muscle speed without the assistance of chakra reached 72 kilometers per hour. To tell the truth, Starburn is very dissatisfied with this result. Superman can surpass the speed of light at the fastest time. It is still possible for a powerful Flash to fight equally well. Next, Xingran tested the thermal vision, which made him even more dissatisfied this time. The power of thermal vision is not bad, but it needs continuous action, and it consumes a lot of money. It is good for boiling water at ordinary times, and it is useless in actual combat. The same is true for super hearing and perspective. You can hear subtle sounds up to 30 meters away. Perspective can only see through some paper and cloth. Walls can see through, provided that the wall is made of thin wood. Waste, very waste, if it is not a body of steel. There are some obvious characteristics, such as kunai or shurikens that are difficult to penetrate the skin, and the resilience has also been significantly improved. Starburn was almost hit by these wastewood abilities to Wart. Why is the Superman on Earth all evil existences that change the plot? And this Superman himself is like a defective product with dysplasia. From the performance of these abilities, Starburn does not need to go to formal tests, and knows that his strength must be at the level of stunted development. It is good to be able to lift a car that weighs several tons with one arm like the early Superman. Tweeted. A few loud screams sounded above Konoha. This was Konoha's tolerant bird for sending and receiving messages, mostly falcons or eagles. Between the clouds and the clouds, several batches of these birds have flown in the sky. The time had come to the midday. Xing Liu An didn't have any appetite for lunch, but stared blankly at the sun above his head through the open window with no focus. He could feel that after the sun hits his body, a faint energy that is almost imperceptible enters the body. This force is the stellar radiant energy that strengthens Superman's body. But this radiant energy is too weak, so weak that it is almost imperceptible. After a morning of blows and repeated thinking, this should be the reason why I came to this world for more than a year before awakening the superhuman ability, and the ability is still so low. There is a problem with the sun. Krypton's sun is a red sun, which suppresses the abilities of Kryptonians. The Earth's sun is the yellow sun. This kind of solar energy greatly helps the Kryptonians gain power that is close to God's. So what kind of sun is the sun of Ninja World? It should be the orange sun, even closer to the red, far from reaching the level of the yellow sun. Therefore, the ability is awakened. But if you want to wash and sleep every day, it is usually used to entertain yourself and cultivate your sentiment. If you want to become stronger, it is more practical to practice ninjutsu with your feet on the ground. Starburn has already tested it. Superman's speed combined with Chakra's assistance is much faster than before, definitely exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The strength should be about the same. At least, because of his awakening, he has become a Physique-type Zonin. If there is no problem, it has become stronger, so what is there to be dissatisfied with? Xingran laughed self-deprecatingly, got up and prepared to go out to buy some food. Life is going to pass. Thinking on the bright side, at least his physical fitness is much better than ordinary people, isn't it? Not as good as the original Superman. The copycat version of Superman is also a Superman. Don't be too greedy. Something is better than nothing. Although the radiation is weak, he has been exposed to him for 50 years. I don't believe it can't catch up with the early original Superman. Wait, what will the ninja world look like in 50 years? It seems that Kigayoj is going to kill the world in another 14 years. At that time, 10 Tails were full of fireworks on the map. It was dangerous. Just as Xingran looked forward to the future, thinking that when the fireworks from 10 Tails suddenly exploded above his head, a knock on the door sounded, bringing Xingburn back to reality, and then a buzzing sound was transmitted into Xingburn's ears through the mask. Middle, is the star of the mountain burning at home? We are from Anbu. And there are some things that need your cooperation. I came to the door just after I was discharged. Have you been staring at me? Xingran was a little surprised. He didn't tell anyone about his ability to awaken Superman. Doesn't it make sense to have Anbu come to the door so soon? Xingran didn't think for too long. Anbu knocked on the door just to go through a procedure, and they would never lose efficiency because of a door when they were looking for someone. Xingran was still in the entrance, and the people in Anbu had already opened the door and entered it on their own. Such a move caused Xingran to raise his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't say much, because he knew that the dark part of the knocking procedure was somewhat desirable. At least the people at the route had never had this procedure. What's the matter? Xingran was sandwiched between two dark parts with painted face masks and light grey tactical uniforms. This was not a good sign. There are some things we want to ask you about. Let's go with us, Anbu said with a cat face mask. Although he was wearing a mask, when Xingran looked at the cat face mask ninja, his vision was completely unobstructed by the mask, and the perspective eyes were activated. This is an ugly ninja with thick lips. He is not anyone Xingran knows. Ninja. No problem, I will cooperate, but what exactly is it? Xingran was a little worried. You know, he has just awakened Superman's ability now, and his strength is not strong. Once someone knows this magical thing, he will definitely it will become a rare guinea mouse in the hands of a big man. And staying vigilant is a self-confessed response. Seeking recommendation, exclamation mark. Chapter 6 Sudden Sekil. If you follow us, you will know. The dark part of the thick lips was a little impatient, and he waved his hand while speaking, which should be a sign for Xingran to follow him immediately. Do you have any relevant certification documents? Xingran felt guilty in his heart. So he has a very cautious attitude towards these Anbu. If the Anbu wants to take people away, the Hokage building has issued relevant documents, otherwise the rights of these Anbu will be real. Too big, it is easy to breed bad ethos. However, in general, Anbu never abuses their power. Their tasks are very heavy. No one has the leisure to abuse their powers. So often the ninjas in this village are obediently obedient after receiving the ambush notice. And Starburn's behavior of requesting to check related documents made his thick lips feel that Starburn was a little bit procrastinated. Combined with this guy being the only person seeking existence after the group was destroyed, abnormal behavior can also be considered. But even if he is himself being able to figure out the key here does not mean that you can accept the procrastination behavior of Starburn. The motion of waving his hand just now turned into a downward wave, and then Xingran felt the sound of the wind behind him. Xingran was talking to Thick Lips before, and when he was caught by two ninjas one after the other, there was naturally a dark ninja behind him. The sound of the wind came from this and ninja. Obviously these two people were a little impatient. If they didn't take the initiative to follow them, then just follow them passively. Xingran felt a little strange at this time. It was not strange that Anbu attacked him behind his back, but felt that he had a very clear grasp of the attack behind him today. That is the kind of feeling that I can see through your movements, even though his back is not long. Eyes. But it feels like this. Slightly tilted his head, avoiding the hand knife that cut to the back of the head. The dark part behind him was a dark part with a dog face mask. Due to the sudden loss of the hand knife, his movements were slightly deformed. Ran didn't think at all. His body moved on its own, grabbing the forearm of the dark part of the dog's face with one hand and pulling forward, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's body lost balance. His back hit the opponent's chest, and the other hand suddenly grabbed the dark part. With a slam of his shoulders, a beautiful oversold fall was completed in an instant. At the moment when Anbu was dropped, Xingran had a knee buckle to lock Anbu's next possible movements, pressing it firmly on the ground and unable to exert any force. Stop! What are you doing? The series of actions of Starburn talked a lot, but it only happened for an instant. The dark part of the thick-lipped cat face mask had no idea that Starburn would fight back. It was only in the blink of an eye that the companion was caught by this information. The guy who showed only the strength of Xiren was restrained, and quickly yelled, and at the same time, he also drew out the kunai. The survivors after the annihilation of the group are prone to war sickness. This guy will not be the same. You are going to take me away. The procedure documents should have been brought. I will follow you obediently after I read it. Xingran half kneeled on the dark part of the dog's face, pressing it with his knees and a little breathless. This is a relatively inhumane and even fierce way to control the enemy. But when looking at the dark part of the cat's face, whether it is the tone of speech or the expression on the face, the attitude is gentle and kind, making the cat face. Anbu felt a bit chilly behind him. The file is on me. You let me go first. I'll show it to you. At this time, the dark part of the dog's face under Xing Liming's body was a little overwhelming, and the suffocation caused by lack of oxygen increased. The more serious it is, other people's requirements are reasonable anyway, so they can't count their own heart. Right, as soon as the voice of the dark part of the dog's face mask fell, I was let go by Starlight, panting quietly while feeling depressed. I was a dark part of the middle-level ninja. How could I be so careless today that I was controlled by a lower-level ninja who had only done C and level missions? Living? Is it because of the self-relaxation caused by the complete end of the 3 world wars? Of course. Xingran didn't know the dark part of the dog face mask, and he began to doubt his life after being killed by a low-level ninja. After receiving the documents to assist in the investigation, Xingran took a hard breath in his heart by looking at the documents to cover up. He just started to move his body. This is not the usual level that he can do, and that the sense of control in an instant is not only caused by the perception talent of the Mountain Clan, but there are other things in it. Moreover, in the moment when the person is thrown out, it is easy to find the opponent's trajectory, and before the shoulder fall is about to complete, change the action, and complete the control of the opponent's action first, which is not what I can do in the past. What is tested here is not just the experience of controlling the enemy. Without strong insight, it is impossible to do so cleanly. The stronger insight is better for explanation. The perspective eye is originally one of the manifestations of supervision, because it has been unable to effectively control the perspective, leading to neglect. Thus the stronger insight can also be explained. Does the increased perception mean that the superbrain power that has been ignored before has also been awakened? In DC Comics, Superman can master foreign languages in just a few seconds of conversation, learned all the known languages of the Earth, mastered the knowledge of 28 known galaxies, and the plot is that Superman reads all the published medical books in 5 minutes, and masters the knowledge that ordinary people need to learn in 10 years. What can't be avoided here is the computing power of the brain, together with the control it brings. Forced association is a bit unreliable, and you will know when you have time to memorize a few books and try it later. After thinking about this, the shock of the sudden movement of his body gradually subsided, and Xingran began to look at the file in his hand at a glance. I finally knew why these ANBs came to find themselves. It turned out to be to help restore the situation at the time. This was what it should be. After all, it was a large number of hostile ninjas in the territory. It is not surprising that the intelligence system needs to improve the whole incident. Returning the file to the dark part of the dog's face mask, Xingran and his party soon came to the Hokage building. The Hokage building is not only the office of Hokage, but Konoha's advisory team and various functional departments have also set up office spaces here. The main body is very huge. Standing in front of the Hokage building, Xingran looked up, following the hawks tweeting in the sky and looking to the back. Behind the Hokage building is the famous Hokage rock that has spread throughout the ninja world. If it wasn't the cause of the war, I just came here for sightseeing. People are not in the minority. The entire Naruto building is like a big head with a Naruto hat, just like in the original plot. Except for the superstructure on the ground, it is said that the underground building is also very huge. But no one knows how big the underground part is. This is full of perceptual barriers, and the situation in which Naruto easily sneaks in the animation is purely because Hokage deliberately releases water. This time, Starburn's destination is an underground building. In reality, it is not a comic. Hokage is not something that can be easily seen, and Hokage will not always deal with trivial things. Chapter 7 Torture. It is said that the bottom floor of the Hokage building is the office of Anbu. Xingran has never joined the Anbu, and has never been brought to interrogation by the Anbu, so he can only guess from the gossip whether he can see the true face of the Anbu headquarters this time. But obviously, the idea of Starburn is impossible to realize. After entering the second layer of the underground, the two dark parts who led Starburn here stopped in front of an unremarkable iron gate, and did not mean to say anything more. After signaling Xingran to enter, he closed the door and left. Stars burn in the mountains, people of the mountain tribe, I see, they are still Hei's custodians. Then you have to be enlightened. You should know that facing the Konoha interrogation class, you only have to say everything you know. That's the wise choice. After Starburn entered the room, the dark environment slightly made him feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly a low voice came out from the darkness. The voice was very thick, and there was a gloomy feeling. Just after this person had finished speaking, a strong light came on, shining straight at Starburn, making Starburn feel very bad. This is the treatment that interrogators will receive. He is Konoha's ninja, and he has made no mistakes. It should be sitting in an office where the sun can shine, drinking green tea while telling stories to the transcript staff. It took several seconds for Xingran to see the environment clearly. There are no windows. Of course, it's useless to have windows under the ground. The room is about 15 square meters. The ninja in Yihu's forehead has a wooden stool on the other side. The wooden stool is very short. It is conceivable that when a person sits on this, the person facing the other end of the table will be shorter, and the feeling of oppression will also be felt. Multiplying. This is a standard interrogation room. Sitting. Since you left the village that day, tell the story carefully. It was the person who spoke just now, and when Xingran got on the very low wooden bench, he noticed the person on the other side. Who the hell is it? The hideous scars on his face, matched with the oppressive eyes of gangsters, and a black windbreaker. This is impressively Konoha's special Kamenrai Morino Ibiki. It is said that the scars on his face were left by the enemy's torture. The captain of the Konoha AMP torture department served as the chief examiner for the first exam in the Nekkanin exam that Naruto and the others took. He can thoroughly understand the opponent's psychology and is good at manipulating the opponent's spirit. It is no wonder that Hei is mentioned. One of them is from the interrogation department and the other is from the intelligence department. They are both at the captain level and cooperate very frequently with each other. On the other hand, there were a lot of people sitting beside Ibis' joyful voice. Not only was his face and hairstyle uncharacteristic, he even wore a normal Zongran dress. Xingran didn't pay much attention to this person. Since none of the people facing him now wear a mask, and Xingran has no interest in watching the hunk, he naturally turned off his perspective ability after seeing these two people. See-through eyes and super hearing are the earliest obvious abilities of Starburn. After a few days of control and exercise, although it cannot be used more accurately, it can still be done with a simple switch. The captain told us that day that our squad can finally perform the Bleeville mission. We are all very excited. The target of the mission is a group of bandits wandering into the territory of the Land of Fire, but most of them are actually carrying the guard of Iwanin village. The leader said that since the 3 generations of Dokage admitted that the war was defeated, there have been a large number of rebels in Iwanin village. They were unwilling to accept Dokage's weakness and decided to leave the village. I am a perception ninja. We the mountain people have always fought in this position, so I am usually at the end of the battle formation, but this time the enemy circled in a big circle, just to surround us. The first to attack was me, who was at the end of the formation. I spotted the enemy before the enemy launched the attack. Because it was the first time I faced the enemy, I was a little nervous. While issuing a warning, I threw out all the shurikens in the ninja bag. Be careful to throw out a detonation talisman. They shouldn't be Yanran. There are not so many people in Yanran who can use water to escape, and the water escape is still very good. But it's not nothing. I injured my leg. I knew I would not be able to escape, so I launched the distress signal without authorization. Before I became faint, I saw the captain's head being chopped off, and the others were not clear. Xingran had already recalled the details of the annihilation that day, so after Ibis asked, Xingran sat on a low stool and began to tell the story of the annihilation. Ibis liked to listen very seriously, but the eyes on the lunar calendar made Xingran feel like he was seen through, which was very awkward, causing Xingran to have some unclear rules in the process of telling. After listening to Xingran's words, Ibis still looked expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking now. Xingran thought he had been very cooperative and told the other party about the matter, so he planned to get up and leave. At this moment, Ibis's deep voice sounded. Old rules. Confirm again. Xingran was puzzled, got up halfway, turned his head to look at Ibis, and asked what it meant to confirm again. Do you want me to say it again? As a result, as soon as Xingran turned his head, a pair of hollow eyes appeared in front of him, and the eyes met each other. In less than a second, Xingran had already sat back on the low stool again in a daze. I didn't see any actions by the ordinary ninja next to Ibis, but stared at Xingran. Xingran obediently recounted the matter of the group's destruction that day again. This is the practice of the torture department. First give you a chance to tell yourself. But we are more convinced of the results of our own torture. We use illusion to hypnotize the tortured person, and then based on the information obtained from the self-report, we can inquire many details that even the parties did not notice. The 16th class where Star-Ran was in survived alone. Konoha had to guard against it. If there are many people alive, it's okay, but only one person survives, even if the other party is a member of Konoha's famous secret technique family. Nor can it be ruled out that the enemy is instigated or controlled. So torture is not only to let Starburn tell himself. Other corresponding testing and torture methods are indispensable. And this time, Ibis discovered what they had neglected at the beginning. Although the people who attacked Konoha this time were dressed as Iwashinobu, Most of them used water escape ninjutsu. From this we can see that the enemy is likely to be Wu-Ren, who wants to blame Yanren and re-examine the relationship between Konoha and Yanyin village. But things are not so simple. Through Xingran's memories, Ibis found that these people may not be from Wuyin village, but in Union village. These people are not only strong in water escape, but also very powerful in physical skills. The key is that some people have hidden parts of their skin. Very good. But the fact that some parts show bronzed black skin makes people very concerned. Xingran originally wanted to say when he described himself, but many people who think of living by the water also have bronze skin, worrying about misleading their own people, so later held back. Seeking recommendation. Chapter 8. The fatal weakness of the explosion of mind. An hour later, when Xingran appeared in front of the Naruto building again, his plain expression could no longer collapse, and an extreme panic and irritability made him almost explode on the spot. Superman's power is underdeveloped because of the sun, but Superman's weakness is not stunted. How low is the magic resistance of Nima to be instantly hypnotized by a ninja? If it weren't for Hokage's Anbu, which is not like Danzo's roots, and the character is okay. This time I only asked Starburn about Danmi. As long as the other party asks about what happened a year ago or after being hospitalized, he will be reincarnated and crossed immediately. The secret of awakening Superman's power is about to be revealed, and then the life of White Mouse will definitely not run away. In the future, be careful of all the guys with masks. It is very necessary to use the perspective ability to remember every face in the dark part. Otherwise, the person at the root will pretend to be the dark part that day. Wouldn't it be very wrong to take him to assist in the investigation? In the original plot, however, the experienced Kakashi was put together. An hour ago, Xingran suddenly felt that the world was filled with hollow eyes, and the obviously enhanced neurological reaction of the brain made him seal the mark of union in the first place. In this situation, he still has a way to break free. Yes. Even though he is the tail of a crane, it is limited by his physical talents. As long as he can react and form the seal of unsolving illusion art, he can still break free. But this time there was an accident. His consciousness was still there, but his body was completely out of control. He explained all the things that happened and some of his own judgments. No matter how he shouted in his heart, there was no effect at all. His illusion resistance has become lower. To be precise, there is almost no illusion resistance. As a member of the Mountain Clan, the power of the spirit and soul is inherently stronger than that of ordinary people. But this time he suddenly discovered that the position at the end of the crane is with the strength of the spirit and soul of survival. There is no advantage at all, and the current self is not as strong as ordinary people's illusion resistance. This is definitely the weakness of Superman that appeared at the same time that Superman's power was awakened. As we all know, Superman has always been a super warrior with a high level of blood. He interprets the strength, speed and strength to the extreme, but even this kind of existence also has obvious weaknesses, that is, kryptonite and low magic resistance. Kryptonite is easy to understand. It is the meteorite that exists only on kryptonite. Low magic resistance actually refers to low mental resistance, not low magic resistance, because magic can produce lightning and fireballs, but lightning and fireballs are also energy responses to physical phenomena. In comics, Superman is often hit by such attacks. But there will be no injuries. Only when Superman encounters mind control magic, Superman often shows that he has no resistance, is always easily controlled by others, and even becomes a humanoid weapon in the hands of the enemy. This is what Xingran is panicking now. After just getting Superman's ability, his excitement has not passed. I ignored the fact that Superman also has weaknesses. Not only did I think of it now, but I only remembered it after experiencing it personally, and it is even more unforgettable. Is the kryptonite in the ninja world? Maybe the meteorite in Xingran is a trouble, so you have to check it when your strength becomes stronger. But the imminent problem now is the magic resistance problem. Where is this place? The world of legendary eyes. From the last Kaguya-hime to Uchiha Madara, Obi, and Nagato. Which one is not strong eyes? Illusion is already left by them, and the most representative victim in it is the water shadow of the Misty Village. Being played by the writing wheel and turned into a bloody fog, is definitely one of the most tragic representatives of the entire Naruto world. Looking at Konoha, the other gods of the BGU level, the monthly reading of God Itachi, and even the multi-eyed monster Danzo are masters of illusionism. He controls the roots of his subordinates in a way of absolute slavery. Xingran thought of this. I couldn't help but shudder. If Danzang knew of his superhuman ability, he would definitely tell the three generations enthusiastically that he was a good spy, and then he was transferred to the root to become a puppet without thinking. No. The world's malice against Superman is too great. This is not the way to Sunton. I want to go home. Xingran hurried back to the house, locked himself in the room for a long time before gradually calming down. Shivering doesn't help the current situation. I had a terminal illness in my last life and lay in the hospital for more than a year until I died. I didn't give up hope. Now my golden fingers have arrived. It is my personality to work harder to become stronger. This is the world of ninjutsu, a world that can create miracles. Even the miracle of resurrection can happen. Ninjutsu that solves the weak spiritual soul and low magic resistance should exist. By the way, Dashimaru, that fellow's reincarnation involves the parasitism and transfer of the soul. Although the path he walked is wrong in Xingran's view, the soul should be as solid as possible, but Dashimaru is constantly diluting his soul, causing him to become a little white snake with almost zero illusion resistance. The spike kill by Itachi is the best evidence. It can be solidified if it can be diluted. I don't know if the relative theory has ever said such a theory, but Xingran thinks it should be possible. Find Dashimaru, find a way to learn his spiritual soul secrets, and solve the problem of Superman magic resistance. Wait. The Mountain Clan is a secret technique family that cultivates the spirit and soul. I am a member of the Mountain Clan. Now think about it, I have reincarnated as a member of the Mountain Clan in my life, and there seems to be heaven in the dark. At the same time, the center of Konoha's rights, in the Hokage building, and in the Hokage's office, there are a total of 4 old people including Hokage, Danzo, Zwan Xioch-hun, Maito Menyun and several Hokage consultants are here. With the death of the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shuiman 2 years ago, the wrinkles on the face of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi became deeper and deeper, the hair became whiter and whiter, and the figure became rickety and shorter. He couldn't help looking at Shimura Danzo. No matter how old he was, his height remained the same. Danzo, the identity of those bandits is a bit more eye-catching. Now that the old man Onoki has conceded, he will never let the rebels come to the country of fire to make trouble. I think we should use diplomatic means to make this situation clear. Peace is hard won. After the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi spit out a puff of smoke, he dang his pipe to refute Danzo's tough counterattack proposal. From the battlefield where he rescued the mountain, it can be seen that a lot of Iwanin's equipment was left here. As long as you don't really think about it, everyone can easily judge that the person who attacked Konoha Ninja Team is Iwano, regardless of whether it is rebellion or not. These days rebellion is actually the best pawn thrown out by various countries to carry out espionage work, and the representative is Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 9 Efforts to become stronger. Because of the Battle of Kamubashi Bridge, Dokage Onogi has admitted that the war has failed. If Iwanin attacked Konoha's ninja at this time, it would be very detrimental to the current soil country. At least an increase in compensation is indispensable. Danzo is only by taking this fancy to make a hasty judgment that the attacker was Iwashinobu. When I want to come in Danzang, it's all for the village. Hisaki, why are you so naive? It is best for us that the attacker is Iwanin's people. As long as this is enough, I will send people from the roots and bring evidence to find Dokage to discuss this. Leave it to me. The speaker has a cross-cut wound on his chin and a bandage on his head. It is one of the Naruto consultants, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the roots. Turning to sleep, Koharu and Mito Menyon on the side. They are completely stereotyped old antiques. At this time, they didn't say a word, hesitated, and did not express any opinions. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the third generation of Hokage wanted to say something more to persuade Danzo, the office door was knocked. What's the matter? If it's still the intelligence on the border friction in Thunder Country, I will wait for it to be sent. The big guys are in a meeting. If it is not an urgent issue, the three generations of Hokage will speak through the door, and knock on the door at this moment. People report, in Morino Ibiki, there is a new situation in the destruction of Class 16. A loud report came from outside the door, which was completely different from the gloomy feeling during the interrogation of the star burning just now, revealing something. The vigorous behavior of the soldiers, coming. Before the awakening of Superman's power, Starburn, because of the limitation of his talents, made him realize that no matter how hard he tried, he could not become a strong ninja. The upper limit of his life can reach the special upper ninja, and he has been burned high. Under normal circumstances, the middle ninja is him, the strongest form in this life. So at that time, star burning was somewhat letting go. Laziness and inattention to becoming stronger had gradually become his label. But this is how people are. When no strong hope is seen, those who work hard are rare and stubborn geniuses. Most people will give up at this time, but once they see clear hope for those who give up, they become stronger. The burst of faith is definitely not inferior to those stubborn geniuses. This theory is based on reality. To give a simple example, online games have developed and grown based on this theory. Why do so many people like online games? It's not because here you can clearly see the way to achieve your goals. Step by step will always be the day when you become the strongest. This makes people want to stop. The road and goals are very clear. Who can be inferior? Since Xing Burning awakened Superman's ability, after a period of observation in the sun, he found that he was in a process of continuous growth, and this process would not stop as long as the sun was still in the sun. It's just that this process is very slow. It is impossible to produce qualitative changes from quantitative changes without a decade or even decades of accumulation. But so what? Slowness is not a problem. What is afraid of is that your end is only near the start line of others, and what is more afraid is that you will never reach the end in a lifetime. After awakening Superman's abilities, Xing Ran said with confidence that in the entire ninja realm, most of the people's endpoint is only near his starting line, and the endpoint he will definitely reach will be a place that even Kageyuji can't reach. It seems that life is full of power again. Even after knowing that he has serious shortcomings, Xing Ran quickly came out of the blow, found the problem, solved the problem, and became the strong man who destroys the world. This is his current thinking: I am already considered the luckiest existence in the world. What else cannot be overcome? It is more interesting to overcome my weaknesses and become stronger. Xing Ran quickly formulated a plan for his future growth. First of all, it is indispensable to sunbathe every day, and secondly, to master the existing abilities as soon as possible. Although these abilities are not strong, the abilities that cannot be controlled are not their own abilities. In the last life, Star Burning knew this truth very well. Make super hearing and supervision as soon as possible, and study the current degree of thermal vision. What help can it bring to yourself in actual combat? Adapt to the surge of muscle strength and speed. As for freezing, for the time being, forget it. This ability is easy to be noticed, and there is no actual combat effect. Star Burning put this ability in the last item. As soon as possible, let the superhuman power and the chakra power combine to explode the effect exponentially. The most important thing is to work harder to practice the magic of the Mountain Clan, so that your shortcomings can be improved. After fully adapting to the surge of power, you can prepare for the search for the big snake pill and the spiritual soul secret technique in the reincarnation of a dead body. In the next few days, Xing Ran turned a deaf ear to things outside the window, and focused all his attention on the cultivation of adapting to the new power. Super hearing and supervision are the first ability of Starburn to complete the control in the body of Superman's steel General Zod only took a very short time to adapt to the increase in the Earth's sun and the sudden increase in power, speed, messy sounds in a wide range, as well as the power of viewing distant objects with your eyes, controlling the power of thermal vision, etc. As long as you work hard enough, you can quickly adapt and control. Xingran is not as good as General Zod, but fortunately, his various abilities are stunted, and it is not a difficult project to adapt in a short time. With the in-depth understanding of abilities, Xingran discovered that his abilities should have been in a state of accumulation for more than a year, until that day in the hospital, he finally reached the state of bursting out and becoming a dominant ability. However, this explosion is a process of gradual stabilization. Although there has not been a sudden increase in power these days, various abilities are still in the growth stage. I can feel the comparison before and after the star burning. This period of rapid growth will last for about a month. It's hard to say how much his various abilities will reach in the end, but relying solely on physical strength and not relying on the increase of chakra, it should be no problem to reach the level of physique forbearance. Who on this day, Star Burning trained alone in the remote corner of Konoha's sword-throwing technique. This is what he found at this stage to fit his powerful neural response and visual capture ability. After nearly half a month of training, Xingran discovered a powerful ability that he had neglected from the beginning, that is, Superman's brain power, possessing extremely powerful calculation and learning abilities, and at the same time, it is inevitable to adapt to Superman's super-fast speed, neural response and visual capture ability. This is also the reason why when I started to work with the dark parts of the dog face mask, I felt that everything was so clear and under control. Chapter 10: The Radical Danzo. Combining these abilities with the shuriken throwing technique, Xingran discovered that he was actually a master of shuriken, wherever he pointed it. And even the trajectory of the shuriken after colliding with each other could be calculated clearly. Boom boom boom. After a few muffled noises, Star Ran checked the results. Behind the tree trunk, behind the stone, and on each target without perspective, a shuriken was firmly inserted. This effect is the same as the hand shown by Tachi in front of Sasuke in the original plot. The sword-throwing technique is generally the same. Well, yes. Super brain power is indeed the most powerful existence of all abilities. Xingran saw that he had only spent a long time in his cultivation, and he nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time he had new judgments in his heart. There are many types of geniuses in the ninja world, but the genius that is most easily judged by people is the type that learns quickly. Itachi, Sasuke, and Oshimaru are the representative figures. Putting away the kunai that was thrown out, Xingran fell into deep thought. What should I learn next? With super brain power, learning everything is fast, and it would be too wasteful to use such a good ability. During this period of time, he has adapted to many things. After awakening Superman's abilities, the physical strengthening brought by the body of steel is very obvious. From the surge of chakras, it can be seen that chakras are the product of the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Now that the physical energy is suddenly strong, it is inevitable to drive the growth of chakra. Starburn's mental energy has not been weakened, but the mental resistance has been weakened. It can be understood as a balloon. The volume is still that big, but it is filled with ultra-low density air. Chakra's drastic changes also required him to readapt a lot of things. The basic three-body technique, the only family secret technique that can be obtained now, the technique of turning the heart, etc. The next step is to better control his own power, and deliberately the Konoha fluid technique, the Konoha sword technique and the shuriken throwing technique just practiced today. Staran doesn't want to be like Idkulgu in My Hero Academia. He obviously has a powerful force but doesn't know how to use it, hurting himself and others. After adapting training and finally feeling that he could control his new power, Xingran wasn't sure what he was going to do next. Hai Yi hasn't come back yet. When he comes back, I don't know if he can get more secret techniques of the Mountain Clan. I haven't paid much attention to the cultivation methods of spiritual and soul enhancement before. It would be great if he could get a solution directly from him. Shoo! A burst of wind suddenly appeared beside Xingran. Star burns in the mountains. Master Hokage wants you to go. Suddenly a dark part appeared at the place where the sound was just now, and after conveying Hokage's command concisely, he did not wait for Star Ran to reply, and disappeared again after an instant. Xingran glanced at the opponent very quickly, and had already noted his face before the Anbu left. This was completely a subconscious reaction. In fact, the Anbu who left quickly after communicating the order is the least likely to be impersonated. This is different. In the last interrogation summons, there was no need for someone to escort him, as long as he ordered to find Hokage by himself. In the center of Konoha, the Hokage building, the third generation of Hokage reluctantly smoked a pipe. His eyes kept indicating that the people around him could retreat. It is best for us to find Tukage for compensation for this matter. The real murderer can talk about it later, why don't you understand? Shimura Danzo was also a little annoyed at this time. This Sarutobi-san / the older you are, the more the benevolence of a woman is. The benefits you can get are true. Is the real murderer so important? Danzo, it doesn't matter if you show your strength, it doesn't matter if you don't get any benefits, but as a decision maker in Konoha village, I will not allow anyone to fool or even use us like this. The three generations of Hokage's words were very firm. Since Morino Ibiki reported the results of the trial of Yamaka Xingran, the three generations of Hokage have thought a lot. On the surface, saying such angry words to Danzo actually has far-reaching considerations. Pretending to be Iwanin and killing Konoha's ninja is a fool. In the end, whether it is for profit or really unaware of the truth, it will leave behind the scenes. The real Black Hand achieves the purpose of using Konoha to deal with Yanin village. In doing so, the worst result is to drag the country of fire and the country into the quagmire of war again, and at the worst, it can cause huge rifts in the peace just obtained. From the analysis of Ibisi, the three generations of Hokage can judge with great certainty that this incident was not caused by Uin village, but by Union village. 3 generations of Raikage died under the siege of the ninja in the land of the land. So far, the two sides have not reached a consensus because of the return of the corpse. The country of fire is the goal that the country of fire wants to surpass. It is right to provoke the two enemies to consume each other. The most advantageous strategy of the Thunder Country Union village. But the 3 generations can't put this matter on the open, because since the end of the Battle of Shimukankiao, there have been no large-scale wars between countries, but sporadic small-scale regional conflicts. The 3 generations are foreseeable. As long as we hold on for a while, let the countries, to be precise, let the country of Thunder, who are still not giving up, see that even if the war continues, there is no point in it. True peace will be just around the corner. Therefore, the 3 generations deliberately suppressed this whole thing, maintained peaceful diplomacy with the country of soil, remained silent with the country of thunder, and delayed time to usher in peace at the least cost. But Danzo is the representative of the radical faction. Once Danzo is asked to transfer the firepower to Union Village, it might rekindle a new wave of war and ruin the good situation. After Danzo heard the words of Hokage 3, he was speechless for a long time. He also thought that this incident was probably caused by Union Village, but now Hokage, as a conservative, does not mention a word, even if it is stimulated by the peace issue of the land. Naruto did not let the 3 generations take the initiative to bring up the matter of Yunren, which made him feel a little bit of a mouse and a tortoise. He is a radical faction, but it doesn't mean that he likes to do thankless things. If he wants to do things with Yunren, it will definitely not be a small scene. At that time, whether he wins or loses, there will be a lot of casualties and losses. If this matter is involved by the 3 generations, then Danzo will once again have an excuse to raise distrust and doubts about the 3 generations of Hokage. And it is not impossible to force the 3 generations to step down as they did in the past. In this way, it can not only help the village punish the real enemy, but also make Yuan Fiery, who is older and more incompetent, abdicate and let Xian. Such a good opportunity is too rare. Dong dong dong, just as Danzo was thinking about how to let the 3 generations first tell Yunren, a knock on the door sounded. Coming. This time, the 3 generations did not take into consideration Danzo's meaning. The knock on the door was too timely. If Danzo keeps entanglement like this, I really don't know what he will be forced into in the end. Chapter 11 3 Generations of the Will of Fire Sales. Xingran pushed open the door of the Hokage office. He had been here several times before, so he still had a clear memory of the image of the 3rd generation of Hokage Yuan Fiery. But when he entered the door, he soon discovered that there was another one here. A familiar stranger. Shimura Danzo, a guy often seen in anime in his previous life, is the first time he has met him in this life. I saw that Danzo was wrapped in a bandage on his forehead, and his right eye was also wrapped. His right arm seemed to be injured and he was inconvenient to move when he was wrapped in a kimono. However, Danzo did not have crutches at this time. A middle-aged version of Uncle Danzo. Xingran quickly swept across Danzo's face, then unconsciously turned on the clairvoyance ability, and looked at Danzo's right arm. In Starburn's field of vision, Tuanzang's right arm has not yet been transplanted with Zunyan. Although it is scarred, it still looks like his original arm. No, not all his original arm. It turns out that Danzo at this time has already begun to contact the primary cells. Danzo's arm is now in a state of being sealed by the seal on the bandage, and the muscle tissue is gray-white, which makes Xingran think of Baiju, but this transplantation method is not enough. Very elementary and very careful. In the case of sealed cell viability, the primary cells are completely suppressed. In this state, as long as Danzo does not exercise vigorously, this arm that is more like a time bomb will not be too much. Big exception. Xingran noticed that the bandage on Tuanzang's arm had a very complicated sealing technique. Although he didn't know much about the seal technique, Xingran could easily think of it. In addition to the seal of the 1st generation cells, the technique was used to prevent others from spying. There are not a few. At the very least, you can't see what is wrong with your eyes. That is to say, Starburn's perspective eyes are completely different from the chakra system, so they can easily discover the secrets in Danzang's arms. Danzo is really a madman. Konoha's transplantation technology of the 1st generation cells is obviously a failure, but he dares to use it on himself in this situation. Sure enough, the ruthless people start with being more ruthless to themselves. It's a pity that Danzo has such courage but no such luck. Now that he is inconvenient to move, his strength has been greatly damaged and he has not run away. It is no wonder that the multi-arm cultivated by Okimaru from Uekai Hashin was transplanted later, otherwise he would use him. In this way, there is absolutely no shadow-level strength. Don't watch Xingran's inner drama a lot. In fact, he only took a look at Tuanzang when he entered the door, and then quickly followed Tuanzang's arm to look at the 3 generations of Hokage Yuan Fuzan who was on the main seat. The whole process did not exceed 2 seconds, and there was no abnormality in his expression, because Xingran knows that under normal circumstances, he does not know Danzo, so when he comes to Hokage, he should not show too much attention to Danzo. The current performance is just right, no matter what, superhuman ability development. In bad circumstances, it is better not to have any intersection with Danzo. Master Hokage. Xingran crossed Danzo and came to Hokage's desk, looking like he was waiting for dispatch. Danzo, I have something to do. Let's stop here today. The 3 generations of Hokage Kaoxing nodded, but did not speak to him, but first issued an expulsion order to Danzo. HMPH. With a soft snort, Danzo didn't say hello to the 3rd generation, and walked out of the door on his own. Before leaving, he glanced at the star burning, always feeling that there was just a momentary illusion. This kid is watching on arm. Xingran was stunned by Danzang. Some of his back was cold and whistling, until he was not deterred by Danzang's aura, but simply the lower rankers' fear of the upper ranked ones. What I fear most now is being stared at by Danzang, with a guilty conscience. Xingran, a newcomer in the ninja realm, still lacks experience. Shaking his head slightly, Danzo quickly left the Hokage office. How could this little devil, who shivered after being stared at, discovered the secret of his arm? It seems that Yuan freely affected his emotions today. Don't pay attention to him, tell me how your body is. It's been a while since you were discharged from the hospital. How is your recovery? 3 generations are like a grandfather next door. Smile, eliminate the slightly strange atmosphere just now, and care about Xinglian's recovery. There is no problem at all. Thank you Hokage-sama for your concern. I wonder why you are looking for me? Do you have a mission? Xingran is a little uncomfortable. The 3 generations of Hokage who have nothing to do with each other suddenly treat him so kindly and want to leave here early. On the way here, he had already thought about it. Although Superman's steel body is in a state of stunted growth, it is okay to sling ordinary people. How can such a good talent be wasted? During the period when Hei did not return, the problem of the spirit and soul can only be postponed, but the direction of becoming stronger is definitely not wrong. See if you can find Kai. With your current learning ability, it should be very easy to learn the 8 doors Dunjia. That is, Kai's elm head is probably not easy to fool. The Superman's physique plus the 8-door repelling forbidden technique is a little agitated to think about it. This should produce a magical chemical reaction. It's okay. The other people in class 16. You should know the rest. This world is like this. Sometimes life is so fragile. In order not to encounter similar tragedies in the future, we should look forward. As long as our will to fire is still we can continue to pass it on and avoid more tragedies. The words of the 3 generations are very provocative. From the sorrow of Tuan Mi, I soon talked about the inheritance of the will of fire. As long as the heart still yearns for light, most people will soon be influenced by the words of the 3 generations and regain a positive attitude towards life. Xingran was a little confused. Why did the 3 generations suddenly come to such a hand? Could it be that he discovered the golden finger that I had hidden for many days, and now he is beginning to draw in? Xingran couldn't figure it out. Of course, the 3rd generation didn't know the superhuman power of Xingran, but because of the destruction of the 16th class, he had a new idea. An idea of continuing to maintain peace requires the active participation of the parties here. And Starburn's attitude is very important. According to Anbu's intelligence analysis afterwards, Xingran had a slight warse equally after he was discharged from the hospital, and he would act mercilessly on his fellow villagers. Although the shot was restrained, the dog's face was only slightly injured at the beginning, but he had to pay attention to his existence. The possibility of further deterioration. Seeing that Xingran was silent, the 3 generations didn't know whether their rhetoric was effective or not. The words have already reached this point. If there is no effect, then there is too much darkness in the heart of this mountain boy, the will of fire. It is estimated that it cannot be inherited, and perhaps the root is more suitable. But these are all issues that need to be considered in the future of this mission, and I still continue to talk about business now. Chapter 12. Star burning in the mountain. According to our investigation, the bandit that attacked you last time was not a rebel. 3 generations of words paused here for a while, then glanced at Xingran's expression. Seeing that Xingran's brows were raised slightly, he guessed what Xingran was thinking in his heart. It was nothing more than that. But it's not the people of Yuran village who pretended to be. 3 generations said it was another meal. He wanted to see Xingran's reaction and would tell Union village things. After all, this matter involves Union village. A large part of the problem is due to the analysis of intelligence provided by Starburn. Xingran continued to remain silent. The 3 generations did not expect that one who had graduated for more than a year and hadn't experienced the baptism of war, Xiren, would be so calm. In fact, this is a habit, or disguise, that Xingran has cultivated since crossing here. He has no talents visible to the naked eye. To be precise, as a ninja, his abilities are very low, so he does not have the careless capital of the same Naruto. He is cautious in everything, and not showing his intentions easily is his protection means. But in the final analysis it is just the sadness of a small person. Don't you have anything to say? The 3 generations are not idlers with much time, and the temptation between words is just a matter of course. Faced with the silence of star burning, the 3 generations don't want to consume any more, and the answer you can get by asking directly will be more direct. No, 3 generations of adults, no matter who these people are, as long as they are sure that they are enemies. Xingran's answer is simple, but it is actually nonsense. The 3 generations still failed to get what he wanted, attitude, and crossing. Ran's attitude towards Iwashinobu. What the 3 generations want is only Xingran's current attitude towards Iweinin. As long as I can be sure that Xingran is not hostile to Iweinin or I, then we will arrange for him to go to the envoy to Yanin village and compare this incident with Iweinin and the others. Speaking clearly, Yanin village, who knew about this matter, could put down its guard again and maintain the fragile peace that had just begun. If Naruto wants to maintain the hard-won peace, it is impossible for other countries to think that Konoha is proactively picking things up. From the intelligence, it has been determined that this is not the work of Iweinin, so it is natural to think from the perspective of Dokage. You will think of whether this is a play directed and acted by Konoha, whose purpose is to blackmail more compensation in the land of the country that has already declared its failure. So even though Konoha was the main victim of this incident, he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his belly. He had to make it clear with the people in Yanin village that this incident was provoked by someone, and the purpose was to let us. The 2 countries have renewed their disputes. As for who the provoker is, I'm sorry, I haven't found out. For the current Konoha, even if it can be determined that Union Village did this, Konoha, who is still suppressing Yinrin on the local battlefield, will choose to expand the contradiction. It has taken advantage, and if it is more ruthless, Union Village will have a large number of main combat factions appearing, plainly satisfying some people who are not on the stage. Xingran is the party involved in the event of the 16th class group annihilation. With him as the main interpreter, the convincing power brought to Yanin village will be irreplaceable by others. Well, because of this incident, the country that has just announced the defeat of the war has once again made a bad judgment. We need to send a team of representatives to explain the whole story to the land in detail. The future will not be easy. If peace is maintained, would you be willing to be one of the representatives this time? Hokage finally said the content of this mission. Xingran thought for a while, and then figured out the joints. This is to let himself, the person at the time, explain on the spot that we Konoha did not doubt your Yanin village, knowing that you are innocent, and we have no further plans against you. Please rest assured that everyone is still good neighbors in harmony. Understood. I will try my best to explain this incident clearly. In addition, Lord Naruto, you said that a team of people were sent as representatives. So what about my teammates? Xingran simply followed this. Tasks, unless you are the heir to a large family like the super wealthy Hyuga family, and whether you can accept the task is entirely up to your preference. Otherwise you can only be arranged by someone. Most of the ninja's main sources of income depend on missions. Xingran has always done missions below level B without combat. He has a little but not much savings. You must have missions to support yourself. After graduating from ninja school, he has already no longer rely on Hei to feed. My original team has been destroyed, and now I let myself take on the team task. Obviously Hokage intends to reincorporate him into another team. This task should also have the purpose of running into the team. Anyway, I can't avoid it. It is better to start earlier while the task is easy. The mission without ninja fighting will not exceed the sea level. Simply put, it is just a messenger mission, but for the sake of representing sincere political purposes, you can choose a simple messenger regal to complete this task. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning, Konoha Gate will gather. Your new team will be waiting for you. Then you will know about your team mates. Ninja missions must always be kept secret, even the simplest missions. There is also a habit of keeping secrets, which can effectively reduce the chance of mission content being leaked to spies. After the 3 generations finished speaking, he took a pipe and slowly exhaled a long breath. The meaning of seeing off the guests was very obvious. Although he still does not know whether Xingran has completely let go of his hostility to Iwainin, it can be seen from Xingran accepting this mission without fluctuations, that he does not have a special hatred for Iwainin, and he does not know this mountain. Does the kid at home really see the facts clearly? Or is he himself a cold-blooded person who ignores his companions? But these 2 guys should be able to see clearly this time. Anyway, as Hokage, as long as you ensure that this mission can be completed, it's a bit redundant to spend too much time on a small person. If you want to know what, the people under you can naturally investigate for themselves. Clearly, Xingran did know that his mission this time was not just a messaging mission. The newly joined squad even had Hokage arranged to monitor him. Back at home, according to the knowledge learned at Konoha School, I carefully arranged my ninja bag. This time the mission of sending a letter is nominally an envoy, so you must be prepared to stay in Yanian village for a while, and finally return to Konoha with a reply from Dokages. The end of this mission. After finishing the order, a large travel backpack was stuffed, making Xingran unconsciously think of the scene in the original plot where Naruto and his party went to the country of Nami to go on a mission. Everyone was carrying large bags, but later with the growth of strength, there are fewer and fewer things to bring when traveling far. Ask for recommendation, ask for recommendation. This is very important to the development of the new book. Thanks. Chapter 13 Acquaintances, New Teammates. The next day, the sky was a little gloomy, as if it was going to rain. At 6 o'clock in the morning at Konoha's gate, 2 ninjas wearing Konoha's tactical vest walked out of the shadow silently. The 2 obviously knew each other a long time ago, nodded to each other, and then said nothing, silently waiting for something. Soon a figure appeared in the sight of these 2 people. The appearance of the newcomer was handsome and slightly immature, with light yellow broken hair and light green eyes. He was about 1.6 meters tall and was wearing a purple short shirt. Carrying a big yellow backpack, if it were not for the ninja bag on the back of the waist and the Konoha forehead tied around the neck, it is not much different from the traveler who is going to go out early in the morning. It is just stepping onto the meeting place. Stars burn in the mountains. At this time, only 2 ninjas dressed as Konoha were at the meeting point, and Xingran could easily tell that this should be the team he had transferred to. However, when Xingran approached and noticed the opponent's face, YY was a little surprised. He still knew the 2 ordinary-looking Zongran. One was the dark part of the cat face mask he escorted him last time, and the other was the dark part of the dog face mask. It's really fate. No, how could Anb form a new mission team with himself? Each of the Anb teams is fixed, or the mission team is only temporary this time, or Hokage arranges the 2 to act together with him, and there will be other purposes, or both. Xingran remembers that in the original plot, Kai took on a mission once. On the bright side, he exchanged information with Lin Zigo. In the dark, there are other missions in the Anbu. After discovering that it was a trap, he would completely destroy the opponent. The executor was Kai. Acquaintances, Itachi and Kakashi, who have just joined Anb. You are the star of the mountain. Naruto-sama has already told us about you. Now we will set off. We will talk about the specific task content while walking on the road. The original cat face mask. The thick-lipped ninja touching his cheek. He took the lead to speak, like asking Starburn, but also like a notice. Hello, I am Star Burning in the mountain. I ask you, since you pretend to meet for the first time, then I will not discourage everyone who can't play the other. This is the captain of our temporary team this time. At Tsushima-ki, I am Junpei Oda, so you can call me Junpei. The dog face mask. The dark part, and the face of the public face answered Staran's words. I twisted my arm unconsciously. This was the arm that I twisted back after I was thrown over my shoulder by Starburn. Although it no longer hurt, he moved unconsciously after seeing Starburn. Well, everyone already knows each other. Now, we must rush to Yannian village in the land of Earth as soon as possible for our mission. After Shan Mu finished speaking, he turned around and headed out of the village first. Xingran followed closely, and the last Chunping shook his head helplessly, and quickly submitted the form of leaving the village to the guard, before speeding up to chase it out. Konoha, as the strongest forbearance village, cooperates with the Fire Country daimyo to jointly manage the richest piece of land in the world, where rain is plentiful, trees are prosperous, and it is the place with the most abundant products. Compared with the land of wind full of deserts and the land of mountains and rocks, the gap in economy and population is like clouds and mud. Perhaps the only country that can compare with the country of fire is the country of thunder. The sea is mountainous, and the land is very rich in products. As for the country of water, where it is closed all year round, it is clear that the sea can make a lot of money, but because of the policy, the level of wealth is not as good as the country of fire. Xingran is not the first time to leave the village, so he has no interest at all in the seemingly endless forest. At this time, their speed has reached almost 130 kilometers per hour, which is equivalent to the speed of an ordinary train. Looking at Shanmu's thick and pure appearance, they were able to do well. Obviously, this was because they were afraid that Xingran couldn't keep up with it, and they deliberately slowed down. There are many situations for ninjas on the road. Some people rush to the road at full speed after receiving emergency information. This situation is more dangerous, because once they are ambushed by the enemy, then the large amount of chakra consumed in the rushing at full speed will be the main cause of being wiped out. Reason. There is also the case of escorting on the way. In this case, the speed of the ninja depends entirely on the speed of the escorted target. Generally, they walk in a normal state. This can ensure sufficient chakras and prevent enemies from appearing at any time. Retreat in the best condition to respond to the enemy or protect the target. Naruto's first mission to leave the village in Nami no Kuni is like this. Starburn is now in the third rush situation, reducing the consumption of chakra to a lower range. Although it cannot maintain the state of its heyday, it leaves a certain amount of chakra reserved to deal with emergencies. In this state, the speed of rushing is not as good as the first, but the speed is not too slow, and it can ensure that the preparation for the encounter can be carried out at any time. This kind of driving mode is also the driving mode of the ninja most of the time. Rumble. Nearly 8 hours had passed since the village of Konoha. It had already passed noon. A sudden thunder blasted in the sky, frightening an eagle in the sky and screaming. The moment the star burned past the top of a tree, the supervision was activated, and there was heavy rain falling in the distance, and even the direction of his journey, there were raindrops drifting by, and this area would soon become the country of S. Hurry up, and strive to spend the night in the city of the country of grass tonight. In front of the team, Captain Yumaki House voice reached several people's ears. Everyone is going to be drenched in soup soon, so don't think about the matter of blowing in the afternoon. If you have a ration pill, it is serious for everyone to try to get to the country of grass as soon as possible. In fact, when ninjas go abroad to do business, the first stop is the national border, where they have their own checkpoints, which are both safe and sufficient, and can be refilled at any time. However, because of the destruction of the 16th Squad, this area is still in the enemy's infiltration zone. This time they are secretly carrying out the mission of diplomatic relations between the two countries. With more footholds, the possibility of intelligence leakage may increase. Everyone is a ninja and suffers a little bit of hardship. It's a commonplace meal. In order to successfully complete the task, it is better to avoid extra branches. As long as you arrive at Yannian village, the return journey will be much easier. Xingran and Chunping heard the captain's words, but they didn't say anything, which was regarded as tacit understanding. After this long journey, both Shan Mu and Chunping were a bit tired. But Xingran did not. Although his speed seemed to be barely keeping up with the two of them, in fact he was running more and more vigorously now. Just like a person who exercises for a long time, his muscles will be very uncomfortable without a certain amount of exercise. Xingran feels that he is now running faster and faster. The Superman's steel body gives him strong physical strength and speed. With the full use of this ability, Staran gradually discovered that he needed less and less chakra to support when he was running long distance. His underdeveloped superhuman speed had already exceeded 70 kilometers per hour. At this moment, it should have gradually broken through to 90 kilometers per hour pure physical speed. To be continued. Please ask for recommendation votes. Please come and vote for fattening students. The development of the new book is in urgent need of recommendation. If you can make the list, more people will see this book. Thank you for your support! Chapter 14 Attacked. For example, ordinary people use chakras to assist in running. If the muscle speed is 20 km per hour, if you want to reach 130 km per hour, you need to consume 110 units of chakras. Add the two to get a speed of 130 km per hour. And Starburn is different. His muscle speed has already reached 90 km per hour, so in the same time, he only needs to consume 40 units of chakras to reach 130 km per hour, which is natural for the consumption of chakras. It is reduced exponentially. Although everyone has been on the road for a long time at this time, Xingran, with its strong physical strength and resilience, is still alive at this time, which is completely individual to blame. For this reason, his perception and alertness are much stronger than the two teammates who are Zongren. Enemy attack. At 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock, multiple shurikens, this is Thra detonating charms. Avoid. Xingran started from ninja school, and his position in the team is to perceive ninjas, a member of the mountain clan. People are often very good at this, but Starburn's perception is very ordinary. But since awakening Superman's audiovisual ability, his original perception ability has unexpectedly changed. Just as the star burned over the top of a tree again, habitually turning on the super audiovisual observation, an abnormal sound across the air came from my ears. Through the combination of perspective eyes and supervision, through multiple leaves, you can easily find the surrounding enemies. At this distance, your original perception is absolutely unable to find so many enemies in advance. The new awakening ability is the first time in actual combat played a role in the middle. Starburn did not expect it to be this kind of auxiliary ability. Sure enough, the ability is not strong or weak, and the skills used are all magical skills. But in the eyes of Shanmu and Chunping, Starburn's ability to predict in advance is so accurate. It is unexpectedly awesome and reliable. You know, in the ninja world, when you are suddenly attacked, it is usually a good situation to have a reaction in 1 second, and you can also know the enemy's attack method. This is like playing a dungeon and bringing a RMB player. Same, just lie in a pose and it's over. Scattered. The three people who had just been on the road at a constant speed suddenly evaded behind the tree in various ways according to the direction of the attack. Immediately afterwards, 3 explosions of detonation symbols sounded, and 3 places on the original movement trajectory of the 3 people were completely destroyed. Near the explosion, large shurikens were scattered messily. Damn it, I was found. Water dungeon middle. Water turbulence. In the woods, a sound of frustration sounded, and immediately a large amount of water rushed through the forest. This is one of the basic ninjutsu of water dunge, cleaval ninjutsu. Through the difference in the amount of chakra, the scale of the water produced is also different. Xingran had never fought against such an opponent before, and could not judge the level of water flow that covered their small forest. What level of ninja could do, but soon someone would tell Xingran the answer. No. This amount. It's Shinobu. Everyone, be careful. There are more than one enemy. Before the voice of Shanmu in the distance, the place where Xingburn was shook. Tuduntuли you all. The other people hiding in the dark suddenly launched joint ninjutsu, completely enclosing the water escape ninjutsu just now, forming a wall composed of soil and stone. and at the same time surrounded the 3 stars. As the water level continued to rise, instantly changed the topography, forming a big fish tank, trapping the 3 people in it. Quickly, the enemy hasn't formed an encirclement yet, so I will break through at 6 o'clock. Xingran has supervision and hearing and knows his current situation. Although everyone is trapped by ninjutsu, the enemy still has some distance from here. Break the fish tank and you can rush out. What? Why don't you leave the fish tank? There is the enemy's trap. As long as it is exposed in the sky, what is waiting for oneself is a stormy attack. At that time, people can take advantage of it in the air, and they are completely a target. If you go above and break through, maybe people will die in the air except for those who can fly for a short time. Earth escape rock pillar gun. After Shan Mu heard Xingburn's prompt, he turned around and it was a blow. The soil thorns that penetrated the rock wall behind him shot out, not only puncturing the fish tank, but the turbulent water flow also served as a boost for the people of Xingran to accelerate their departure. By rushing from the gap, the 3 of them successfully rushed out of the trap before the enemy encircled them. Don't fall in love, retreat. Maybe it is because Xingran, a guy with inexperience in actual combat, made a mistake in judging the situation. As soon as the 3 of them got out of trouble, Shan Mu prompted Xingran to retreat. Xingran curled his lips. He didn't intend to turn his head and just wave with the enemy. Others didn't know, but he had already seen clearly. There were 6 enemies, twice as many as on his side, and he also had at least 1 upper shinobi. I don't want to die. Water escape. The art of the Great Falls. After jumping confirmed that everyone was out of trouble, he launched the long-prepared ninjutsu. This is an A-level ninjutsu. It is not easy to learn, and it is even rarer to use it in actual combat. Unexpectedly, jumping looks ordinary. Unexpectedly still left such a unique skill. The technique of the Great Falls just used the large amount of water on the scene, and its power was obviously increased. Soon the huge impact would disperse the enemy and us. The Xingran trio began to escape. 5 minutes later, without chasing soldiers, we should be safe. Xingran's positioning is to perceive ninjas, to buy time for one's own side before encountering an enemy, and to be responsible for counter-reconnaissance after escaping to ensure safety. Rumble. After Xingran finished speaking, there was another burst of thunder and lightning in the sky. An eagle was almost cooked by electricity, and after a burst of crying father and mother, he flew over Xingran's head. Fortunately, you found out in time. Otherwise we would be really dangerous. I didn't expect that there would be enemies with a high level of tolerance. This is not the strength that ordinary bandits can have. Chunping estimated that all of his skills were placed there. It's in the art of the great waterfall, and now I'm a little weakened. My whole person is lying on the thick back of the mountain, but I'm in good spirits, and I'm still in the mood to analyze the enemy's origins. Who is the other party? Do you see how many people are there? Shan Mu is a pragmatist and rarely talks nonsense, asking for intelligence on the enemy. Iwa Shinobu dressed up for rebellion, but it should be the same as the situation I encountered last time. Naruto-sama said that he was pretending to be a fake. There are 6 people on the other side, at least 1 Shinobu. Wait, damn. They found us. Xingran was originally just responding to Shan Mu's inquiry. He was half talking. In the super audio-visual process, the enemies who had just been thrown away behind him once again surrounded him. Damn, what do these bastards want to do? There should be no traces left here. I have carefully checked it. Although Chunping has no physical strength, his eyes are fine. The 3 of them fled here all the way to anti-reconnaissance supervision. He is doing it all, and the footprints and smells are covered up. To be continued. Please recommend. Chapter 15 Escape. He'll report to Master Naruto later. He'll run away now. Action School. Shan Mu didn't have that much entanglement. If you have any problems, you can run away and think about it. Now is not the time to waste time. Chirp. The 3 of them ran away again, with the sound of thunder and the crowing of eagles. and they looked embarrassed. Xingran kept staring at the chasing soldiers behind him. He wanted to see how these people found themselves in a row. Looking through the 100-meter dense forest, he could clearly see a few ninjas dressed up as Iwenin. When they arrived at the place where they rested at the beginning, the foreheads of these people have been cut off, as if they were all rebels. Xingran doesn't care if they are rebels. He pays more attention to their next actions, as long as they can be sure that they are rebels. Anyone who catches up with oneself can make targeted methods to escape and ascend to heaven. Suddenly, Xingran noticed that among the 6 people, there was a slightly thin guy who had been staring at the sky with a seal in his hands. It should have started some ninjutsu, although the others did not look at this strange guy, but from the position, it can be judged that other people are actually faintly protecting this person in it. Sky. Could it be, "Hey, kid from the mountain family, I heard that in your family's secret technique, there is a heart-turning technique that can control distant enemies. I wonder if the birds can do it." He told his teammates at Starburn's exit. When our whereabouts should have been discovered by birds in the sky, Shan Mu had already asked Starburn first. "Did you also find out?" Xingran was a little surprised. There are still 2 brushes on this thick lips, and he discovered the problem earlier than the one that opened it. "In such a terrible thunderstorm, the falcon has flew over us 3 times. Don't underestimate Konoha's elite dark ... ninja." As Yamaki said, he looked at Starburn, and he didn't. Thinking of the little devil in the intelligence that said he had no actual combat experience, his reaction was so keen. I thought about it with him. Surprised to surprise, the problem still needs to be solved. Shanmu has no good means to solve the eagle falcon in the air. Chunping is even more unable to count on it. Now there is still some loss of power, so after Shanmu, Chunping will also look at it. Xiang Xingran, hoping that he can control the eagle and falcon with secret techniques and solve the trouble. There are too many restrictions on the heart-turning technique. Not to mention that the falcon has been flying around. It is impossible to reach this far from me, but I have the means to take down this falcon. Xingran said the first half of the sentence. The other 2 were disappointed, but the last half of the sentence made everyone's eyes bright. There are hundreds of strange ninjutsu. Except for a few geniuses, most people are studying in this direction. After ninjutsu, most people are experts in their own fields, such as pure water escape, mountains and thick soil escape. Everyone has special skills in the art industry, and mutual complementation is the original intention of the squad battle mode. Xingran now said that he had an air-to-air capability that no one else had, which made his companions who had fallen into adversity delighted. "Don't delay the time, the enemy will soon catch up again." Xingran took out the shuriken in the ninja bag, staring at the eagle in the sky, and quickly calculated the target's trajectory. The combination of dysplastic supervision is far inferior to the powerful super brain power in the comics. Starburn still easily captures the target's movement trajectory. Shoo! An afterimage flashed across his hands. Several shurikens were thrown out by the stars, clanging in the air, and then 3 shurikens flew out hundreds of meters, lacing towards the falcons in the air, encircling them. The shuriken that could never shoot the eagle and falcon, suddenly changed its direction, and there was no time for that shuriken to react. It dodged one of the shurikens with difficulty, and was almost simultaneously held by the 2 remaining shurikens. The sword was punched through, and before it hit the ground, there was no life. The normal ninja throws the shuriken at a distance not too far. After using the chakra to increase the arm strength, it is only about 100 meters, but this is completely meaningless, because the enemy can easily evade or block the shuriken during the flight. If it is blocked, if you want to hit the target before the enemy reacts, you often have to control the attack distance within 30 meters. Of course, this statement is only applicable to ordinary ninjas. Like the 4th and 2nd generations, Fletching combined with kunai throwing methods, and this is no longer the case. With the combination of chakra and arm strength, the star-burning shuriken throwing is no problem at all. However, if you want to hit such a flexible target, You can't just throw it. There are some necessary techniques. It's still necessary, otherwise it can't be called an anti-aircraft method. Of course, there is a simpler method, which is to fly up to kill the target at close range. But Starburn will never do this kind of thing. Not to mention exposing the things that he can fly for such a small problem. Just now the ability to fly is only floating slowly enough will not achieve the desired purpose at all. Wonderful shuriken throwing technique. You must have spent a lot of time practicing. Chunping praised with a big smile looking at the ninja falling in the sky. It's okay, I haven't practiced for a long time. Xingran told the truth. He only spent less than one morning. However, the other two are humble only when the star is burning. Konoha's most famous shuriken throwing technique is Uchiha's Uchiharu shuriken throwing technique, but that technique is also very dependent on the Shuriken insight ability. Ordinary people who can hit the target straight and long distance are already experts in shuriken throwing. Seeing that there are so many Konoha cattle, how many people will use shuriken as the main attack method when they really encounter an enemy? The trio escaped very smoothly. With the help of Xingran's super audio-visual help, several people raised their speed to the highest, and quickly bypassed the group of 6 rebels. They didn't alarm the border post of the Country of Fire, they just left it with a password. After receiving the signal, he told his nearby companions that he had encountered an unknown hostile situation in that place, and then quickly entered the territory of the Country of Grass. The 3 of them entered the nearest bazaar in the Country of Grass and the Country of Fire at the same time as the lights of thousands of houses were lit up. The bazaar is called Wormwood Market. It was originally a place where merchants gathered for repairs. Later, as more and more merchants came to repair it, it gradually became a semi-official bazaar. The current Wormwood set is already an official city in the Country of Grass, but it is still a market in terms of scale, not big, but very lively. In addition to the absence of hot springs, most of the factors needed for travel can be found here. Cheers. 3 men dressed as Konoha ninjas were celebrating in an hidden cooking hut in the Wormwood set, celebrating that they escaped and ascended to heaven under the chase of the Shangnin team. It was Xingran and his party. To be continued. Thank you book friend T. Erden, and cut it well, CC 420, Tommy's Pikachu. I just make a recommendation ticket for soy sauce. Chapter 16 10 Gambles and 9 Losses. Originally, according to Shanmu's idea, it was to find a hostel to rest as low as possible to avoid unnecessary troubles, but in the end, he couldn't stand the hard work of the other 2 in the team. In the end, he agreed to find a hostel before finding the hostel. Let's talk about filling your stomach in this shop on the roadside. However, although the 3 of them shouted toasts, they drank juice. In the 3 forbidden ninjas, alcohol is one of them. Ninjas rarely drink alcohol. Drinking during the mission is even more forbidden. Thanks to Mr. Yamanaka this time. The advance warning and the last beautiful shuriken throwing technique. If it were the beginning of the 3 wars a few years ago, you would be able to apply to become Zongran. This time, there is no surprise. The dangerous encounters gave Shanmu a new understanding of Xingran. This would be a good subordinate. Unfortunately, this mission is only a temporary team. If you want to make Shan's Hong Xingran his subordinate, you have to let him first. Let's talk about becoming an ANB. Captain Shanmu has won the award. You can call me Xingran. Xingran showed a professional smile. This is the result of his research on the 4th generation of Hokage. A kind smile can pull in the relationship between companions, but some moment can also make the enemy inexplicably jealous because of this smile. The hand that Xingran uniformed and plain at the time was harsh in action, but his face showed a kind of gentle talk. The surprised cat face mask, Shan Mu-hu, unconsciously exterminated Kuma from his fellow villagers. Don't show me such an expression, don't get me wrong, I'm just not used to others being too enthusiastic about me. Sure enough, Xingran's smile reminded Shan Mu-hu of bad pictures, but this time to pretend that the 2 of us didn't know each other before, and explained while talking, everything is wrong. Seeing Shan Mu-hu's reaction, Xingran felt more interesting. The captain doesn't like others to be too enthusiastic. I like it. Xingran Jun, I like it very much. Chunping was knocked back on the ground by Xingburn, and he couldn't see Xingburn's expression. At this time, the atmosphere was a bit cold, so he came out quickly. The gag made Shan Mu look weird and sighed that this idiot was really fearless. But at this time, Chunping had another idea. What happened to Shan Mu? According to Master Naruto's request, to observe and guide the stars in the mountains to burn more sunshine and cheerfulness. Isn't it a secret mission? It's rare that the fellow star burning can mingle with us. What the hell is your refusal to be passionate? This idiot really didn't know what he was thinking. Just when the two Anbu Shinobu suspected that each other was an idiot. It's on 5, 6. Big grass has lost again. Today is really evil. I opened 7 big ones in a row. Ha ha ha, earned it. Amidst the uproarious screams, a few excitement roars came into the ears of Xingran trio. It turns out that there is a gambling shop across the street from Eden. Xingran has seen money-playing places in Konoha village before, but because this kind of entertainment involves money in the 3 forbidden ninjas, this kind of thing will not be interested in the general environment. Now it's different. After awakening Superman's supervision, Xingran has never thought about the source of income other than the mission. At this moment, after noticing this gambling house, Xingran suddenly had an idea in his heart. My strength is still very weak, and now am I running out to do the task, and the reasons for my life account for a large part. Who doesn't want to focus on the jungle for 20 years and live an invincible life? If he can rely on financial fundraising to solve life problems, then he can have a lot of time for cultivation. You eat first, I'll go over there and take a look. Xingran greeted him, like a gambler eager to turn over his money, hurriedly ran into the opposite casino. Yumaki-hu and Junping were slightly surprised, then the two of them unconsciously glanced at each other, thinking of something at the same time. Their faces were a bit unsightly and rushed to eat the food in the bowl, and after the check they went to the opposite casino. Star Ran enters the gambling shop. The decoration is very random, or there is no decoration at all. In a room with only painted walls, there are 3 large tables. Peigao is played on one table, and dice are played on the other 2 tables. Xingran was eager to verify what he thought, and first tested it with his perception ability. As expected, like Konoha's gambling shop, these props have been specially processed, and no information can be found in the perception. Then Xingran opened the perspective eyes. His perspective eyes can now be opened and closed freely, and because the gradual stabilization period after awakening has not passed, the thickness of the perspective is still in the stage of continuous growth. And now he has barely seen through a thin wall. Sure enough, easily, Xingran saw the dice in the croupier's hand that was completely covered by the gambling equipment. 1 or 3 points. This time it was small. Let's go. Playing money is not a good thing. Just when Xingran was about to step forward to make a bet, Chunping emerged from behind Xingran, and could not help pulling Xingran out. 10 gambles and 9 loses. Do you know the legendary fat sheep? Shan Mu also hugged Xingran's shoulder, with his arm force, pulling Xingran out of the gambling house. After the encounter this afternoon, the little brother of Staranch made them feel very good. Originally along the way, according to the request of Lord Naruto, after observation, they did not find any after effects of the war. The two were still a little happy. As a result, after a meal, the problem was discovered. This kid won't be obsessed with gambling after the last time the group died. There is no information on the information that this kid liked to bet on Harmony before. Gambling in Harmony is also considered to be the ninja's 3 forbidden money, and it is more serious than the problem of squandering money. The craziness and bottom line of gamblers often make people incompetent for the profession of ninja. Of course, this does not include Tsunade and Tsuna. Although she gambles and loses very badly, she has good gambling and has a strong ability to control the bottom line. She prefers to be collected by people everywhere. But how many people have Tsunade's principle? 10 gambling and 9 losses are not meant to be fun. Losing in the ninja world is a common occurrence and betraying village intelligence. The Ant duo don't want the little brother who just approved to go astray. Fatty sheep in the legend. For the first time, Xingran heard the people around him mention Tsunade, and couldn't help but say something along the way. As for the problem of the gambling shop, the future will be long. Anyway, the feasibility of gambling to make money has been determined. Yes, it is the fat sheep in the legend. It is reported that this is our Princess Tsunade. Like her grandfather, the first generation of Hokage, she is addicted to gambling and will almost lose the huge Senju clan. Listening to my brother's advice, gambling is not a good thing. Seeing that Xingran's attention was diverted from the gambling shop by himself, Yamaki began to talk endlessly about Xingran's advice, leaving the Thousand Hands clan desolate. Imposing on Tsunade's gambling, I want to frighten away the gambling that has just emerged, to be continued, rolling all over asking for recommendations. There are a lot of brothers in the collection, and don't forget to vote for recommendations for fattening, thanks. Chapter 17 First Entry into Yanin Village. The next time Xingran suffered a crime, the Anbu duo came with Hokage's special mission. The two took turns to take ideological and political classes from the street, followed by the hostel, and did not even take a shower. Let it go. Even before going to bed, it is endless, like telling a bedtime story. On the second day, Staran continued to embark on the journey to Yanin Village, the land of earth, with 2 panda eyes. Crossing a small country surrounded by vast nature, it is the best place to establish a secret base in the country of grass. Staran and his party soon entered the territory of the land of the earth. Just after crossing the border, there was a patrol from Iwainin from the land of the earth and stopped the 3 of them. The land of the earth has declared the defeat of the war in the early stages of the 4 generations of Hokage. The land of fire and the land of the earth are now in a relatively peaceful state. So although both sides have drawn out their weapons and have their own guards, they are still restrained. Konoha is also explain clearly the purpose of this mission. Neighboring countries are envoys to their home country for peace issues, and Iwainin of the country attaches great importance to this. And there are related notes for the visit of Konoha's ninjas. Hoshirin and his party are quickly invited by Iwainin to a nearby checkpoint. Rest. The procedures are complete, and the purpose is friendly. All of this shows the identity of the friends of the 3 stars. However, the world has never believed in friends. The betrayal of companions in the same village occurs every year. People are chaotically in the soil without supervision. Temporary house arrest, of course, is now called entertaining. It is inevitable. Soon the village will arrange for people from Anbu to escort Konoha to Yanin Village. See Lord Chu Ying. Iwainin's efficiency was very fast. After lunch, 2 Iwanabu, wearing red long and short sleeves and face masks that were characteristic of Tanokuni ninja, found the 3 of Hoshirin. These 2 are the Iwainin Anbu who escorted the 3 to meet Yukage this time. After Xingran was interrogated for the first time, he has developed a habit of taking care of who you are. As long as you are wearing a mask, I will see through. Remember your face. So when the 2 Anbu expressed their intentions, while the 5 were preparing to set off, Xingran was also observing the 2 Iwainin Anbu. The 2 of them are a man and a woman. The man is nearly 2 meters tall, with strong muscles, and his generous chin makes his teeth a little bit covered in the sky. If it weren't for this person's hair is slightly brown, Xinglian doubts whether this is a young version of Lois. The woman is a beautiful mature woman. She is not tall and looks less than 1.6 meters tall, but her long yellow hair is very beautiful. Even if she wears a mask, the expression under the mask is smiling, with dark green eyes. If you are hazy, you should have brought contact lenses. The combination of eyes and hair color is like a family in the mountains, giving Staran an inexplicable intimacy. Xingran looked at this female Iwainin with deep eyes with a little confusion. It was strange that the first time I saw a foreign ninja, it would give people a sense of intimacy. Did he unknowingly fall into the illusion? What do you want? Go. Konoha's and duo has finished sorting out at this time. Jumping Xingran stared at other female ninjas, a little speechless. Are all the little ghosts so precocious now? For fear of Xingran's question about women after the Ninja 3-ban gambling and harmony game, he pushed Xingran, and then the 5 people left the checkpoint and rushed towards Yannian village. The group of people kept going deep into the land of the earth, and the green in the star-burning field of vision gradually disappeared, replaced by rocks and earthy mountains. Most of the land in the land is desolate rock walls, and the rocks in the country seem to exist along the border, thus blocking the traffic between the land and other countries. In addition, the wind blowing from the north will cross the mountains and blow the small domestic rocks to other countries. The natural phenomenon called rock rain is very famous. There is not enough water here, but it is slightly better than the next door to the wind country. There are many hills, but most of them are bare and very ugly. It is not easy to ambush people here like in the forest of fire country. In order to make traps to ambush the enemy, almost only rely on soil escape ninjutsu. Along the way, the 3 Konoha ninjas of Starburn are very cautious, for fear of being ambushed by rebels like the last time at the border of the country of fire. However, a group of 5 people did not encounter an attack until they arrived at the entrance of Yannian village in the middle of the night. The whole journey smoothly gave people a sense of unreality. Xingran quickly figured out this problem. If the enemy is really from the country of thunder or the country of water, then the purpose of pretending to be Iwanin and attacking Konoha ninja is to provoke the relationship between the 2 countries, and provoke is a very careful behavior. Once it is not done well, it is easy for the provoked parties to unite and deal with themselves. Therefore, the brainless behaviors that both sides instigate at the same time will not appear in this intriguing ninja world. Everyone has been attacked by unknown armed forces. I found out that it was your rebellious ninja, and you found it was our rebellious ninja. A few words of curse on the battlefield will find problems, and only one side will make things confusing. The land of the country was not harmed at all, so there is no sympathy for Konoha's destruction. Looking at this incident from the outside, it is difficult to think of a third party intervening. The first suspect is that Konoha is guiding himself. Self-atting, the purpose is to play ourselves. We must not take it lightly. So after Konoha and the 3 entered the territory of the land of the earth, they could make sense without being attacked. In the middle of the night, the gate of Yannian village is generally closed at this time. But diplomacy is nothing. Although Xingran and his party are not celebrities, as long as they represent the presence of Konoha, the specifications are of the highest level. To insist on not opening the door, Duiying was also afraid that these Konoha messengers would have an accident at their door. After the strict security check, several people entered Yannian village. The dark night greatly affected everyone's vision, but for Xingran, the problem was not too big, and his smart eyes curiously looked at this city that was completely different from Konoha's style. Interestingly, the hidden villages in various countries are huge city-level scales, but the administrative units are called villages. Yannian village is very huge, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a city. The streets here are spacious, and the architectural styles are mostly earth and low-rise buildings. The high-rise buildings often only appear in those extraordinary places. Obviously, this is not a wealthy high court or an administrative unit. Xingran and his party hurriedly walked through the streets and quickly arrived at their destination. It was midnight, of course, that you could not see Duiying. The meeting time was the next morning, and Xingran and his party were taken to a Tulu by Iwashin and Bu. This is a post house for foreign guests. The rest of the reception will be done by the staff here. Please rest early and see you later. Along the way, a tall male ninja in the Anbu, who was taciturn to talk, greeted him and led him. Another beautiful ninja with yellow hair and blue eyes left, and Konoha's few people were a little uncomfortable with his own way of doing things. To be continued. Thank you book friend T. Erden, Tiger Whip, Silence and Death, Sissy 420 for your support and recommendation, especially Erden brothers for their daily support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 18. Dear Ninja Adults from Konoha, I am Ryayama, the person in charge of receiving all the distinguished guests this time. This is my assistant Yu. The room is ready. Everyone comes with me. A small middle-aged Iwainin came in front of the Xingran trio, took the words of the Anbu man, and led everyone to the upper floor of the Earth building. Next to Yanin, who claims to be Longshan, there is a teenager with white hair and round-framed glasses. The teenager's Fanwin looks good and is about 1.5 meters tall, but his immature face still reveals the fact that this teenager should be very young. At this moment, standing beside Longshan with a kind smile, did not speak. Next, prepare a room for everyone. The three-person room is a three-bedroom and a living suite. This arrangement is exquisite. Ninjas often do not act alone when they go out. When staying apart, they are easily broken by the enemy. To avoid embarrassment, this kind of suite is used when entertaining ninjas from other forces. The people receiving this time are obviously more professional. First of all, the smiling self, Jianshao, gives a feeling of spring breeze. These ninjas are not only doing reception work, but their intelligence collection and counterintelligence capabilities are first class. They usually receive foreign visitors, obtain information through speech, and analyze the authenticity of the information by observing words and colors, and so on. In some cases, there is even the work of instigating rebellion. The real ninja world is not anime. The female ninjas here have the means to entice and confuse others to obtain information. It is completely common practice to sell Hu whenever necessary. Xingran kept silent after seeing Yan Reden's reception staff, but didn't expect to be seduced by human harmony. If you look closely, you can see that Xingran cares about the child named Yu. As Anbus companions, the two people with a surveillance mission had long discovered something wrong with Xingran. When Iwainin's reception staff left the suite of Xingran's trio, Junping asked, Xingran, what's wrong with you? Is there anything wrong with these two Iwainin? Junping was a little nervous at this time, and his brain was a little jumpy than Shan Mu. What worries Junpei the most is that Hoshiran suddenly spoke, saying that when he encountered the group annihilation last time, he had seen the middle-aged ninja named Ryayama. That would be a big problem. Iwainin would attack Konoha. It is inevitable that another war will break out. As for why he didn't doubt that boy, Chunping said that for such a big kid, Yanin village would not be so stupid that he would perform that kind of task. Children like Kakashi go to the battlefield, and there are very few who can be famous. Most of the children go to the battlefield to die. No problem. What are you thinking? You don't think that Yanren will let people who have performed the task of intercepting and killing us come and entertain us? You can think of such an idiotic behavior. Xingran YY frozen. I quickly realized that his performance was a little strange. Looking at Chunping's nervous and worried expression, his mind turned quickly. After trying to understand what Chunping was nervous, he smiled at Chunping and changed the topic. By the way, then what were you thinking about? With such a serious expression, it won't be a trivial matter. Shanmu was not biased by Xingran's behavior of changing the subject. Xingran was a little helpless, and some reacted. Aside from the time when the attack was encountered, the two people rarely communicate with each other at other times, and most of the time they act in a unified manner. Said to act in unison with oneself, apart from carrying out diplomatic missions, these two people in the Anbu will not be sent by Naruto to monitor me, right? Because they are the only survivors of the group annihilation. The possibility of being instigated by the enemy is very high. Konoha doesn't look at the glamour on the surface. There is a lot of darkness behind it, and it is excusable not to trust oneself. No wonder the 3 generations of Hokage will tell themselves a lot of inexplicable will to fire. Suddenly Xingran was silent, and not only did Shan Mu stare at Xingran, even Chunping, who had just been driven by the topic to justify himself, regained his gaze on Xingran's body. I have entered Yanin village now, that is to say, the main part of the mission has officially begun. Lord Naruto told me before leaving, and as the person involved and the only survivor, convey the sense of peace to Tuiying. My lord, ensure the hard-won peace between our two countries. As a perceptual ninja, I had to stay alert at all times when I was on my way. Now I am in a relatively safe place. It's time to consider some terms about the mission, so I just got a little distracted. Xingran knew that he couldn't hide away this time. The true thoughts just now definitely couldn't be told to these two people. Superman's brain was thinking fast, and within a few breaths, he thought of a set of high-sounding rhetoric. Sure enough, after hearing Xingran's words, the Konoha duo was obviously relieved, and after encouraging each other to cheer, the three of them went back to their rooms to sleep. It's just that the number of people who really slept is not known. Xingran's perspective eyes easily found that even though the Anbu group was lying in bed, they were all thinking about their thoughts. Xingran soon began to think of his own thoughts. That boy just now. It should be the pharmacist's pocket. White hair, round glasses, gentle, giving a very kind feeling. When Xingran first saw Yaoshi's pocket next to Longshan, he was shocked and almost screamed. Children in the ninja world generally developed very early. In this period of time, he will not be 10 years old this year. It has grown to about 1.5 meters. If it weren't for another person who made Xingran feel familiar, appearing here with him at the same time, Xingran would definitely not connect you and Yaoshi do. Yes. The female Iwanabu who feels close to people is Yakushi no Neon. She didn't have eyes at the beginning, and Xingran really didn't react, but when both twins no Neo appeared in the same place at the same time later, Xingran quickly reacted. Although the appearance of the two men is different from the plot, they can still be recognized. The current time is Konoha's 50th year. Itachi and Moonlight High 8 graduated from the ninja school this year. But there was a major event that happened in the same year, that is, the Blackness was recruited into Otonen village by Osamaru, and the follow-up was arranged to enter Konoha. As a spy, he officially changed his name from Duo to Pharmacist Duo. According to the official date of the previous life, Yakushita graduated from the ninja school when Konoha was 10 years old, and in the original TV plot, Du was lured by Danzo and left to work as a spy from her adoptive mother, Pharmacist Nuno, for 5 years. Judging by the height of Du at the time, he was only 4 or 5 years old. Combining these two data, then the time period when Du and his adoptive mother, Pharmacist Nuno, were arranged to assassinate each other by Danzo was this year, when Du was less than 10 years old. To be continued. Please recommend. Chapter 19 Flap the Wings of Butterflies. In the original plot, both Du and Yi Nai are wearing Yanin costumes. It can be judged that they were spies in Yanin village at the same time. Although the plot is somewhat endless, after killing Yi Nai, the whole person after being badly played, I soon met Oshimaru. At that time, Oshimaru had already rebelled against Konoha. While running his own Otonin village, the language induced the blackening of the Daodu, and at the same time he conquered Daodu and became his own spy in Konoha. At that time, Daishiwan made it very clear that he changed his name to Yaoshidu and went to Konoha. Although the subsequent events were not clearly stated in the plot, they knew from their bottoms that Osamaru and Danzo made a transaction, and the identity of Yakushi Pocket was washed away and thrown into the Konoha ninja school. In the last life, when Xingran saw this part of the plot, the eyes of the 200 catties were flushed, the baby's pocket was so cute, and the walking which was so kind. Sometimes even people who have traveled through Starburn will have a strong aversion to this tragic world. Cute children and kind mothers have to be forced into ugly appearances by reality. And the final ending is even more tragic. Because of their outstanding performance in spying, Danzo was suspicious. Arranged for Yi Nai and Du to kill each other, Danzo changed the photo of Du in the middle of the journey, which caused Yi Nai, who could only rely on photos to understand Du's growth, couldn't recognize that the person who killed him was Du, and did it twice before dying. Du said, "Who are you?" Which is also an important reason why Du fell into the darkness. Daishimaru took advantage of this and gained Du's allegiance after telling Du the facts. The pharmacist is an individual talent. Whether it is now or in the future, He is a person with a lot of drama. It would be a good situation if he can subdue such a person and become one of his subordinates. For a moment, Xingran thought of replacing Dashimaru to become the ultimate profiteer. But soon Xingran's mind flashed through the beautiful smiling face he saw through the dark mask in the afternoon. Now they are all fine, what should I do? In order to carry on the tragedy of the last life? No, it's impossible. Perhaps this incident was placed half a month ago. When he did not gain superhuman abilities, Xingran would replace Dashwin with a thick face and become the first person to guide the pharmacist. But now it is different. I already have the ability and method to become a god. When I don't have the strength, I must carefully follow the development of the plot. Under the advantage of the prophet, I have no money to accept my life. But now I have the strength, to be precise. The capital of the strong has barely entered the stage of wealthy and self-willedness. With the passing of time, he will definitely become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, he will look back at his previous self, and he will definitely abandon the self who did not stop the tragedy. Going to your sister's plot foresight, I have superhuman abilities, and I have to accept my destiny as before. What's the point of getting such a good ability? It is better not to work hard and return to Konoha to be an ordinary person. Ordinary people in the mountain family also live more comfortably than ordinary people. Why bother to practice hard? Become stronger and leave no regrets, so that you can gain such a good strength. Xingran was thinking about it for a long time in the bed, and finally clenched his hands. His eyes became firm and deep. After deciding to do everything he could to stop the tragedy in the future, there seemed to be some shackles untied in his heart, and he felt hot and shocked all over his body. He was able to see clearly and turned his head slightly to look out the window. The original vision was barely more than 700 meters. Now he can easily see the scene at 1000 meters. And the sound of moths stirring their wings and flying into the street lamp from 50 meters away seems to be sounding in their ears. My own ability has further completed digestion and adaptation. Originally, after Starburn awakened, through the comparison of the growth rate of the sun and the strength, there was a vague parameter in his heart. This ability will completely stop rapid growth. However, after a period of today's mental journey, the process of complete absorption has also been greatly accelerated. Starburn has already felt that the power is infinitely close to nothing, and if he wants to continue to improve in the future, he can only basking in the sun. He. Ha 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 ha. A strange laughter suddenly came out from the bed. It was Xingran trying to suppress his laughter too loudly and awakened the two companions next door. After awakening, the remaining energy is absorbed in advance. This is not a bad thing, but through this incident, Xingran thinks of a practical and possible situation, that is, his mental state can indeed affect the growth of Superman's ability. This time, Xingran is more confident about himself and has a positive attitude towards changing the plot and tragedy. The whole person's mental outlook has definitely grown, and this growth drives the remaining energy when awakening Superman's abilities, isn't it? Explain that when one's mental state, to be more precise, the spiritual soul state grows stronger, will the efficiency of absorbing star energy in the body or the efficiency of using star energy be correspondingly improved? This is a thinking direction. Although it has not been confirmed, it is better to have a direction than to have no clue. Sure enough, good people will be rewarded. Today I just want to stop the tragedies I have seen in the previous life. I didn't think of any benefits at all, but unexpectedly saw a way to become stronger. Xingran couldn't help but feel joy. The next day, the sparrows on the windowsill screamed happily, reminding people that it was the beginning of another day. Xingran had insomnia all night, and continued to get up with band eyes for the second time. If it weren't for the environment here, Xingran would have liked to go right away. The power, speed, and flight conditions are tested again. By the way, it was only 2 nights after going out to do the task, and in the end I didn't have a good rest for both nights. That is to say, the superhuman body of star burning, which is really unstoppable for ordinary people. Early in the morning, Xingran did not call a companion, and came to the post hall alone. there is a free subsidized breakfast. The eating habits of the country of the earth are slightly different from those of the country of the fire. Everyone eats very much in the morning. It's hard, rice, thick flat bread, steamed potatoes and sweet potatoes. Fortunately, Xingran found fried noodles in the corner, otherwise I'm not used to it. At this time, Xingran was sitting alone at the dining table. No other guests could be seen in the open lobby. Xingran was eating while greeting the staff on standby at the door. "May I ask if Mr. Longshan's assistant Yu is there? I have something I want to tell him." Xingran had 2 pieces of letter paper in his pocket at this time, which he had sorted out last night without sleep. One is to find a chance to pharmacist Yi Nang, and one is to be handed to Pocket as early as possible today. Chapter 20, Transmission of Information. Jade should be here at this time. I will help you find it, but if you have something urgent, I can help you convey it to Lord Longshan. The staff was very humble, and Xingran discovered that he did not have a forehead for Yanin. He was ordinary people, without the talent of a ninja. It's no wonder that facing a ninja, even if you are from a foreign country, you are so careful. Don't bother Mr. Longshan, I'm just asking you to talk about seeing Lord Tu Ying. Joking, I want to save the life of Du, so why do I find that skinny middle-aged uncle? It is a trouble instead. The staff quickly left, and Xingran went to war with the fried fans. When Xingran crashed and ate the fried noodles on the plate without Tu, the figure in the pocket outside the door just appeared. "You just came here, I want to ask you some details about meeting Master Tu Ying today. This hall is not very convenient. Let's go for a walk in the front yard." Xingran ate the plate with the last 2 bites food in the middle, without waiting to talk, took the lead and walked outside. Daodu wondered, did Konoha's ninja want to do it himself? It's really annoying. Konoha's ninjas are all nasty guys. It's been several years since I saw Nonoya's mother. It's all Konoha's fault. MMP cursed in his pocket, but on the surface it still looked like a gentle smile, as if it was a very happy thing to be able to serve this Konoha ninja. The front yard of the post house is not a suitable place for private conversation, but there are many unique stone art in Yanyin village. Xingran noticed it early. Due to the angle, there is a sculpture that can just avoid the front door and the middle of the hall. The sight, as long as you pay attention to the peep from upstairs, it can barely be regarded as a place where secret acts can be carried out. I want to ask, do you know anything about the female Anbu yesterday? Don't get me wrong, I'm just his hair color and the eyes seen through the mask are very similar to mine, a little curious. Ha 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 ha. Xingran walked and led his pocket to the back of that stone art. On the way, in order to hide his eyes and ears, he also asked seemingly insignificant questions, like a middle-to teenager who went out to find relatives. Well, that Anbu? I'm sorry, I don't know. At this time, Dao's mentality exploded, and he is considered a ninja working for Konoha. But is the information I obtained so hard to serve these idiot ninjas? Not to mention that the ninjas in the same village cannot easily reveal information. And is a secret existence along with the villagers. What kind of education is there to let a ninja like you go out and do tasks? However, just when Duo was weak to complain, the two also came to Shii's back. Duo's hands were quickly stuffed into a ball of paper. The paper was pinched very small. Judging from the weight, there was a lot of information in it. Dao's eyes flashed crazily, and soon returned to calm. The two of them did not stop, as if they were just taking a normal walk. In less than 2 seconds, they walked out of the back of Shi non-stop and continued to stroll around the front yard of the post house. While chatting, the two of them were like okay people, both maintaining a formulaic closeness and an unintentional alienation. Xingran asked about the customs of the land of the earth and the Yanyan village, and some interesting places in the Yanyan village, and suggested that after seeing the earth shadow, take yourself and others to have fun in the Yanyan village and buy some soil. Specialties go back. 2 hours later, the Konoha trio saw the 3 generations of Earth Shadows and 2 Libra Onogi. Xingran did not expect that Onogi at this time would already look like the Ninja World War in the original plot. just a little younger. A few of his beards were vaguely black. For this mission, the Konoha duo is to submit the credential, to clarify the things in the Konoha border last time, and explain that Konoha has judged that these people are not real Iwanin, nor Iwanin rebels, but someone else. As for who it is, Konoha did not say here, but that the peace between the two countries is still effective and can deepen cooperation. Xingran's main job was to answer Tuiying's questions. It was actually not complicated. It was nothing more than explaining the details of the original group destruction. Xingran repeatedly stated that at the time of the attack, the enemy was very uncomfortable with the soil ninjutsu. As for some other guiding topics, for example, the opponent Shui Dun is very good at it, and the skin has the characteristics of the Yu clan. This is something that Shanmu emphatically explained when he was on his way. Master Naruto didn't want this matter to continue to ferment. Therefore, the entire content of explaining the situation to Dokage this time revolved around removing Iwanin's suspicion. As for Tukage's argument that he didn't believe Konoha, Starburn didn't care. And Tukage was also a sensible person. Even if he suspected that it was Konoha's self-directed performance, he would not lighten the dispute. The reason why things are so troublesome is still a question of attitude. It is necessary to express Konoha's desire to maintain peace with Yanin village, and to show the sincerity of the senior officials and consultants in Yanin village to see Konoha. Just as Star Ran was going through the mission cutscene, the Iwanin boy named Jade was watching the paper ball from the Konoha ninja this morning in his small room alone. The paper ball was carefully unfolded, and the densely packed handwriting caught his eyes. The first sentence of the paper ball made the pupils of this young man with rich spy experience violently shrink. This name has been a long time since no one called himself like that. Only a few people from the orphanage's buddies and gens knew this name. Is this Konoha's ninja a member of Gen? Is there any task? Why didn't the familiar online contact him? With the passage of time, to quickly finished reading all the content. There was no task, but the help of a kind person. What I have been working hard for several years. All the hardships I endured in order to relieve the pressure of my adoptive mother are all false, the despicable liar of Tuanzang, and the dark part with yellow hair and blue eyes. Indeed, adoptive mothers also have such characteristics. Is everything said above true? What is the ninja named Yamanaka Xingran? In the small room, there were faintly repressed roars and unwilling sobbing. After so many years of playing as an idiot, his adoptive mother was deceived just like him. Danzo even wanted to kill each other with her adoptive mother, which was unforgivable. Du will not completely believe in Xingran's words, but the situation described here is also very likely to occur. It is just like being a spy at the root, and he is very clear about the behavior of the root. If the adoptive mother is also deceived like he was back then in the end, there is a great possibility that it will develop into the situation mentioned on the paper ball. Damn, I want to find Jinai as soon as possible. At noon, when the Konoha trio returned to the post house, the young Jade who had received a few people actually asked for leave, and no one knew what this guy was doing. Chapter 21 The Problem Solved. Xingran found an inexplicable smile on his mouth behind this scene. And then as long as he contacted Inayu, the tragedy could be completely stopped. The Xingran 3 had to go back to hand in the task, and had to wait for the reply from the third generation of Tuiying. And the reply of the third generation of Tuiying needs to be completed by the discussion of the top of Yanin village. In fact, most people have been persuaded, but each village has one or two radicals who want to provoke war and get more. It is not only the enemy, but internal conflicts are also one of the incentives for the outbreak of war. Therefore, the Konoha trio enters the travel mode, and the task is completed in stages. The next step is to wait. During this uncertain time, the Xingran trio can arrange it by themselves. Shanmu and Chunping obviously had been to Yanin village before, and suggested taking Xingran to stroll around the village, taste some special food and buy some souvenirs. Don't be surprised at the chaotic ninja world. How can people still have this kind of leisure and elegance? This world is bad enough, People don't make a little entertainment culture and there is no motivation for life. Xingran had nothing to disagree. Someone took the initiative to lead the way. No, it was a tour guide. That would be great. He now wants to hand over the prepared paper ball to the pharmacist Yinai, and he has nothing else to do. He can't practice here, so he is very happy to play in Yanyin village. The lively streets and characteristic earthen houses. The Yanran village in this era is very different from the Yanran village in the Borenquen plot. At that time, the technology was corrected a bit, and now it has more local characteristics and is more prosperous. Xingran followed Shan Mu and had fun along the way. They also ate some special snacks. However, as a former member of the big foodie country, the food here can only be said to be reasonable, and the selling point is nothing more than the difference in materials. Xingran also watched some of the characteristic buildings of Yannin village. These are similar to tourist attractions. As the person in charge of receiving the Konoha mission, Longshan accompanied them throughout the journey, and some confidential areas would not let them 3 people go in. Mr. Xingran, don't show interest in those places guarded by people. As he passed the door of an unknown building, Shan Mu suddenly reminded him in a low voice in Xingran's ear. Shan Mu was worried that this little brother, who had no experience in traveling abroad, accidentally caused trouble, and his interest in secret institutions in other countries was not a good sign. Just when Xingran was about to express his understanding, Shan Mu said again, "Don't look at us. It's very free to play, and Longshan alone can't monitor all of us, but in fact, I don't know how many people are staring at us secretly. Be smart." Xingran twitched at the corner of his mouth. His position is to perceive whether the ninja is good or not. Does someone stare at them and remind them, "Don't worry, I know"? Xingran smiled bitterly and dealt with it. The reason why he looked around was not really out of curiosity. He was looking for someone. After walking around for a long time, Xingran suddenly grinned at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with joy. Among the 4 or 5 secret watchers, pharmacist Yinai was there, and finally found you, which saved me a lot. The 3 Konoha knew from the beginning that they would definitely be monitored when they were playing in Yannin village. Ryuzan was just a receptionist on the surface. Although he also had monitoring duties, it was Anp who was really responsible for this area. Don't ask why they know so much. Konoha does this too, to be precise. The whole ninja world does it. Xingran has been using super audio-visual capabilities to search for secret monitors from the very beginning. It is not that he is sure that pharmacist Yinai will be among them, but that he has a mentality that Ningshoki will not let it go. Very often, a squad's secret department is responsible. It is rare to use manpower in the middle of the matter. For example, after Starburn and the others waited for Tuiying to reply, when they left, the Anbu who was often escorted would belong to the same group as the Anbu when they came. So Xingran wanted to try his luck. Could he find Yinai and send the paper ball out? In the lively environment of people coming and going, with Xingran's current calculation and audio-visual capabilities, it took a little time. No one in these dark parts spoke and communicated. As a result, Xingran can only rely on perspective, which is a waste of martial arts. But perspective is really a test of restraint on the street. I always see white flowers and it is really hard to find people like this. At this time, the pharmacist Yinai was just behind the wall about 50 meters in front. The next step was to think about how to contact the target. It would not work if he ran over to talk to him. No matter how you look at it, this behavior is very strange. You have to find an environment. The small space allows 2 people to be in it at the same time, so it won't be too strange to talk to each other. Xingran glanced at the current environment. Their Konoha trio was walking on a lively street. There were many shops on both sides of the street, but most of them were unable to provide guests with a place to rest. Suddenly, Xingran's eyes lit up. And there was a good place about 100 meters in front of him, and there was no other dark part hidden nearby. If he enters inside, there is a high probability that Yinai will also enter it. This is a money-playing hall with a decent scale, but only one floor. Xingran wanted to avoid everyone, so of course he wouldn't say hello in advance. When a few people in the same group didn't pay attention, he stepped into it. There are not too many people in the money-sharing hall, but it is also a lot. There is a very interesting study in the previous life, that is, when human beings are in trouble or living hard, the more people participate in gambling and gambling. The study found that when people are more when it is difficult, the more eager to get rich overnight. And gambling is the simplest and most direct means these people can get in touch with. The land has just ended the war with failure. The people in the country will not live well even if they are not living in dire straits. A money-playing hall of this size can still have this amount of customers during the day, which is already considered a business. Prosperous, just after Xingran stepped into the gambling hall for less than 2 breaths, pharmacist Yinayu surely followed. There is still a big gap between real surveillance and surveillance in anime. At least in the original plot, Konoha Zanbu is monitoring someone. Usually, he doesn't even bother to change the equipment. It is estimated that Kishimoto wants to tell people that more simply and directly. It's an Anbu, but the truth is that Anbu will pretend to be when monitoring people. The pharmacist Yinayu who followed up did not dress up in the dark part today, a very ordinary woman's gown, painted a little makeup, and directly changed the face of his big beauty to a bit neutral. Not an acquaintance would not tell it was her at all. At the moment when Nonayu entered the gambling hall, a figure appeared from the shadow behind the door. Nonayu's true strength was the level of ninja, and it was not a pure combat type. Medical ninjutsu was. Her strong point was that she was suddenly approached and her hair stood upright, but she didn't have time to make any more defenses. Someone had already hit her arm and quickly left. Chapter 22 Cheating. At the same time, there was a trace of uncertainty flashing across Nonoya's slightly stiff face. After watching the young Konoha ninja squeeze into the crowd again, he quickly regained his composure again and continued his surveillance work like an okay person. No one noticed that pharmacist Yinayu, whose face was regained his composure, naturally fisted his fist hand, and disappeared in his sleeve, where there was already a small ball of folded paper. Xingran is not a procrastinator, so he will not miss it easily when he has the opportunity. Chakra perception combined with super hearing confirmed to keep up with his own footsteps, so he thought of the next actions for the first time, and completed the flashing quickly. The action of entering the door, at the moment when the target's sight just disappeared, it was quickly hidden behind the door, and then completed the transfer of the paper ball before the target appeared, and then visited this room like a real customer. Entertainment venues. Among them, the reaction of Yinayu, who has no tacit understanding, will be a difficult point in Starburn's series of actions. If Yinayu's actual combat ability is stronger, then the sudden appearance of Starburn, even if super speed and chakra are combined. Later, the speed to break through to the elite level of ninja may also be caused by mistakes due to Nonayu's resistance. Xingran has analyzed this problem in advance. In the original plot, Yidu was less than 10 years old, and if he accidentally cut through the chakra scalpel, he could deduce that Nonoyu Zenxin is not suitable for fighting, and the positions of the director of the orphanage and the intelligence spy are more suitable for her. Another difficulty is Nonayu's reaction. If the other party does not remain silent after getting the paper ball, then there will also be the possibility of exposure. However, this has been tested on Pouch, and they are both spies, facing the paper ball that Konoha ninja quietly stuffed into their hands. They will definitely not yell to attract attention. This is why Xingran dared to move carefully when he was in contact with Pouch, hiding behind Shi, but when he was in contact with Yinayu, he did so boldly in a crowded environment. 4. Little Mardan, I lost again. I clicked my back today and slipped away. Yellow Tooth, keep coming. If you don't have any money, you can borrow some from Brother Skatu. You guys haven't had much fun today. Ha ha ha. The croupier, let's start the next game. Grandpa is very lucky today and wants to earn back all the losses he lost before. After completing the feat of doing good deeds without leaving a name, Xingran's attention was finally attracted by the noisy environment. The opportunity was rare. At the same time, in order to make his actions more reasonable, Xingran naturally found a vacant gaming table. Sit down. Superman's brain response is very rapid, and his ability to accept new things is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Even Superman, who is severely stunted due to the sun, has an enviable computational ability. Just walking a few steps, and then looking for a seat to sit down for a few breaths, Xingran has figured out the rules and gameplay of this entertainment venue. Large-scale casinos, because their scale and connections are already well developed, they often don't end up on their own, but instead operate in a way of getting taps. In each round, the winner takes all. The money is borne by the loser, and the casino will take a rake in the form of profit sharing and operating fee. It is a transaction that makes a profit without losing money. Small money playing halls have a variety of business models. Some have their own hands on the bank. In this mode, the casino makes money the fastest. There are also loan sharks, and each round is entirely up to the guests themselves. There are also the ones that learn from the big games. Tapped. But this business model is often the lowest profitability due to scale constraints. Of course, most of them are very dark-hearted. They both sit in the bank, take the tap, and also lend usury. However, this kind of gambling hall can only be operated for a period of time, and soon no one will go. Xingran's current entertainment venue is a gambling hall that also operates its own bank and also operates a loan shark business. The reason why business is good during the day is because this entertainment venue does not take a tap, and the winner can make more money. After Xingran sits down, he doesn't place a bet on the first hand. He wants to observe the gameplay here. This is a table the size of a dice bet, but because the dealer is the store itself, there are also many gameplay methods. It is the same as in the previous life. There are also ways to sell points to earn higher odds. In this case, the dealer's methods are often not too clean. Sure enough, this one, the sieve covered by the cup, was clearly 4 or 5 o'clock in Xingburn's eyes. But now there are many people buying large ones on the counter, so the moment the dealer opened the cup, the points changed. It became a 4 for 4-point leopard kill. The corner of Xingburn's mouth twitched. Just now, he had been watching with a perspective eye. The gambling equipment was made of materials that isolate the chakra. The croupier was cheating entirely by clever techniques. But being unsuitable doesn't mean that you can't play, nor does it mean that such awesome cheating methods are useless. The second star-burning bet was placed. The croupier's throwing go is very ornamental. Soon the points in the go are fixed. The points are 1, 2 and 4. Not only is the number of points small, but also after cheating with a concealed vibration technique, it is also very interesting. It is difficult to change this point too much. Xingran bought 200 Ls this time. It wasn't that he avoided the risk. It was because he didn't have much pocket money. Before, he had been doing D and C level tasks. There was only a lot of reward for one task, and he had to share with the other 3 of the team as the captain. In order to meet the nutritional supplements in daily practice, Starburn has never had a lot of deposits. This is also the reason why Starburn will easily accept tasks after awakening Superman's ability. Money. How can there be so much capital for you to practice in retreat? Poor culture and wealth are universal in any world. Made to leave. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, straight, small. The croupier shouted with his own unique voice, like the name of the dish in the last life who said crosstalk. However, after Xingran saw the points that were opened, the corners of his mouth twitched again. It is estimated that this store will not be open for long. The dealer's taste is a bit ugly. Gambling and drugs. Staranch made money, but not much. The dealer took the big head. Although the straight is small, he is the straight first. When no one buys it, the dealer takes half of the gambling money and the rest. Only then buy other small players according to the betting score. Today I can only follow the soup. Xingran thought silently, suddenly slapped his shoulder with a powerful hand. Why did your kid come to such a place again? If it weren't for Mr. Longshan's reminder, we hadn't noticed it. In a blink of an eye, people disappeared. Shanmu appeared behind Xingran with a dark face, and said as he spoke, "I'm going to pull Xingburn to leave here." Chapter 23. 10 gambles 10 losses. The reaction speed is not bad, but it is the first step to find the enemy who is tracking the enemy with the ninja. However, I didn't make a bet on the wormwood set in the country of grass. Now the task is over, and the safety of life is relatively guaranteed. This prevents myself from playing. Isn't it too wide-ranging? Captain Shanmu, I'm gambled to be happy. It's not enough to spend a small amount of money on missions every month, Xingran said helplessly, and at the same time pushed away the thick palm of Shanmu. At this time, the dealer had already put down his hand and shook it. Gu, Xingran is about to place a bet. Xingran Jun, listen to my brother's advice. 10 gambles and 9 loses. Cherish life and stay away from gambling and harmonious gambling. You all say that the money is not enough to spend, and the gambling will not be enough to spend. During the activity, I pulled Xinglian's arm, and if you didn't go, I would just pull you away. I bet 300 tals, a small bet. We will leave when I lose the 300 tals. Xingran is not a gambler, but he saw the points in Gu, 3 or 3. According to the past that croupier's urinary sex, this stock is absolutely going to make Leopard take it all. Don't say why the croupier dared to play like this. In 3 rounds, 2 leopards made a straight, and he had even seen 17 big scenes in his previous life. With such a good opportunity to pick up money, Staran, who has spent more than a year in Kingping, does not want to give up. Excitedly, the gambling capital that just made a small profit and reached 300 tals was divided into 2 parts. 100 tals crushed 3 leopards, 100 tals crushed 2, 3, and 4 straights, and finally 100 tals crushed small ones. Leopards and straights win is a pass kill. Winning small is to divide the loot according to the multiplier. No matter how they are earned, they are definitely more than the last one. At this time, Xingran's expression was excited, like a scum of gambling, making Shanmu and Chunping face like the bottom of a pot. The information is clearly written. This kid has no experience of gambling before. Arbal. The aftermath of the war really appeared. Whether he has a tendency to violence has not yet been completely determined. At this moment, his gambling addiction has been confirmed. Hokage Summer will be disappointed. But it is a pity that Xingran has such a good perceptive talent. Xingran didn't pay attention to Konoha's Anbu duo in his heart. The croupier didn't let anyone wait too long, and quickly opened the cup, and at the same time gave Xingran a glance either intentionally or unintentionally. 3, 3, 2, small. The crosstalk was still choking, and the gamblers wailed at the gambling table, but a few people bought the small ones but smiled, making them happy and sad. Damn. Xingran cursed secretly. The 2 harms are the lesser one, and Xingran is speechless. Is this the real meaning of 10 bets and 9 losses? It is realistic enough. You can only win so much if you cheat. Ordinary people gamble. What is the difference between core blog and send money? Cherish life and stay away from gambling. Hey, I lost, Mr. Xingran. Let's go. While the loss is still small, Shanmu didn't say any more. Chunping wanted to rescue him again, and exhorted him. It's okay. I finally went abroad to play. I didn't bet big. I will leave if I lose 300 tals. Xingran smiled and rejected Chunping's kindness. Today, he really went to this gambling house. This one did win, but he only bought 100 tals, lost another 200 tals. And 300 tals became a little more than 200 tals. Another round. This time it's 3, 5, 6, big. However, Xingran was not eager to bet. He quickly calculated it in his mind. This point is likely to be a 4, 5 or 6 straight due to the dealer's urination. However, once someone buys a straight, the croupier may only keep the number of points unchanged, earn less, but will not be killed by the leopard. Leopards and Shunzi have a limit. The odds are capped at 10 times for leopards and 5 times for straights. Just the rules here. The betting here is small, and often the money at the table is not enough for the leopard's family. Starange now has 230 tals for gambling, 200 tals for big, and 30 tls for straight. This will not be like the previous one. Take all the gambling, and buying big can keep your gambling cost and make a small amount again. Such a betting plan is to take the meat from the dealer's mouth and reverse the identity of the soup drinker and the meat eater. Xingran doesn't worry that the croupier will only open up, because there are more people who divide money in that way, and he makes less in one hand. Sure enough, Xingran got it right this time, 4, 5, and 6 straight. The gamblers at the table screamed evil, but their enthusiasm remained unabated. To be precise, the craziness remained. People who lost the red eye would not give up easily and urged the croupier to start again. At this time, Xingran had a somewhat successful expression, smirking again and again. Straight 5 times, made 150 tls. 200 tls also made 100 tls. Together with the principal, Xingran now has 480 tls in gambling. With the increase in principal, Starburn's speed of making money has also become faster. Small bets are for leopard straights, big bets are for big and small, and the amount is always calculated in an instant based on all the bets on the table. Every time the croupier opens the cup, it is very uncomfortable to be stuck. Peas, the gambling plot is necessary. There is a big man behind. We dare not water. After 2 acts of the dealer forcibly not making money and not letting the other party feel better, the croupier found that because the gambling money of the size of the star burner is very large, without the profit of the leopard or the straight, it makes a lot of money instead. This is an expert. The croupier quickly made a judgment. When the wager in front of the star burning table reached 6,000 tls, he said that he needed to take a break and go to the toilet. Seeing the croupier leaving in a hurry, Xingran suddenly woke up and did a little too unrestrained. Now many people at the same table are betting with him. The croupier must be looking for the boss. We had a great time today. Let's go back. Xingran also made a speech after the croupier left, pulling the silly Konoha and duo to leave. After educating the civilians of the land country to bet on harmonious gaming is harmful to physical and mental health, because you have to lose money regardless of your luck. The 3 people who walked to the door were stopped by Takayama Iwainin, smiled bitterly and shook their heads and explained, Master Yamanaka, if you didn't know that you came here during sightseeing today, I suspect that you came here on purpose. Now the boss will be here soon. Let's make it clear that we will not be late to avoid accidents. What happened after that was exactly as Xingran expected. Although I have never encountered it before, there are many such plots in the novel, and it is not easy to leave safely after winning the money. I don't know what Longshan said to the guy with a huge scar on his forehead. Xingran didn't bother to eavesdrop, but Longshan kept apologizing to Daskar, and it took a long time to say good things. On the way back to the post house, Longshan told everyone that he couldn't go to that gambling house anymore, and they were not welcome there. Xingran really sympathizes with Tu Ying. Longshan is a member of Tu Ying. From today's events, it can be seen that in Yannian village now, Tu Ying's face is not very useful. Even a gambling hall. All bosses can make the officials in charge of diplomacy humble. Chapter 24, knocked on the window in the middle of the night. Perhaps the owner of Shaky Angwin also has a deep background, but can make things clear. Then the impression of Duying's defeat on his reputation is far greater than Xingran imagined. It seems that I will be living in Yannian village for a while. With Duying's current prestige in the village, it will not be easy to completely suppress the voices of Konoha conspiracy theorists. Because of the daytime events, Xingran and the others were also out of interest, and went back to their rooms to rest early after dinner. Xingran originally made a lot of money, and wanted to be extravagant to invite everyone to eat barbecue. Now it seems that this money can be saved. I turned around and added a detonation charm. There are hundreds of 2 pieces of this thing, which I used to be reluctant to use before. It can be a local tyrant. With his current shuriken throwing technique, I think my combat power will increase a lot. By the way, thinking of the detonation talisman, Xingran suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Now his thermal vision is not very useful except for boiling water, and it consumes a lot of money. The detonation talisman is a spell that needs to be activated before use. It is a unique combat item in Naruto world. However, this kind of combat channel has one disadvantage, that is, it will emit flames and sounds of burning after it is activated, which often gives the enemy enough time to react. In the memory of Starburn, the detonation talisman seems to be powerful, but it there is almost no direct damage to the enemy in battle, and it is generally used as a containment method. If I roll the detonating talisman on the kunai, will it be more concealed and quicker to remotely detonate with thermal vision after hitting an enemy? Looking back, you can try this method, but the red light in the eyes is a bit troublesome. When people see it, they don't know what ninjutsu it is. While thinking about it, the night darkened. Just when Xingran was about to go to bed, there was a bang, bang, and a slight noise. It was not someone knocking on the door, but someone knocking on the window from outside. Star burning is in a foreign country. Even if his reason tells him that his current situation is relatively safe, how can he be careless if he is knocked on the window in the middle of the night? The perspective eyes were activated, and through the curtains, Xingran found that the person knocking on the window outside was dressed as Iwashinobu, with long yellow hair and a concave convex figure surface. This shadow was a woman. Pharmacist Yinai. Unexpectedly, I just handed the paper ball to her to change her fate during the day, and came to the door at night. Hello, is there anything else going on at this late? Maybe other people. Xingran will never open the window, but Yakushi Inai is different. Not to mention that the two have no enmity in the past and have no injustice in the past. She just did it for nothing. For the spy of Konoha, Xingran didn't believe that Yinai would take action against him. It was definitely not that Xingran thought that Yinai could not beat him, so he simply opened the window and let people into the house. Hello, is it appropriate for us to meet here? Xingran first said hello. Hello, I remember that you are the Konoha ninja named Starburn in the mountains. Don't worry, I will be responsible for monitoring your room tonight. No one will find out. I have a lot of doubts. Pharmacist Yineo's voice is very gentle. Even if it comes out through the mask, it gives people a sense of closeness. She explained her current situation and immediately explained her intention. Obviously, her time is still very limited and she can't really be here. After a long time, the fact is not as simple as she said. Xingran didn't say much, and nodded, indicating that Yinai could speak now. How did you find me? I mean, after we met, I always wore a mask, but from the time you wrote the paper ball to today, you can directly find me in the dark. These 2 times I am not my true face. My flaw lies in where? Taking off the mask, Yinai actually asked not her and pocket matters first, but how to expose herself. Xingran thought about it, and quickly understood Yinai's feelings. As a spy that even Danzang is optimistic about, collecting intelligence in disguise is the capital for her to settle down. She has never seen it before and has never dealt with it. The people at once recognized their identity, directly making Yinai feel uneasy to sleep on pins and needles. As for the question of whether Xingran sent a new connector from the roots, it can be judged from the content of Xingran's letter that Xingran will never be the root person, and there may even be a certain contradiction with the roots. Knowing his own situation, there is no way to talk about it. I'm from the mountain clan, and I'm just a bit more sensitive. Xingranyan said slightly. A word again caused Yinai to fall into a short silence. The mountain people are indeed known for their keenness, but can they be so sensitive? She didn't believe her without investigating her information at the root beforehand. Well, if you don't want to say it, just forget it. I want to know. How did you know about being fooled by Danzo between me and my pocket? Yinai turned the conversation and used honorifics. This is what she desperately wants to know now. In fact, the reason that made her make up her mind to find Xingran tonight is because she had already met Dao before she came, and she really had a complete picture with Danzang. It's not the same. If they hadn't both received news from Xingran, no one would take the initiative to speak after they met. After talking about the orphanage, It is only by wearing Naoya's glasses to see a few experiences. It is not easy to accept the information provided by a stranger so quickly. Star Ran's kindness this time is still very reckless. After all, one thing that is prone to misunderstanding is that when the two meet each other, who first speaks, the person who speaks first will inevitably endure a huge risk of exposure. That kind of pressure is very important for spies. Uncomfortable. But fortunately, after Yi Nai saw Du, although he didn't speak, his original face was still exposed in front of Du. Du was still a child, and after a few years of growth, it is possible to change his appearance. But Yi Nai was already an adult, and even if his appearance changes after a few years, he will not change too much. After Nai's face, Yi Nai's name was immediately called out. In the original plot, Yi Nai was cut to death by a single move in the dark, but when looking at the results of the battle, he could recognize at first sight that this was his adoptive mother, and it is the same now. Well, this is an accident. Anyway, I know what happened to you. I can't understand what Danzo is doing, and I don't want the Walking Maiden to end her life with such a tragedy, so I write you a note. Now, Xingran said sloppily, half-truth. Yi Nai looked suspicious and didn't speak, just staring at Xingran quietly, making Xingran embarrassed. I didn't receive Danzo's order to assassinate someone from Iwano. After a long time, Yi Nai suddenly came out with a sentence. The content made Xing Burning Eye smile. Chapter 25 Medical Scroll. What does it mean? Don't believe in yourself. As long as you recognize Daodu, the truth will come to light. How can I prove that what I said is true? Xing Ran didn't know that Yi Nai had already met Du, but soon, Yi Nai's words resolved the problem. Tu did not receive Danzo's order to assassinate someone in Iweenen. Yi Nai's words made Xingran slightly relieved. This shows that they have met each other, and they have already known each other. That order will appear. When Danzo will issue such an order, I don't know the truth. Whether you believe it or not, I told you the danger. I feel relieved. As for what you will do in the end, I don't care. Xingran couldn't provide evidence, and could only say a little rascal. He only asks for a clear conscience and satisfies his own heart of learning. Anyway, do it all. You can do it for yourself. Yi Nai fell silent again after hearing Xingran's words. Time was lost every minute. Xingran looked anxious for Yi Nai in his eyes. Why did he stay here? Go home early and look for your mothers, so you don't get caught. What are your requirements for helping us like this? For a long time, Yi Nai suddenly said such a sentence, making Xingran a little speechless. After holding back the big move for so long, did you just want me to be the first to say what I need to do? Indeed, there are no purely good people in this world of ninja, who do so much for others, saying that if you do good deeds, you don't ask for rewards. Who will believe? But the star burn is really just to avoid the tragedy from happening again, to make myself feel better. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the rich and the world. He has gained superhuman power, and what does he want to do with his own sex? There is no requirement, you can almost leave, and I have to sleep. Knowing that this is a ninja's normal reaction to new, he is absolutely alert to strangers and things, but knows that Gui knows that he has done good things and is still being treated. People are very eager to ask questions, and with a formulaic smile, they directly issue the eviction order. Seeing Xingburn's expression of impatience, pharmacist Yi Nai is really confused this time. There are really people in this world who do good things without asking for anything in return. Haha, she has seen one such person. That's herself. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Naoya's mouth curled up unconsciously, and the atmosphere suddenly became lighter. Suddenly, he realized that the handsome Konoha boy ninja was still pleasing to the eye. The long spy life has kept Yi Nai from smiling for a long time. Xingran saw Yi Nai's smiling face, and was influenced by him somehow, and his formulaic smile became more sincere. You are a good person. This is my thank you gift, so goodbye. Yi Nai put on the mask again, threw a smile and scroll to Xingran, and walked to the window. When he came, Xingran subconsciously caught the thrown scroll, and was about to ask what it was. Yi Nai, who had already climbed onto the window, turned his head and said, "By the way, although you are a good man who helped us, it's not a good idea to take that child. Trust you, hey." It was the work of the spy that affected his growth. Pharmacist Yinayu was still talking to Xingran in the last sentence, and before the second half of the sentence was finished, the man had disappeared into the darkness again, as if explaining to Xingran, and as if he was blaming himself for his incompetence. Staran looked at the empty windowsill. The evening breeze blew up the curtains, and soon calmed down again, and the room fell silent again. The corner of Junxius Boy's mouth twitched, trying to show a smile as hard as he could. He was said to be a good person. Is this a kind of revenge? Regardless of the previous life or this life, not many good people will end well. The most representative example is right in front of us. The kindly raising of orphans left behind by the war. Yinayu, a really good person like that, would die miserably under a normal fate. I weighed the scroll in my hand. The weight was not light, and I wanted to come with a lot of content. I don't know what it is. Open the scroll. Densely packed words and human illustrations filled the scroll. This is a medical ninjutsu scroll. And from the words inserted between the lines from time to time, it can be seen that this is not just a medical ninjutsu scroll, it also contains a lot of practice experience of the pharmacist Noneo. Xingran has super brain power, the stunted version, but learning ninjutsu is still very fast. As long as he has learning materials, he can learn ninjutsu in about half a day. To prevent him from becoming Kakashi's situation where he learns thousands of ninjutsu, only the secret bad habits of this world are the only things. There are rich ninjas in the ninja world, as well as civilian ninjas. The difference is not only the number of people with the same surname, but also the inheritance of knowledge. As a wealthy family, you can reach far more ninjutsu than ordinary people, so it is easy to find a technique that suits you, and the chance of becoming a strong person is greater. In a virtuous cycle, there will be more and more family powerhouses, and more ninjutsu will be collected. The common people are different. They want to learn a new ninjutsu. Except for the 3 shinjutsu they learned in the ninja school, they can only work hard on their own, whether it is an apprenticeship to learn art, or the contribution of completing a task in exchange for the opportunity to learn ninjutsu in the village. It is necessary to have a process of paying before you can receive a reward, which is far behind the rich. Not to mention that it is easy to learn art from a teacher. Although it is not like the previous life, 3 years of labor, 3 years of child labor, and 3 years of assistance can learn the true skills. But the service masters in the early stages are indispensable. It is not easy even for Naruto, since he himself is Naruto's master. All his savings have been sacked by him before he learns some real skills. Therefore, as it is now, the act of handing over your own experience and ninjutsu scrolls to others is definitely a great gift. It's a pity that this gift made Xingran depressed. The reason is that his chakra attributes are only family inherited chakras and his own soil attributes. Such good things are really useless for Xingran. It's a pity. Sleep. Xingran rolled up the scroll again, lying down on the bed again, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Yanyin village entered a world of water amidst a flash of lightning and thunder. It's been a long time since Yanyin village has rained so much. When the star burned up and reopened the window the next day, the fresh air filled with negative ions instantly filled the whole room, and the chest cavity was filled with stars. What a beautiful air! Xingran lay lazily on the windowsill of the room, and the sky was still under the sparse light train. Today is not a good day to go out, and Xingran has been lazy a lot. The dusty environment in the air in the land of the earth makes Starburn feel like being in the haze of the previous life, but today the rain has washed the world again, and the air in this world, which has hardly been polluted by industry, has brought Starburn back again. Reality. Chapter 26. The Second Pocket. Hey, why did the industry explode in the blog period 20 years later? Naruto is Hokage. He went to the snow country when he was in Xjin Infertai. The craftsmanship there was very developed when Naruto was a child. Wasn't it the time when Naruto discovered the greatness of industry? While thinking about it, time passed without knowing it, and the sound of dong 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 sounded again. But this time it was a knock on the door. When I came to the suite hall, I found that the companions in the other two rooms had already left, so I should have eaten early. Star Burning opened the door. His white hair and slightly dull round frame glasses greeted Star Burning's eyes. The person here turned out to be a pocket. The two mothers and sons are really interesting. They came to find themselves in the middle of the night, and they came to find themselves early in the morning. It's an official reason to come here early, of course, but it has another purpose in private. Du is worthy of a very talented spy. When he met Xingran, he showed a kind smile, which made people unprepared. Xingran didn't think much about it. He was inferior to a fake smile, so he also showed a smile. A brighter smile made the opposite pocket stunned. Xingran didn't say much, and would welcome him into his room. For a moment, the two seemed to feel that each other and themselves were the same kind of people, smiling on the surface and feeling MMP in their hearts. The reason for sending it earlier: I can't stay here for too long. Let's just say it straightforwardly. I don't believe you will be so kind. Don't ask for help in return. Don't be funny. What purpose do you have? Say it now. Du Gainai entering the door, a stern vocabulary burst into his mouth, causing Xingran's brows to frown slightly. If the pharmacist Yinai didn't feel very offensive to people last night, at least his attitude is still humble. Today's bag is exactly like a problem child who doesn't trust anyone or even the world. It can also be said to be middle. Two teenagers. Sure enough, is there still a lack of blackening? After the blackening, the personality is darkened, right? But it has also matured a lot. You talk to your benefactor like this when you meet. Is there any tutor? Oh, forgot. As Yinayu was saying something when he was leaving, Du is a child without a tutor. There is no purpose. I have already talked with Yinayu. You can ask him if you have anything you want to know. So let's go. Goodbye, Xingran said. He was about to drive away the second-year boy. Yinayu will believe you easily. But I won't. What are your intentions? I will stay here without making it clear today. At that time, someone will come and make the matter bigger. The big deal is that my spy mission will fail. There won't be any good results either. Du's attitude is clear. Since she didn't know that this suddenly appeared, she somehow wanted to help her Konoha ninja fight with herself and her adoptive mother, but throughout her childhood after her amnesia, he was adopted by Nu. But soon he was tricked by Danzo to be a spy. He only saw the world's intrigues after he was a spy. Since knowing that his target is deceiving himself, he has been holding back a fierce force, and he doesn't care about the task. Now, as long as others don't know what they're trying to do, then they dare to fight for both defeats and destroy them. Starburn is a perception ninja. Although the ability in battle is not as good as most people in the family, it is relatively simple to feel the emotions of the opponent at such a close distance. This is the second late period of the bag, and it is a little bit of a tendency to confuse the air. Facing a madman, how can you tell the truth? Star once again ran the dysplastic super brain power, and an idea suddenly came out. If you want to leave obediently, at least not to live and die with yourself, then you have to follow his words. Don't you ask me what I am trying to do. I won't tell you why. You would rather burn the jade and the stone, right? Then I will really let you do things. Oshimaru is very optimistic about the talent in medical ninjutsu, although I don't know how to and Nu will deal with themselves in this series of events in the future. But that doesn't matter to me anymore. My own soul problem has not been solved yet. Since he took the initiative to send it to the door, let me be a three-faced spy under Oshimaru. Xingran has a bottom line for doing things, and he has the idea of helping others if he can. But he is not a bad person. Not to mention the current tone of complaining and repaying virtue. Normal people will not give him a good face, and Xingran will not be used to each other. helping the mother and child. It can be said that it is to make up for the regrets that appeared when watching anime in the previous life. It is not necessary to help Pocket. Yunai's return shows that his kindness has been rewarded. Although it is of little use to him, Xingran doesn't plan to make it through the current situation. Okay, I said. Didn't it say in the note to you? Dear Shiwon has been coveting your medical talents and wants to accept you as a subordinate. At the same time, Danzo arranges you and pharmacist Nu to kill each other after a while. The mission is also under the supervision of Maru secretly. My request is very simple. After Maru contacts you, you go to work for Maru, and you have the opportunity to give me the research results of Maru. Those research materials. Make a copy. Xingran's request is very simple, so I should let Duan go back to his old business, but I don't know if such a request will be approved. Yes, Xingran is not worried about whether Tu will agree to this request, but to approve it or not. If Tu approves this request, then he will no longer be noisy in the first place. As for whether Tu will complete his request in the end, Xingran said that it didn't matter. This was a game of idle chess. He believed that his future strength would be able to get what he wanted directly from Maru, whether it was trading or force. I know that Konoha's ninjas are all sinisters. After hearing Xingran's purpose, Du showed an expression like this, and did not say that he agreed or disagreed with this request. Iwashinobu pretended to be. He flicked his long sleeves vigorously, as if he was about to shake off some kind of sticky body sticking to his fingers, turning around and leaving with a cool look. Xingran shook his head funny. He knew that this guy must have been in a set, and the pockets that have not been blackened now would not easily owe favor to others. I want to ask Xingran why he is so sure. Isn't that the same for secondary 2 patients? After meeting with her adoptive mother, the soft underbelly held by Danzang disappeared, and the child's Xing tended to rise. After a hearty breakfast, Xingran became bored. Why not take a gamble? Just do it. Change your clothes, and Star Ran is ready to go out. But at this time Junpei and Ryayama entered the Konoha missions suite together. The third generation of Muying's armor is going to give Konoha a reply. Xingran was going to go to the gambling hall, but the one that didn't work yesterday, then change one. As a result, Junping stopped, and Shan Mu was called by Tuiying to talk, and the remaining Konoha delegation stayed at the post house on standby. This speed is surprisingly fast. Chapter 27 Mission completed. I thought Master Tuiying made the final reply, and it will take some time to consider. Xingran said his doubts. When did the problem between the two countries be resolved so quickly? This matter has something to do with Mr. Yamanaka. Hearing Xingran's words, Long Shan suddenly revealed the appearance that I have a gossip. Then Xingran knew the reason. It turned out that the boss of Scarhead yesterday was one of the big guys who opposed believing in the Konoha faction this time. After Tuiying knew what happened yesterday, he didn't know what kind of shit-cancelled articles were made with the identity and ability of Xingran, and let the big man let go. This was a breakthrough development, so Tuiying wanted to cut the mess with a sharp knife. Set things down so that you don't have many dreams at night and be used by those who are interested. Hey, every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. Xingran sighed, making the other two people in the room conjecture. Junping thought that Xingran was talking about the Tuiying high-level people and the people in the mountains, while Longshan was more keen, thinking that the high-level people on Konoha's side were the same as his own, and there were also radicals who wanted to continue the war. As soon as this idea picture appeared, Longshan was a little bit unable to sit still. Although Konoha's people said accidentally, reliability is a problem, but at this critical moment, it is better to believe that it is not credible. Longshan greeted him and left in a hurry. Only two Konoha ninjas, Starburn and Junpei, were left in the room, and the atmosphere gradually became salty. Let's play 2 dice. Xingran broke the embarrassment. Gambling? Chunping was like a faithful servant protecting his wallet. Small gambling. Yesterday, you were pleased with 6,000 tals of others, and all the bosses came out. You want to bet? Ouch. My hand hurts." Looking at Chunping, who was holding his stomach, his small face wrinkled into chrysanthemums and hiding in his room, Xingran felt a little dull. "I don't know when I'm going to stay in the post. What else can I do if I can't leave here?" In the afternoon, when the sky was completely dark, Shan Mu finally returned. As soon as he entered the suite, he saw Shanzong Xingran sitting on the sofa, looking at a scroll with relish. At the same time, Shan Mu also found that his good friend Jun Heijun was hiding in his room, and he peeked at the star burning from the crack of the door from time to time, which was very wretched. "What are you looking at, so fascinated?" Shan Mu said hello to Xingran, sitting on the other side of the sofa and pouring himself a glass of boiled water, and the cow drank. "About the scroll of medical ninjutsu, it was brought from the family." Xingran casually said the content of the scroll in his hand. After finishing it, he felt a little improper, and he quickly added the birthplace of the scroll. "Oh, I didn't expect that Xingran Jun still has the mind to become a medical ninja. It's really good." Shanmu seemed to have discovered Xingran's new advantages and said with encouragement, "The medical ninja is not a Chinese cabbage like ordinary ninjas. Every medical ninja is a treasure in the village." This can be seen from the fact that after a battle, the first unit that both sides eliminated was the medical ninja. Tsunade's 3 medical ninja guidelines are not arbitrary. No, I just look at it casually. By the way, what did Duying say? How long will you have to wait? Xingran didn't have Yang Yun chakra. He watched this scroll purely to pass the time, so he watched it very much slowly. Under normal circumstances, he can write down all the scrolls in just half an hour. If it is suitable for him, he is even more confident that he will learn ninjutsu thoroughly within half a day. It's a pity that it's just a normal situation. Now it's an abnormal situation, and I don't have any yang, so I have to grasp a woolen thread, and I should broaden my horizons. There is very little content in this scroll, only healing, palm immortal, and yin healing. The healing technique focuses the chakra on the palm of the hand to aim at the treatment target, so as to achieve the therapeutic effect. Palm Xianzu, regardless of internal injuries and external injuries, can reliably release chakolo with an amazing recovery speed. The released chakras can also interfere with the circulation of chakras in the body of others, causing drowsiness and so on. Both of these ninjutsu are well known and commonly used ninjutsu. Palm Xianju is an upgraded version of the healing technique. Here, Starburn focuses on the technique of yin healing, which is equivalent to medical ninjutsu with palm immortality. Users must correctly determine the location where they will be hit before being attacked by their opponents, and quickly focus on that location. For a certain amount of chakra, the wound will automatically heal after being hit. This is a bit like the super self-healing ability in the body of steel. Xingran Jun is really a humble person. Duying has already discussed with the upper class of Yannian village. Look, this is a reply. We can set off tomorrow. Shanmu's impression of Xingran is very good. Not only he has strong perception ability and the skill of shuriken is amazing. Now he is learning medical ninjutsu. Although he is obsessed with gambling and gambling, he is still a motivated young man in general. He quit gambling, so there will be one more heir to the Will of Fire in the Naruto faction. Xingran does not have as many inner dramas as Shan Mu. He saw a scroll with gorgeous materials that Shan Mu took out of his arms and blew a whistle. The mission was finally over. Now that there is a way to make money, I handed in this mission. The family can live a life like retreat and cultivating immortality, no longer need to be distracted by the task. The speed of becoming stronger should be faster. But soon Xingran thought of something, and his expression quickly returned to plainness. How could this ninja world live so easily? It is easy to live with money, but if you don't do tasks, you don't contribute. If you don't contribute, you can rely on the family alone. Then even a little secret technique to reach the shadow level powerhouse is enough to choke. Hey, life is going to pass. At best, it is easier than before. You don't have to worry about eating and drinking lazard. You can have some higher material pursuits. At this time, I heard Shan Mu's words, and finally confirmed that his wallet was safe and flat, and came out of his room. While feeling that the task was finally about to be completed, he complained that Shan Mu was back late. It is completely dark now, and it is impossible to return early. Yanyin village will not open the door for a few foreign ninjas to violate the rules. At this time, Yanyin village has closed the village gate and the enchantment team has been renewed. Starting a night of work, there are a lot of procedures to go out if you want to go out. But fortunately, now that the task is completed, the return journey will be easier than when they came, because after they leave Yanyin village, they can psychic Konoha's communication ninja. Just copy a few copies and send it out. This time is different from when they came. Envoys must go through the formal cutscene process. On the way back, they only need to ensure their own safety and do not have to bear the responsibility of the task. Chapter 28. Back. There was no words for a night, but the genius was bright the next day. Konoha and the three set off again and embarked on a journey back to Konoha. As usual, they were accompanied by two Iwin and Anbu. Hoshiran used a perspective eye to easily find that these two people were when they came. The two people who escorted their own party, as expected, were the same as Konoha's many ways of doing things. If it hadn't been the last time that the paper ball was handed over to Yinai in advance at the gambling hall, the situation now being escorted is the environment where Xingran originally planned to contact Yinai. There would be nothing so much now, and the two had a tacit understanding. He didn't say anything, just like a stranger, silent all the way. After Shan Mu let go of the three ninja eagles, after 13 hours of driving, the three of Konoha left the territory of the country of the earth and entered the country of grass. When the land of the earth came, there was no attack. And this time there was an Iwin and Anbu who was familiar with the terrain and experienced in the team. A few talented people would go as fast as possible. In 13 hours, they drove almost 2,000 miles. The speed is fast. We are here, good luck to you. Yinai sent out his blessings, and soon disappeared into the sunset with his companions. The three Konohas didn't feel much. After waving goodbye, they rushed to the nearest market. On the other side, the sturdy man from Iwanin gave a strange look at his companion who was parallel to him in the dark. This companion was very few people can speak, and it is even rarer to communicate with ninjas from other countries. What happened today? Sugar Beet Town is a large market town in the country of grass, but it is still some distance away from the border. Konoha originally planned to find a nearby market on the border of the country of soil and the country of grass, but Xingran had other ideas and kept lobbying along the way, finally getting his companions to agree to the plan to come to Sugar Beet Town. So the three people who could have arrived at the settlement before dinner can only find the hotel at the time of supper. However, it's very worthwhile to travel a few hundred miles to the star-burning sensation, because this is a large market town, and the streets are so busy. The lively places in this world are often accompanied by many consumer places. Starburn needs to buy some detonators. Practice the previous assumptions. In addition, replenishing more reserve funds is also an indispensable behavior. Xingran is definitely not because he feels itchy. This time Xingran learned well. After eating the supper and settled in the hotel, he went out alone to find the gambling hall after confirming that his companions had rested, and this time he was well prepared and made a certain amount of disguise before going out. You can change several images in a short time to ensure that you won't be thrown out after you win too much money. Soon Xingran started to sweep away from the nearest gambling hall. Originally, there were only pocket money level funds, which can be described as deposits in a while. Xingran was very happy to play. When one thing is destined to succeed, it is a hypocritical person. I thought it would be meaningless, but Xingran just wanted to say don't stop. Snapped. Familiar strength, familiar palm, familiar voice. Xing_ran_June. Chunping's voice suddenly appeared behind Xingran. This is the third gambling hall that Xingran replaced. When Xingran found Chunping came here, he quickly hurried. After taking a big bet, Chunping also easily found Starburn after discovering that someone was making a lot of money at this table. Hey, What a coincidence. Senior Chunping will come to play too. Xingran once again showed a kindly formulaic smile, a dazzling sunny smile, and Chunping almost forgot whether he wanted to find it for a game or two. Bundle? Bar, it's saving the lost lamb. Xingran Jun, how many times I have said that I have lost 10 gambles and 9 losers. You must not be addicted to this thing, or you will be over in your life. Chunping said involuntarily, pulling Xingran's arm, and walked outside. Li has also entered the Ogasun mode, without repetitive rhetoric after all the preaching. In a sense, Chunping is also obviously outstanding. Staran just smiles along the way, like a little fresh meat who can't act, just smile without acting. However, this smile also gradually brought some sincerity in it. Although Chunping was ordinary in appearance, ordinary ability, and ordinary personality, Xingran was a little touched by his concern for himself. This guy is an ordinary person who can have a deep friendship. Somehow, Xingran suddenly felt that Chunping's template was very similar to Iluka. Ninja had no special features, but there were still some bright spots in terms of humanity. Back at the hotel, Yamaki was not there. He also went to find Starburn. Just looking at this one, the environment of the ninjas in Konoha village is indeed much better than that of ninjas in other countries. Everyone just has a mission, and the mission is being completed. At the return stage, there is this degree of fetters. In the ninja village with a bad atmosphere, most of them will not care about the life and death of their companions at this time. Early the next morning, Shan Mu, who came back in the middle of the night yesterday, pulled Starburning out of his bed early in the morning, and Ogasang taught him the second shot. Xingran smiled bitterly. In order to get out of the predicament as soon as possible, Xingran made a big move. 2 seniors, I won 10,000 yesterday. If you win, it will be great. With your attitude, sooner or later you have to lose all the money you won. Listen to your brother's advice. 2 seniors, I gambled to buy more ninjas and practice new techniques. HMPH, a gambler's excuse. We are all experienced Zongren. Your little tricks are not easy to use here. There is a ninja shop at the entrance of the street. I am going to add detonation charms now. How about giving you 2 for each one? Don't think that some small favors are very evasive. You have to stop gambling. You only get 2 if you make so much. 3 per person. No. 4. Make a deal. If you want to resolve the incomprehension between people, you don't need to connect with the chakra of Ninzong without unlimited monthly reading. Gifts are also a very good choice. Last night, I made a lot of money, and I had a share with my companions. After a warm exchange, the 3 of Konoha once again embarked on a journey back to Konoha village. This time, there was no Iwanabu around, and the 3 of them rushed along in no hurry. It wasn't until half of the afternoon that they crossed the country of grass and came to the border of the country of fire. Along the way, Xingran held a detonation talisman in his hand, and his eyes fluttered from time to time. When no one noticed, a small hole would be burnt in the leaves and branches from time to time. Still not concealed enough, Xingran took a peek at the companion on the road ahead, and he could clearly see the red light from his eyes. Anyone with the discerning eye could find that there was a problem with this kind of light from his eyes. But if you want to make the light dilute, you can't detonate the detonating talisman in an instant. The dimming of the light means that the power is reduced, and the instantaneous heat is not up to the standard, which is a waste of effort. Once again, Starburn quietly used his thermal vision ability towards a leaf in front of him. Alert! Suddenly, Shan Mu at the front yelled, making Xingran a cleverness. Because the mission was completed, he was on the roadside to develop a new combat method. He was not focused. He was so drunk by Shan Mu and thought he was himself. Exposed. Thanks to book friends T. Erden, CC 420 and others for voting every day, as well as Tiger Whip, Silence and Death, Tommy's Pikachu and other book friends for their recommendation and support. I haven't asked for a recommendation for a few days. I ask for a vote cheeky. This is available every day. If you don't vote, it will be wasted. Please vote for Xiaran. In addition, the fattening classmates should also vote. Don't raise Xiao Ran to death, thanks. Chapter 29 The Attacked Camp. The thermal vision that was just turned on was turned on and off. As a result, the leaves as the purpose only took such a short time, and an extremely tiny hole appeared on the surface. This is... What's wrong? Chunping interrupted Xingran's thoughts. Xingran followed his companion's gaze. Soon, he saw a messy checkpoint and was attacked here. As a sensory ninja in the team, Xingran should have been the first to know about the situation here, but unfortunately he had been distracted when he was on the road. According to the plan of the star-burning trio, they will meet their companions at the border checkpoint here, and after a short break, they will go to the next checkpoint with their companions who are on duty and patrol, and then they will soon be able to enter the area of the Konoha village. It will be a safe and easy trip. But now the checkpoint here has been attacked, so the journey back is also covered with a layer of haze. Thinking of the team of 6 people they encountered when they came, the 3 of Xingran sank a little for a while. At this moment, the Konoha ninja remaining in the checkpoint also spotted the star-burning trio, and at the same time they warned loudly. They were also on alert. It's us. Just came back from Yannian village. What happened here? Shan Mu apparently has an acquaintance here, and while reporting his identity, he walked to a Konoha ninja with a bandage on his shoulder and asked. It turned out to be Mr. Shan Mu. Hey, as you can see, we were attacked. The enemy took advantage of our patrol team to go out. We were outnumbered. However, we sent the signal in time and the enemy retreated without getting any advantage. This is the second time I was attacked by them this week, and I am considered an old acquaintance. Konoha ninja with a bandage on his shoulder said in a deep voice, it seems that this place is only miserable on the surface, and there should be no dead people. How many people do they have? Chunping asked. This is what Xingran wanted to ask. If it were a 6-person team led by Shinin, it would probably be the same group of people back then. There are 6 people, and at least one of them. Although I am dressed up, many people are good at water escape ninjutsu, and the soil escape ability is good, but most of them are multiplayer combination soil escape ninjutsu. The shoulder was injured. The ninja accidentally affected the wound while he was speaking, and suddenly gritted his teeth, not knowing whether it was painful or hateful. Is it really that group of people? With such a few characteristics of trust, not only Starburn, but Shanmu and Chunping also have this idea in their hearts. How long have the people on patrol been out? When can they come back? Xingran suddenly had a bad premonition. I hope he thinks too much. I have been out for a while, and the signal for help has been sent for a while. They should be there soon. Konoha ninja, who was injured in his shoulder, just said his voice. A team of 4 Konoha ninja squad suddenly instantly entered the camp. 4 people stand or squat, no one speaks, but they all occupy the highest places of checkpoints. These are well-trained elite ninjas. Seeing this scene, Xingran breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After an explanation from someone, it turned out that the enemy was not only 6 people, but 8 people. The patrolling team was led away by 2 Iwayne in betrayal. The other party was a bit greedy this time and wanted to tune the tiger away from the mountain and directly take Konoha's place. A checkpoint, but there should be an early warning method. It was discovered early. After finishing their mission early and returning to the village, Starburn and his party, under the original trap defense method of the checkpoint, the enemy could not achieve results in a short time, so he retreated decisively. This time it was just a greedy guerrilla behavior by Iwayne in rebellion. It was not an early method for Xingran to launch a large-scale battle. This can be judged from the enemy's lack of encirclement to fight for aid. It should be due to insufficient manpower. If this battle is a star-burning design, with sufficient manpower, it must first enclose the patrolling team, and use this as a trap to attract the few remaining maneuvering forces in the checkpoint, and divide and solve it. Later, he used the attack on this empty checkpoint as a bait to continue to attract more Konoha reinforcements, and finally after causing a large number of damages, Konoha large-scale reinforcements came to stop. These hateful rats, accidentally gave them a chance. I want to ask Master Naruto to organize a special encirclement and suppression operation. The ninja with a wounded shoulder said angrily. Konoha previously judged that these people are from the land of the earth. Every country, even if it is rebellious, will not allow other countries to easily intervene in the capture operation. The peace that the land of fire and the land of land has just obtained needs to be maintained. All Hokage Sarutobi risen fell into an indecisive situation again. In order to avoid further development of the situation, he did not arrange for the first time to manually wipe out these people, but wanted to figure out their truth first. The original plan was to complete the communication with the two sides of the land of the country, and then send these people out after the matter became clear. Suppress it. This can prevent Yanin village from playing with Konoha's tricks of real and virtual. As long as the other party can officially declare that these people have nothing to do with them, then no matter whether these people are Iwanin or Yanin, Konoha will do the trick. Have the confidence to do whatever you want. The advantage of this is that it is old-fashioned and prudent, and can solve all concerns outside the incident without leaking water. The disadvantages are as they are now. There are too many procedures and lack of response in time. It is possible that the enemy will take advantage of the time difference. Xingran didn't want to be troublesome anymore. Although his companion was attacked, he would only want to return to the village earlier. As for the work of extermination of this group of people, that is what Hokage has to consider. After the three learned about the 8 opponents, 2 of them were killed when the decoy attracted the patrol, and the 6 people who attacked the camp were more or less injured. They decided to rush back to the woods as soon as the other party was in a bad condition. Leaf. The repair plan was abolished, and the 3 rushed to the direction of Konoha village again. This time Xingran did not experiment with new combat methods, and carried out very careful early warning work throughout the process. This time, Xingran's seriousness quickly paid off. After a few people walked for less than 100 miles, Xingran found the enemy in front of the team. This is a duo, all wearing Iwanin costumes, but there is an obvious scratch on the forehead guard, which has the same characteristics as the Iwanin rebellion that has been very active between the country of fire and the country recently. The direction at 11 o'clock, the number is 2, the Iwanin who is suspected of attacking us. Do you want to do it? Xingran spotted the enemy about 1,000 meters in advance, and had plenty of time to prepare. Is it confirmed that there are only 2 people? Shan, who has more experience. If it can be confirmed that there are only 2 people, then they will have an advantage in numbers, and they can sneak in by passing by quietly, and the possibility of winning the other party is very high. No, it's too far away and the perception is not very clear. Chapter 30 Ambush and Anti-Ambush. Starburn has tested it. Supervision and perspective can only see physical phenomena, but ninjutsu is a power similar to magic. Starburn once used perspective ability to see other people's transformation arts, but could not see through. So if the enemy has any ninjutsu hidden, the method must be close, and it is possible to judge it with the perception ability of the mountain clan. Very strange, maybe it is caused by the rules of the world. Go quietly from the other side. Shan Muha's command is very simple, but Xingran knows that as a captain, not to mention the combat effectiveness, he is qualified in experience. Lurking from next to the target, Starburn can perceive more closely whether this is a trap, and even if Starburn still cannot confirm whether there is an ambush, he can still leave the target through his own line, forcing the opponent to show his horse's feet, if there is an ambush. If you do, the opponent will definitely appear and intercept immediately, so that your party has not entered the opponent's ambush beforehand, and the situation is active. If there is no ambush, then the opponent will not find their own party. They can detour around and increase the success of the sneak attack possible. Xingran was surprised to find that even if he was a human being in 2 generations, he had no big advantage in the experience of ninja warfare with the vision brought by the information explosion era. As far as he could think of, the Captain Yamaki Atsushi could also make the right decision through experience. Judge. After encountering enemies twice, Xingran was awakened quickly because of the swelling mentality brought about by his superhuman awakening. What the ninja world has to learn is more than just ninjutsu, and the experience of the predecessors is also very precious knowledge. Xingran originally planned to retreat and cultivate immortality after solving the economic problem, but now the plan is shaken, and it is estimated that working behind closed doors will not work in the ninja world. Xingran's thoughts changed in an instant. He recalled his mood when he watched Naruto in his previous life. It was this kind of wonderful scene where low-ranking ninjas can kill high-ranking ninjas through their brains that attracted his love of this anime. Reason. The current self is not to the extent that strength can crush everything. The experience in actual combat, as well as the experience of being a qualified ninja, need to be learned. The three of them quietly returned to the 11 o'clock direction of Iwanin Rebellion in accordance with Shanmuha's orders. As expected, the two targets sitting next to the tree and resting were not aware of it. This shows that there should be no ambush here. The enemy does not know that someone has approached them. Xinglian used its perspective ability to frantically search the neighborhood. Somehow, although both perception and perspective ability were activated, there was still a bad feeling. Xingran is not a hesitating person. His purpose is not to kill the enemy. He travels. He has a good future before he can enjoy it, and when his strength is weak, he will be trivial, and he immediately opens his mouth to remind his companions. It doesn't feel right. Xingran suddenly reminded him before Shan Mu was about to issue a sneak attack order. Shan Mu is not an ordinary middle tolerant. Although his personal strength is not strong, he participated in the whole process of the three wars. In many cases, even if he did not find the enemy, he felt that this thing does not look mysterious, and sometimes it can save lives. Retreat immediately. Shan Mu did not make the other two wait for the order, nor did he ask the question of Xingran and more. It was almost the instant Xingran gave the prompt, he gave the retreat order. I have to say that there is a certain reason why veterans can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, Xingran is still too late to give a reminder. There is nothing wrong with Shanmuha's retreat order, but the next moment, a palm suddenly grows from Chunping. The ground rises, and there is no chance for people to react, and Chunping is dragged into the ground. The enemy seemed to have discussed in advance, knowing that Shan Mu is the master here, and often the person in the team is the one with the highest combat effectiveness. In the sudden attack, no one attacked Shan Mu, but attacked the other two at the same time. He has been recruited, and the crisis of star burning is also in front of his eyes. It is also a powerful palm. This is the technique of earth escape and beheading in the heart. After Xingran awakened his superhuman abilities, even the various abilities were underdeveloped, but it was far beyond the ordinary people. The most obvious place in the battle was the speed of neural response, which was some additional benefits brought by super brain power. Xingran and Chunping were attacked almost at the same time, but Xingran reacted more quickly. He quickly lifted his leg to avoid the palm of the enemy's emergence, and then, without ambiguity, grabbed the emergence of the palm with his backhand. Star Burning, who had walked through his mind, increased his strength again after awakening. He smashed the bones of the palm of his hand without exerting much effort. The moment the enemy under the ground was suffering, he suddenly exerted his strength, and an inverted willow came. In a burst of dust, the enemy was directly pulled out of the ground. The Iwanin Rebellion that was pulled out by Starburn is obviously not a fuel-efficient lamp. The failure of the sneak attack and the countermeasure made him take the initiative, but after suffering and distracted, he soon began to counterattack, and he was pulled by Starburn. At the moment of coming out of the ground, Q-Wu in his hand was already covered by the flying dust and pierced towards Xinglian's body. This moment of offensive and defensive transformation is really too fast. If you are an ordinary person, you may be confused by your vision, but Starburn can't dare to be careless. After discovering that the enemy is exposed, the perspective ability has been activated to maintain the vision. See the enemy's movements. Choke. Kala. Two voices sounded one after another. The first sound was Starburning's actions quickly pulling out his own kunai, and holding up the stabbing attack on him. The second sound was when Xingran used his hand to grab the enemy. and suddenly a Konoha flow grappling technique came. Before the enemy's two hands could not make the next move, he twisted the enemy's arm, and mercilessly it's broken. The enemy was also stiff. His arm was broken and he didn't say a word, but stiffness couldn't help him get out of the predicament. A sharp kunai had already been placed on the neck of Iwane in rebellion. After being attacked by the enemy, the situation quickly became 1-to-1 under a counter-attack from Starburn. One person on both sides was captured. Take someone, let's go. Shanmue now reflected his determination. Chunping is not only his teammate in this mission, but also a subordinate of his Anbu squad for many years, but now he is the first to be attacked by the enemy, and there is a high probability that there are other ambushes in his place. Regardless of whether he wants to give up Chunping, you have to leave here and change the map first. Xingran hesitated a bit. This was due to experience. After all, he was still a rookie who had just traveled through for more than a year and had no actual combat experience. The first reaction after being captured was to exchange hostages. However, his sane brain made him quickly figure out what Yamaki Atsushi said was reasonable. The two moved very quickly and quickly retreated according to the route they had come. Catch up. Surround yourself. A faint command came from an invisible place in the gloomy woods. Seeking recommendation. Chapter 31. I have a plan. Including the two ninjas who had previously disguised themselves as resting under the tree, a total of 6 black shadows quickly chased in the direction where the two of Xingran retreated. Now this group has an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Just now, a companion overturned and was arrested, which made this group a bit of a rat avoidance. But the leader Shangran is not an easy one. He hesitated for less than 5 seconds, and the remaining 5 people were taken. Chunping, who had been in a coma, soon chased him in the direction where the two of Xingran fled. Sorry, I didn't find any traces of the enemy just now. On the other end, Starburn, who was the first to escape for a few seconds, held the prisoner in one hand, and followed by Yamamu apologizing. I can't blame you, I'm also responsible. They've been prepared for this. I should remind you to be careful of the ninjutsu techniques. This is the art of hiding in the rock and the art of reflecting fish in the earth. If you're not specifically prepared, you can't easily perceive it. Shanmue is very clear about the current situation. He has already lost 1 staff. No matter how much he scolds Xingran, it will not help. The key is how to escape. Now Xingran has captured an enemy alive and throws him under the mouse. The enemy will not be dead so quickly. There is still a chance. This time the enemy's traps were very targeted. Perhaps it was the previous example of being successfully led by Starburn to escape. This time, several Iwane and Renren who were active in this area made arrangements in advance. Hidden underground, you can observe movement in the soil with the technique of reflecting fish in the soil. Then use the technique of rock hiding, follow or bury it in a designated place in the mud in advance, and wait for several people to take the bait, and directly use the technique of decapitation in the heart to attack. It is foreseeable that if it weren't for the sudden arrest of someone, then the 2 people who were dragged into the ground by Konoha will never have the chance to return to the ground again, and will enjoy the on-stop service directly buried after being killed. Starburn was a little helpless. After understanding this trap, he had nothing to say. Stealth ninjutsu was originally a technique that blended into nature. Influenced by the ability of chakra, this superphysical phenomenon, Starburn's superhuman ability was sometimes not very useful. Superman's ability is most effective when facing physical phenomena. If the enemy is careless, he can still spot the enemy from a long distance. Now that the enemy is prepared, he is completely blown away by relying on his perception ability that belongs to the bottom level in the family. Easy. This is being suppressed technically. This world is neither DC nor Marvel. It is the kingly way to take their route of combining superhuman abilities and ninjutsu, and any-footed giants are easy to wrestle. They are catching up. There was not much time to think about it. Xingran quickly discovered that the enemy behind him began to chase him up in a semi-enclosed manner. Damn, my queen, you run away first. This prisoner stays, I can use him to delay more time. You can also increase the probability of escape without the burden. Shan Mu commanded by the captain. Since the White Fang incident, the choice between companions and tasks has changed from the absolute task of the year to a situation where priority tasks and priority companions are mutually selective. Many Kono and ninjas value saving their companions. Of course, more ninjas still stick to the rules. Obviously, Shan Mu is a faction that values his companions, so Xingran took a high look at this guy. If it wasn't for his strength to restrict him, this would be a role that could be included in the original plot. Don't run away, let's fight. I have a plan. Xingran knew that no matter whether the mountain was thickly cushioned or not, he would have a way to jump alone. Superman's speed combined with chakra, ever since after walking through his mind several times, the speed of growth has allowed him to reach 150 km per hour at pure physical speed, almost double the original speed. Combined with the increase of chakra, it can easily break through the speed of 300 km per hour, which is equivalent to the fastest can reach 80 meters per second. There is still a big gap between opening Bayman Dungeon's fifth gate at 340 meters per second, but if you just run away, combined with supervision, you can still escape back to the previous checkpoint before being caught. Xingran said that he had a plan. It seemed that he wanted to discuss with Shan Mu, but he didn't stop at all. Time was running out. As long as he did it by himself, Shan Mu would definitely cooperate. With a soft click, the Iwanin rebellion, who was stunned by the stars and pinched in his hand, was so silently suffocated to death. Shan Mu saw the eyes suddenly widened. This ... This is in the handle. My trump card is torn. Captain, can you bury this guy with your soil escape? Xingran murdered for the first time. Even though he has been a ninja for more than a year, he has only fought a real battle with a ninja once or twice. The murder has not had a chance until now. However, Xingran seemed to have completely inherited the worldview of the original owner of this figure, and it was only a momentary feeling of disgust, but it quickly returned to its original state. What do you want to do? Shan Mu didn't have mother-in-law's nonsense. The matter was over. The first thing he thought of was that Xingran cut his own back road in order to live and die with him. Bang! After a burst of smoke, Xingran used the transformation technique. And just after Xingran used this, the basic three-shunt technique taught by the ninja school, their place was half surrounded by the Iwanin rebellion, who quickly caught up to them. The five enemies were either standing on the tree trunk or hidden in the shadow of the leaves. Three of them were standing in the nearest place to the two of Xingliang, holding Chunping in their hands. This is going to be negotiated. Let him go. I will return your companions to you. It's fair. A voice that was so plain that there was no emotion came from the leading ninja, who stood up and negotiated. It's just that the content makes people unable to be dull. When Xingran thinks about it, just exchanging prisoners will not help at all, because they will be in a passive situation of 3 to 6. And it is not easy to retreat from the whole body. There is a long scar on the corner of this ninja's mouth, which should have been cut open by a sharp weapon. This image has a very wide mouth because of this scar, which is very contrary to peace. It's okay to exchange prisoners. You all stand together. I'm worried that you will be playing tricks when you exchange. Shan Mu said while still tightening the kunai in his hand to enhance his threatening intentions. According to Xingran's meaning, in the next action, the success rate of the enemy standing together is the greatest. Anti-killing is the only way to escape. If you really want to exchange prisoners, you will only become more and more passive, not to mention that they are already in their hands. There are no prisoners. At this time, Shan Mu was holding the captives alone, but Xingran's figure disappeared. The Iwanin rebellion, who was pinched to death by Xingburns just now, fell to the ground by Shan Mu's counterattack. The palm of his hand was crushed by Starburn and his arm was broken at first. Now he is holding the disused palm with the other hand, as if the pain can only be suppressed, and he can't see his expression clearly when he lowers his head. Look at the feet. When the leading Skarmoth ninja meditated on Yamaki's request, A dark-skinned ninja behind him suddenly whispered to his boss, "Ask for recommendations on Monday, this is available every day, do not vote for waste." Chapter 32 The Technique of Heart Turning. Well, I saw it. Skarmoth Ninja didn't explain much, but the two behind him did not speak again in tacit understanding. There is a piece of land at the foot of Shanmu Thick. Although it has been camouflaged on the surface, it may be because the time is too short, but a little horse's feet are still exposed, and there are obvious traces of being turned over. Iwa Shinobu Rebellion quickly thought of the Konoha Shinobu who had just grabbed his companion just now. The guy who obviously didn't have Konoha Shinobu's little vest, but whose skill reaction was faster than Zong Shinobu disappeared. It should be hiding underground. All the Iwanin Rebellion ninja present felt that they had discovered the enemy's backhand, and while contemptuous in their hearts, they also distracted their attention to the feet of Shanmu who is playing tricks. I count them 3 times. If you don't exchange them, I don't know the guy in your hand anyway. Skarmoth Ninja's tone is still as flat as ever. As soon as these words come out, they will be real. The three-pointer of the rebellion played by the wood is a group of brutal men without a bottom line. In ninja battles, psychological warfare through language induction is often better than short-handed combat. This is why Naruto is the protagonist, and mouth escape is the strongest ninjutsu. 1. The Skarmoth Ninja's words to count are not over yet. Atsushi Yamaki actually took the lead in counting. It is domineering, arrogant, and unexpected. It obviously made the Skarmoth Ninja and the 2 younger brothers behind him stunned. Psychological warfare is not just that they can play, Konoha's ninja is not bad, and the sudden arrogant action of Yamaki Atsushi is more than just a deterrent. Just now, the rebel prisoner, who was still holding his palms with his head down and his palms with a decadent face, took advantage of the moment when the 3 people on the opposite side were attracted and distracted by the actions of Shanmu, suddenly raised their heads and raised their hands. Both hands have formed a special handprint. It is the Mountain Clan of mystical Mudra. Secret art, heart-turning art. It turned out that this Renin with his head down and his palms was pretended by Xingran using the transfiguration technique. And the Renin who was really pinched to death by Xingran was buried under the feet of Shanmu Thick at this time. The sudden sneak attack really received miraculous results. The attention of these rebels was attracted by the renovated soil under Shanmu House feet, and now they were distracted by Shanmu House unreasonable behavior. The soul of the successful Xingran had entered the Skarmoth Ninja's body, and the overbearing place of the secret technique was quickly revealed. And Xingran gained control of the body for the first time. The hand that Xingran, who turned into a betrayal, has been holding before is not only for acting, but also for preparing the Jai-in to mobilize chakra in advance, and can release the secret technique of this mountain clan at any time. This technique requires aiming at the enemy, using the soul to concentrate the spirit on one point, in order to release one's own mental power to seize and manipulate the opponent's body, and once it succeeds, the outcome will be determined. Under normal circumstances, the released spirit can only move in a straight line. Due to the need to exhaust all mental power, the range and hit rate are very limited. If the spirit released by the caster does not hit the opponent, it will not be able to return to the body in a short time, causing the caster to be unable to make any actions such as defense, so the risk is very high. Moreover, if your opponent is attacked, your body will be injured, so it is more suitable for gathering intelligence. In order for Xingran to successfully hit the Skarmoth Ninja, the early tactical preparations took a lot of effort. The leading Skarmoth Renin was actually a Shangran. This time he received the order to take several other Zongran Xianran and sneak into the border of the Fire Country to destroy the enemy's rear. Originally, it was impossible for him to follow the way easily with his vigilance, but unfortunately the charm of the ninja world lies in this. As long as the tactics are in place, low-level anti-killing high-level situations will happen from time to time. Xingran prepared for a long time, coupled with Yamaki whose wonderful performance, the tactics were very successful, and the presence of the enemy was controlled. Then they not only had the hostages in their hands, but they were also held by the Skarmoth ninja in his hand. That is to say, the hostages on his side were also rescued, killing two birds with one stone. A wonderful tactic was completed, which was beyond the expectation of the rebels. Option 2. But just before the smile on Shenmue's face was relaxed, the Skarmoth ninja who was controlled by the secret technique by star burning turned around, suddenly yelled out loud. Shenmue's thick smile immediately solidified, and at the same time, the seal quickly began to form in his hands. Don't get me wrong, it's not that the Skarmoth ninja broke free of Xingran's control and then gave orders to his little brother. This is Xingran reminding Yamaki through the Skarmoth ninja. Of course, the first option is to grab the enemy leader and solve your worries at the same time. Grab a trump card again. But Plan 2 was different. Plan 2 Star Ran didn't have much time to explain to Shenmue, but told him that once Plan 2 was reached, it would be to let him escape or dodge with all his strength. Will Yamaki dodge? If you know that Xingran's deity hasn't recovered his soul, what should he do if he escapes Xingran's body? So the first reaction was Jian, using Tudun and Talubai for defense. Not to mention what Shenmue's reaction was at this moment. Xingran encountered a little accident here. His heart-turning technique successfully controlled the enemy's trump card under a sneak attack, and all the boys hadn't reacted at this time. It's a pity. The power of the spirit and soul of the Starburned can only be regarded as the bottom of the mountain clan, and after being awakened by Superman's weakness, it is no better than before. So Xingran, who had just occupied another person's body, soon discovered that he could not suppress the target's mental resistance, and he would be controlled by others to crack the ninjutsu in less than 2 seconds. This is really all tears. There is no such weak ninja in the mountain clan. So Star Ran can only use some risky means. I saw the Skarmoth ninja suddenly pulled off the flat ninja bag in his hand, raised his hand to the back of his head, put the ninja bag in the air between the 3 rebels who stood up and participated in the negotiation, and then kicked it. Chunping kicked in the direction of the deity Xingran. After completing this series of actions, the rebels also reacted to something changed, and they were about to launch an attack, some aimed at the star burning, and some aimed at being kicked flat. And Xingran had already taken the initiative to return to the body of the deity at this time. Fluoroscopy plus thermal vision. Xingran locked the flat ninja bag within 0.1 seconds. There was the detonation talisman he sent out yesterday. Xingran's eyes only blinked vaguely, and the almost imperceptible red light flashed by, and the red light penetrated through it. The ninja bag was shot on the detonating talisman. Damn it. Boom. Skarmoth ninja had just returned to his senses, and only had time to curse. A huge ball of fire burst out from the ninja bag in his hand, and soon the flames enveloped the place where the rebels were just now, and they chased the flying in the air. Chunping rolled towards Xingran. P.S. After the book is put on the shelves, it is guaranteed to be updated 3 times a day. If it can be updated 4 times a day, please support Xingran so that more people can find the book and ask for recommendations. Thank you all. PS2, it's not that Xingran keeps a lot of manuscripts. She has to go to work during the day and only has code words at night. It's because Ran's wife has spoken. If writing a book can improve living conditions, she will take more care of the family affairs, and will be able to give Xingran more at night. Code word time. Chapter 33 Yangon Chakra. Catch it. Tudun Tuli you all. Xingran and Shenmue cooperated tacitly. Just as Chunping was caught by Xingran, an earthen wall rose up from the 3 of them, cutting off the fire wave. Only a handful of waves hit the back of the rock wall, and Xingran several people. I just felt that my face was slightly swept by the heat wave, and I soon calmed down. Successful. Shenmue only breathed a sigh of relief until now. This is a classic weak victory over a strong battle. He hasn't played such a highlight result as a ninja for so long. No, it's only half run. Xingran is very alert. This group of rebels is not easy to deal with. After this series of actions, they can solve 3 people at most, and 2 of them are not standing here. One is hiding in the shadow of the leaves. A rock wall made up of earth flow walls hiding behind the tree trunk blocked everyone's sight, but it would not block the sight of Starburn. The first time I used the perspective ability to check the remaining enemies, Xingran's face quickly became very ugly. Not only did he see the remaining two rebels, he also saw the Skarmoth ninja, who was at the moment the detonation talisman detonated. He used the instantaneous technique, and judging from the arcs that flashed across his body from time to time, this guy is definitely Yunren. Yunren's thunder and lightning body forging secret technique can make people strong while having unparalleled speed in an instant. At this time, the Skarmoth ninja was quickly putting a bandage on himself. His entire wrist was still blown off, but he saved his life anyway. The face of the Skarmoth ninja is as dark as the bottom of a pot. This time the loss has taken place. The two middle ninjas were blown into sludge. Not to mention, they also cripple a hand. The ninja wants to make a seal on both hands. With one hand, even if it was the reincarnated fourth generation of Hokage in the original plot, the fighting performance was the same. Not to mention that he was ordinary and tolerant. Xingran does not know the strength of the other two rebels that have not been affected, but the Skarmoth ninja, who is obviously a Shangnin, still has the power of a battle, and after being disabled, many ninjas will not want to play the same scene of death. Xingran does not want to continue taking risks, and the current state of Chunping did not allow them to continue fighting with people, so while carrying Chunping, while pulling Shan Mu, they retreated in the other direction. Head, how are you? Are we going to chase? After the three of Xingran ran, one of the two remaining men of Skarmoth ninja asked. The Skarmoth ninja looked hideous and gritted his teeth, but after some thoughts, his tone that had remained without emotional fluctuations also changed dramatically. Retreat and return to the village. The tone was full of anger and unwillingness. But in the end there was still helpless loneliness. He is disabled, and the probability of continuing to be a ninja is not high. It is time to think about his future life. At the other end, after the Xingran three walked out a few miles, they rushed all the way in the direction of Konoha, but they soon stopped helplessly. Chunping was injured, and a fragment of Kyu was accidentally shot into Chunping's back in the exploded waves and pierced into his lungs. Just now, Xingran suggested that everyone retreat instead of continuing to fight with the incomplete enemy, because Chunping needs to be treated in time, otherwise Chunping will die before the battle is over. The dense forest, the towering trees, and the heavy mood seem to have affected the surrounding environment. The silence here is like a dead place. Damn it, Chunping is not going to be done. Give him a good time. Just now, he had to deal with forbearance, and even when the number of people was at a disadvantage, the mountainwood was calm and panicked. At this time, his nose and tears did not know when it was his face was muddled, and everything he said was trembling. The lungs stabbed by a sharp object are very painful. If the sharp object is not removed immediately, the injured person will die in great pain due to breathing difficulties. If the sharp object is removed, the blood spilled from the wound will block the trachea, and the same will cause the wounded died in pain in suffocation. Chunping is the old brother of Atsushi Yamaki for many years. Instead of letting him die so humble, it's better to let him get rid of it sooner. Wait, I'll give it a try. Xingran stopped Shan Mu, who was about to end his pure pain. In fact, Xingran just saw the more and more painful Chunping on his back, and felt uncomfortable. The scene of this guy persuading him to quit gambling is still vivid. He is a good person and shouldn't just die like this. At this moment, Starburning's brain is all about saving Junpei, and the more specific idea is the medical ninjutsu knowledge that has been read as a magazine and written down. Xingran does not have Yang escape chakra. I used to watch the medical ninjutsu scrolls to pass the time. Now in this situation, there is no time to consider Sima Yi or the dead horse doctor. Recalling the information, chakra is in the meridians according to the healing technique. Run, and finally bring chakra to both hands. Xingran only felt that his chakra had turned around in his body, and a group of vibrant chakras gathered on his hands. When he opened his eyes, his hands had been stained with fluorescent light. This is It really works. Seeing the green chakra that suddenly appeared in Xingran's hands, the mountain Mu on the side was immediately ecstatic, thinking that Xingran was indeed a good guy. It must be the stimulation after the last group's destruction, and he began to be angry and tried to learn medical tolerance. Surgery. Healing is just the most basic medical ninjutsu. It is not difficult to learn, but without Yang Yun chakra, no matter how simple it is, it cannot be used. Once it can be used, it means that the practitioner must have Yang Yun carrot properties. But star burning has traveled for so long, and it is clear what chakra attribute you are. How come you suddenly have Yang Dun chakra attribute? Star burning just changed his mind for a moment, and quickly thought of the reason. This may be the benefits brought by Superman's awakening. The body of steel is now there, and the body's self-healing speed is obviously stronger. The reaction in this world is yang. The attributes of Dun chakra are far beyond the performance of ordinary people, such as the resilience between the 1,000-hand pillars and the resilience of the Whirlpool clan. I didn't think about this before, and got stuck in thinking inertia. Once I turned this corner, everything seemed reasonable. Xingran looked at his hands, and his heart was very excited. With Yang Dun chakra, there are too many things he can do in the future. Think about the advanced form of Yang Dun chakra in the original plot, and Naruto can heal Kaka directly. Zai's disappearing eyes. He has the physique of a Kryptonian steel body, so there is no reason why he should not develop in this direction. Think of Dashwin's various magical human secret techniques, especially the secret technique of reincarnation, which requires a lot of medical abilities and knowledge as a basis. Xingran is even more convinced of his future development path. Become the premier medical ninja who surpasses Tsunade, gain more knowledge about the spirit and soul by studying the human body, and make up for the shortcomings of Superman's low magic resistance. Thank you for your recommendation and voting support. Chapter 34. Without any hesitation, Xingran pressed his hands on the flat back wound, and at the same time pulled out the handle of Q-Wu fragment neatly. After jumping was bleeding in his lungs for a period of time. The pressure accumulated in the interior brought out a burst of blood at the moment when Q-Mu was pulled out. The picture was very impactful, but he was quickly obtained by the healing technique of Starburn. Ease. It's just not long. The pure plane became paler and paler. This is a manifestation of excessive blood loss. Starburn watched the slowly healed wound in front of his eyes gradually sweating on his forehead. The recovery rate of the healing technique was too slow. If the bleeding wound cannot be stopped as soon as possible, Junpei would still be in danger. The only difference was that medical ninjutsu would alleviate it, and death would be less painful. Palm Xianzu. This is a ninjutsu that is more powerful than basic healing ninjutsu and more difficult to learn. The principle is the same as that of healing. It accelerates cell proliferation to achieve the purpose of rapid healing of sores. It is just that while this technique is more powerful, the body of the operator, the chakra cycle, is more complicated and it tests the medical level of the surgeon. Once it is not well controlled, the local area will proliferate excessively. In some cases, the wound becomes deformed and affects post-operative life. In severe cases, it directly overdraws the vitality of the patient's local body. Premature aging is possible. The reason why ninjas do not have a long peak period, and most of them did not end well, because they suffered too many injuries when they were young. Their origins were damaged, and they overdrawn too many lives early. You must know that the average life expectancy of the ninja in the Warring States period was only 30 years old. It was because the medical ninjas at that time were not systematized. Many of them were like wild men. This phenomenon was not until Konoha was established. Tsunade's generation has just formed a system, and with only such a short change, there are already many long-lived people in the ninja world. Xingran actually found that he was able to perform the healing operation at the beginning, and he was confident that he could perform the palm fairy technique, but he did not systematically learn medical knowledge. From the notes of Yinayu, it can be seen that he is just a simple palm Xianzu. People who don't understand actual medical knowledge can do a good job with palm immortal technique. which basically only faints people. Random treatment is often counterproductive. Naruto's higher level 6 level Yangdun treatment, except that it's just opening up. Just like a person who doesn't understand the human body knowledge or literacy can get a martial arts secret book every day, it can't be explained by common sense. But now it's not about the life after surgery. Even the aging of the local area is better than losing a small life. Xingran's hand has even more fluorescence, and his powerful brain controls his body, and he has replaced the healing technique with the palm fairy technique very accurately and naturally. The powerful ninjutsu at this moment is extremely magical. The plain wounds have healed at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, stopping bleeding, healing local organs, and crusting. A series of healing processes were completed in just a few minutes, just like watching a fast-forward video, until the crusting step. Xingran quickly stopped the movement in his hands. Yinai's notes have said that beginners can quickly save people in first aid situations. After the bleeding is stopped, they don't do anything. The final treatment is done with physical bandaging and drugs, so that the vitality of the patient can be overdrawn to the minimum. In the case of saving life, the recovery speed will be slower with drug treatment, but the loss of vitality can be appropriately saved. This is also the reason why in the original drama, there is obviously something as awesome as medical ninjutsu, and everyone still needs to use drugs and bandages after being injured. Who doesn't want to have a holy light after being injured and then resurrect in full condition? I don't know if there are any other enemies that will appear, and I have to hurry up for a while. Even if it is possible to bandage the wound that has just stopped bleeding may be reopened during exercise, so Xingran is now at the level of scabs. The gauze bandage, even if you have to fight for a while, the pure flat will not be powerless. Okay, this guy has a hard life. Except for some fever, we can't die for the time being. Let's go back to the village. 10 minutes later, Xingran exhaled fiercely, and the healing technique slowly delayed the treatment for too long. Now that everything is done, this is not a place to stay for long. With chumping on their backs, the two quickly disappeared into this quiet grove. In the nature of this world, the animals seem to be full of spirituality. Some lucky animals can even become ninjas after mastering the chakra. Soon after the two evil ninjas, Xingran and Shan Muhu, they left quietly. The woods have a sound again, and the little animals appear from nowhere, and once again occupy this place. The world seems to be on the right track again. No matter how fierce the fighting the ninjas, the world will still go its own way, and keep moving forward with the pace of time. As the sun sets, Konoha village is about to enter the shroud of thousands of lights. After a few days of hardship, the three-people embassy in the country of ambassador to the country are embarrassed, and they finally return here. Sending jumping into the Konoha hospital, Shan Mu bid farewell to Xingran, and he had to go to Hokage to hand in a mission, so Xingran walked alone on the street home. After the intense task and rush, I finally entered the safe Konoha village. Suddenly from the cruelty between life and death into the comfortable and leisurely Konoha village, watching the children in the small park saying goodbye to each other and preparing to go home for dinner, Xingran suddenly felt a little trance. It's no wonder that those strong men who have really experienced the battlefield yearn for a peaceful world so much, even if it's just a small place between the heavens and the earth, which can make children grow up to the age of tasting fine wines. These heroes are working hard for it. The goal of the struggle. Let's have a big meal. A soft sigh came from the gradually empty street. The corner ahead is my home. And here you can even hear Yamanaka Hichi teasing Oina with a big laugh. Hichi is back. However, Xingran suddenly stopped walking here. He just entered this comfortable environment from the stress and stimulus. The fluctuating mood made Xingran lose the mood of going home to eat instant noodles, so he no longer has to worry about chai, rice, oil and salt. Treat yourself better. As for the matter of asking, hey, let's wait for tomorrow. What I need now is to relax. The previous companions of Tuanmi always held back because of Starburn, and everyone's feelings were not close, but although Chunping had only been in contact for a few days, His sincere concern and his usual slightly carefree personality made the two of them feel good. Relatively good emotional foundation. What happened today is nothing to throw into this vast ninja world, but for Xingran, the impact is still quite big. Xingran doesn't care about the will of fire that seems to go taller, but sometimes he has experienced it with himself. The fact that the fettered person almost died made Xingran even more interested in becoming a strong person, to be precise, being a strong person in medical treatment. P.S. Thank you very much for the help of the book friend Gadazi. Recently, I found that there was a typo in the front. Please read it first and then correct it. Chapter 35 The Cultivation Method of the Mountain Clan. I ate 3 high-end barbecues at the barbecue restaurant of the Kutaist family alone. The delicious barbecue successfully calmed down the fluctuating mood of the stars and began to think about the future. In the future, I will develop towards the direction of medical ninjas. Medical ninjas are extremely precious resources for any country. They are often not arranged on the front line of the battlefield. They are also key protection targets even in squad missions. Because of the enemies, the first kill target is often the medical ninja. In this way, Xingran doesn't have to worry about being assigned trivial tasks by Naruto every 3 times. Even if it is a task, it will be carried out as a medical ninja, which can save a lot of trouble. Then there is the problem of the weakness of the soul. I hope that Hei can have a solution. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the stars came to the Hai family. This is a small villa with front and backyards. As one of the elites of the mountain family, the living conditions are still very good. As soon as Xingran came in, he saw Hai Yi taking care of the flowers and plants he planted. A big man with a height of 1.8 meters turned out to be a fan of growing flowers. Oh, Xingran, I heard that you took the mission and went out. Is your body okay? When will you be back? Hai Yi stared at Xingran for a while, probably confirming that Xingran was not injured, again, or after confirming that the injury before Starburn did not recur. He spoke. The bad-spoken Hai Yi should be in a very good mood at this time. I think that Starburn will re-enter the mission, indicating that the blow of the group did not lead to the will. Depressed. Well, I came back last night. Xingran naturally took over the shower in Hai Yi's hand, and was very proficient in the work that Hai Yi did just now. It's fine. Let Zhou Hui make some delicious food at noon. Yesterday, I got a wild white eel from a senior of mine. This is a rare delicacy. Hei naturally gave Xing the job of taking care of the flowers and plants. He sat leisurely on the recliner in the yard, and said while watching Xingran busy. In the past, Xingran was in a state of self-reliance after becoming a ninja, so he paid little attention to nutrition in his food. He always wanted to let Xingran come to his house to improve his food. Xingran is not what it used to be. After funding income is no longer entirely dependent on mission income, nutritious meals are no longer a problem. However, Xingran is still very grateful for Hai Yi's behavior to take care of himself as always. It's hard to go home. Don't you want to accompany Oino? You don't plan to spend it in a lounge chair in the morning. Xingliang put down the shower and planned to weed the weeds, but he soon discovered the weeds. It has been dealt with before. Patted a little unsoiled hand, came to Hei's recliner, sat on the small table in the yard and said, Ino is very sleepy lately, and it will take a while to wake up. Let's just say something. Hei's feeling is very keen. After all, he is the top existence of the mountain clan, and his family is too lazy to bend around, and he is not good at this. As soon as Xingran looked like he was looking for trouble, he knew that this guy might have something to ask for himself. It's like this. Xingran didn't mean to be polite, and told Hai Yi that he needed to strengthen his spiritual and soul power, and asked if there was any corresponding cultivation method in the clan, and whether he could practice for himself. Well, yes, we in the mountains want to reach a higher level in the secret arts. The power of the spiritual soul is both the foundation and the most important core. I am very pleased that you have the idea of strengthening the spiritual soul, but if you want to become stronger, there are no shortcuts, especially this kind of basic strength. Only through long-term training can it grow. Hai is not a good speech guy, and he started to grind after hearing Xingran's thoughts. Hai, what is the point? What is the exercise method? What technique? Xingran listened for about half an hour, and Hai hadn't entered the subject. His liver was aching. Well, the way to exercise the spirit and soul is very simple. In fact, everyone in the clan has been exposed to this method early in the morning. That is the meditation technique of the Mountain Clan. The method I use to exercise the spirit and soul power is crazy use of the secret technique of turning the heart. Of course, it can also be other secret techniques. The greater the consumption, the better the effect. Control people, control animals. Every time you are exhausted, at this time, run the chakra knot according to the family meditation secret technique with the special mudra. Finally, after adequate nutrition and adequate sleep, the mental power will slowly grow upward. Hai cleared his throat and told Xingran his cultivation method. The Mountain Clan is the secret technique family that Konoha has acquired. Of course, there is no shortage of meditation secrets. This secret technique is the basic secret technique that every Mountain Clan's children will learn before they become ninjas. After the seal, they pass a specific check. Carrot runs the circuit to meditate. Starburn first thought that this kind of secret technique was only used to restore energy and increase the success rate of ninjutsu release. I didn't expect that the ancients would not deceive me. The most basic ones are often the most core. It's just that Xingran quickly thinks of other problems. He is very familiar with this meditation technique and uses a lot of it, but the growth of the spiritual soul it brings is very inconspicuous. Xingran has always believed that his spiritual power has been from the beginning. The weak and weak to the present are all normal phenomena brought about by age, so that the effect of meditation has been completely ignored. So the question is, how slow is the slow growth that Hai said? I take the liberty to ask, how long have you been cultivating like this? It's been over 20 years. Xingran is a bit speechless. If he had only his mental power at the level of Hai 1 after 20 years of cultivation, Naruto would have been a Hokage for many years, and he might have become an ordinary person against Infinite Moon reading on the memorial tablet. List of victims. Don't look at me like this. In the past 20 years, I have never slackened, and my soul power has increased by at least 50%. Xingran was silent, worried that this number in 20 years would make Xingran retreat, and quickly told the effect. Starburns, intending to lure him to profit. What Hai said, the effect is of course extremely bad. Xingran did not expect that in the past 20 years, Hai had only increased by 50% with this method. It was clear that Xingran initially thought that this method would have perfect martial arts. But it's right to think about it. There is no shortage of hard-working people in the shinobi world. Hai can become the top existence of the Mountain Clan. Hard work alone is definitely not enough. He is originally a talented existence, and through unremitting efforts, he has become what he is today. Strength. This makes sense. However, he did not have much time to figure it out. This method is the same as Kai's Ganquan flow. It is all through the accumulation of hard work. Xingran can work hard, but he doesn't have much time to accumulate hard. Chapter 36. Grand Marquis Fresh Fish Shop. Hai, you said that using other secret techniques, the greater the consumption, the better the effect. You can teach me some Sleeville secret techniques. By the way, the spiritualization technique. This is not bad. Can you teach me? Xingran. Suddenly I thought of what Hai had just said, like discovering a new world. If you use better ninjutsu to practice, can the growth rate be accelerated? Don't even think about the spiritualization technique. Although our family also has this technique, this technique is very demanding. Not only does it require strong spiritual power to support it, but also the performer must have a very high level. The aptitude of the body to adapt to this technique also requires extraordinary control. Although my mental power is up to the standard, my body is not adapted to this technique. If he is still there, I can teach you something. I can't do it. Yes. When Hai heard the words spiritualization art, His expression suddenly changed very low. This was because of the sadness of the old man, and there was a trace of regret. Xingran did not ask who is. According to the memory of watching anime in his previous life, Thisham is likely to be Kato Danny, Tsunade's boyfriend, who is very familiar with Akatsuki in the original plot, and is a member of Pig Deer Butterfly. And it's normal for Yamanaka Koichi and Kato Den to be friends with similar abilities. Without the art of spiritualization, then the art of mental chaos and martial arts can be used. This is also a difficult and cost-intensive art. Xingran did not give up, intending to retreat. This art is a great move of Hei, absolutely powerful. This is an important secret technique of the family. According to the regulations, it is not allowed to be practiced by the clansmen who are still capable of forbearance. Unexpectedly, Hai Yi refused Xingran's request in one fell swoop. In this conflict-ridden world, there is always a contradiction that cannot be avoided. And that is the problem between the civilian ninja and the wealthy ninja. It is often very difficult for civilian ninjas to learn ninjutsu. Most people can only get the ninjutsu rewards given by the village after they have accumulated to a certain level through continuous contributions to the village. There are other ways, except for those captured in battle. Scroll, there is only one journey left to apprentice. However, it is not so easy for a civilian ninja to approve a teacher. What's more, a ninja who accepts a civilian ninja as his apprentice is generally not a strong one. How many ninjutsu can he have? Naruto master and apprentice is just an example. On the contrary, the wealthy ninjutsu is different. Each ninjutsu has its own secret ninjutsu to settle down. Not to mention, because the family resources will be shared to some extent, the ninjutsu obtained by accident or after the master can be used for a long time. The years continue to accumulate. Therefore, the ninja world has become two extremes. The weak civilian ninja has been struggling for a long time without suitable ninjutsu training, and it is more difficult to get ahead under the vicious circle, and the rich ninja can often get the ninjutsu that suits them more easily, and get twice the result with half the effort. Even if it is at the bottom of its own clan, it will be a powerful existence among civilian ninjas. When there is a contradiction, there is resistance. The members of the wealthy ninja clan in their own village are like sweet pastry in the eyes of the civilians in other villages. Everyone wants to take a bite, and maybe they will explode their skills. Therefore, there are relevant regulations in each ninja family. What kind of ninjutsu can be practiced at what strength, to avoid the situation where children are coveted by people holding gold and swaggering through the market. The rule of the mountain clan is the lower ninjutsu stage. Only the basic secret techniques of mind turning and mind disorder can be practiced. When will you become a middle ninjutsu? When can you learn more advanced ninjutsu? Of course, this rule is only valid for ordinary people. If a certain genius is found in the clan, it can be taught by exception, and will not give up because of choking. A genius is still very important to the ninja clan, who are incapable of achieving success in the mountain clan. At this point, the mountain clan is more enlightened than the Hyuga clan. The secret technique of the Hyuga clan is controlled very strictly. Even geniuses can hardly get the opportunity to learn in advance. Cut. The clan rules are great. By the way, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. This is not restricted by the clan rules. After being rejected by Hai Yi, Xingran secretly slandered himself. Sooner or later, he will become a genius to be cared for by the mountain clan. When that time, you old stubborn ones will cry and cry for yourself to learn the secrets and carry forward the family ninja. I stayed in the Hai's family all morning, talking to Hai, and playing games with Oino, and soon passed. After eating a sumptuous lunch, Xingran left the Hai's family, but did not return to his home. Walk towards Konoha Market, which is equivalent to the commercial street in the previous life, where the villagers settled the pots and pans of soy, vinegar and tea. At the same time, under the Hokage Rock, Konoha's political and military core key, in the Hokage office of the Hokage building, a puff of smoke was blown out of the window, and soon it was blown away by the cool breeze. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Risen was meditating. Yesterday he received a report from his descendants, Shan Mu. Among them, He almost expected the attack and the actions of Tuiying in Yanyan village, but he suddenly appeared on the return trip. Zongshan Xingren. The potential of the medical ninja is far beyond the accident of Hokage 3. He is addicted to gambling, but can generously help teammates by detonation charms. There is still a rescue. And what is the potential of this medical ninja? It is said to be self-taught. Headache, potential. It coexists with the problem. The previous regiment was severely injured and had a serious impact on this little guy. Is it necessary to reuse it? With a strong guttural voice, the long-term smoker's life made the voices of the 3 generations look older and older. Perhaps even the 3 generations of the self-talking words are not clear enough. An Anbu wearing a civet cat mask suddenly appeared, and half-kneeled behind Sandai. I'm Hokage-sama. The medical ninjutsu in the mountain may be learned from the Mid-Autumn Mountain. Our people saw him enter the fish shop in the Mid-Autumn Mountain. The voice of the dark part of the civet mask came out through the mask, which was very dull, but in the ears of Sandai, he lost the sense of stability in the past. On the contrary, because of the content inside, Sandai Hokage hesitated even more. Since it is taught, it is not self-taught. After all, the potential is much worse. Then even if you want to receive the Hokage first series, it is just a dispensable role. It is a pity, a bit unwilling, and more hesitation. Maybe train up to be a good ninja. It's no wonder that the 3rd generation of Hokage would hesitate and forbear such a small man. Medical ninjas are scarce resources at all times, and each one must be cherished. Xingran still doesn't know that Hokage is worrying about whether he wants to focus on cultivating himself. According to Hichi, the Mountain Clan also has advanced medical ninjutsu masters, but they have been retired for a long time because of injuries, so they are not known by ordinary people. The fish shop in front of him was the destination of his trip. There was a big sign at the door with the emblem of the Mountain Clan printed on it. The name of the shop was Kupopo's Fresh Fish Shop, which was really concise. Ask for recommendation. Chapter 37 Fishing Law Enforcement. This is a very ordinary shop. There are many pools in the shop. There are various types of aquatic products, such as grass carp, mandarin fish, sea bass, crabs, lobsters, shells and oysters. Since it was the afternoon, the peak of business had passed, and there was only one old lady with half black and half white hair. She did not know if she was asleep, lying in a recliner with her eyes closed, and there was an orange cat in her arms. The feeling of being bald is quite miserable. This should be Granny Koo. She is short in size, and the sun shines on her face through the glass. She looks very kind, similar to the image that Hai said. She should be a talkative grandmother. That Granny Koo. Xingran was not sure if the other party was really asleep, and asked in a low voice tentatively, as if he was afraid of waking the other party. Xingran knew that many elderly people like to sleep on a day off, but did not fall asleep, so he asked in a low voice, if the other person is asleep, it shouldn't wake her up. He just waited. If he didn't fall asleep, he would quickly go to the teacher to learn art. A series of bubbles appeared from the oxygen pipe in the fish pond from time to time, and there was no other sound in the fish shop. It was obvious that Kupopo was asleep. Xingran shrugged and found a place to sit down. After apprenticeship, he must correct his position. Wake up the sleeping elderly, but it is a very degrading behavior. In case this old lady clicks on the wake up skills, it is very troublesome. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Soon half an hour passed. The orange cat in Kisams had opened his eyes and looked at Xingran several times, but Kiss in the recliner looked like she was about to wake up. No, it made Xingran very helpless. Having nothing to do, Xingran thinks of the exercise method mentioned by Hai. Instead of wasting time and waiting, it is better to practice the mind-turning technique to consume mental energy as soon as possible, or to experience the feeling of entering a meditation state after exhaustion. Just do it. Star Ran now seems to have just acquired a new skill after playing the game, even if the skill is bad. I want to put it out as soon as possible. Ninfa, the technique of turning the heart. Xingran casually aimed at a base, and this guy had stared at him dumbly for a long time. The preparation time for Jayinka's activation technique has been controlled within 3 seconds by Starburn. For the Xianen of the Mountain Clan, this speed can be regarded as very fast. After a strange feeling of soul out of his body, Starburn sees the world in his eyes. For the first time, he was looking at the world from underwater vision, which felt very novel. The first time I controlled the fish, my body was very uncoordinated, and I wanted to swim forward, but no matter how hard I tried, I kept moving on the spot. After some tossing, I finally got used to the body of the fish, and soon became bored. The small pool, there are a lot of birch. The experience of such a small space is very bad. Xingran estimated that with his current mental power, controlling this fish for half an hour is not a problem at all. It is not comparable to a ninja. Ninja will have fierce willpower resistance. He doesn't want to be so stupid in half an hour staying in this pool in a daze. Through the pool water, admiring the handsome deity sitting on the side as if lost in thought, relieving the heart-turning technique, Xingran looked at the clock on the wall. Only 5 minutes had passed. I felt that it was not his own style to feel that life was wasted in such a vein. Xingran turned his mind and turned his head to look towards Ku. The orange cat in the arms of the mother-in-law gradually became wilted. Through the heart-turning technique to the orange cat, and then use the orange cat to wake up Granny Ku, when the time comes to get up. It is also for this skin cat, which has nothing to do with Sagia. Ninfa, the technique of turning the heart. Boom. Where's the stinky kid? Run here to play if you don't sell fish. Meow. Xingran had just been immersed in the feeling that his soul was about to soar. As a result, he suddenly felt that he had hit something, and was kicked back into his body. This operation obviously failed. At the same time, a meow sound, oh no, a mean voice suddenly rang in my mind. When the star burned back to God, I saw the orange cat lying in front of me, screaming at you again and again. When I come over, I feel like a person. It was you just now? Xingran stared at the orange cat in front of him, thinking quickly in his mind, is this a ninja beast? Kupo's psychic beast, spiritual, can actually resist the secret technique of the Mountain Clan? No. It was me just now. Suddenly a low voice sounded, interrupting Xinglian's thoughts, and I saw that the Kumother who was still pretending to be a corpse in the couch just now had stood up, and was even shorter than before. It should be caused by being too old. Ahaha, hello, you are Grandma Ku, hey let me come. Xingran's powerful brain has also reacted. You little devil can turn his heart. This is even hey what's weird about the old lady knowing how to turn around? No wonder the operation fails. It turns out that the orange cat is so lively in his body. In other words, this old lady should have been watching me for a long time, damn it. He kept ignoring me. Really? Hey, his adopted son. It's a pity that he didn't come to steal the fish. The old lady was ashamed of lack of interest when she knew that Xingran was a member of the clan who came to apprentice, and muttered something extraordinary. Starburn has super hearing. Ordinary people may not hear this kind of muttering, but he can hear clearly. The fish shop opened by this old lady is not selling fish but fishing. There is a sign at the door, but it is clearly written, fish stealing fines 3 times the compensation. Xingran flushed with a suffocated anger, but the old lady seemed to have seen nothing, showing an amiable smile like an old grandmother next door, and then made Xingran hurry up with bad words, and no apprentices were accepted here. No, mother-in-law, we are of the same race. For the sake of motivated young people, you should accept me. Xingran can't hold his breath anymore. The disciples of the same race don't accept it. It's so simple in the anime. Adjust your breathing to a correct mentality. I am now an apprentice who has no human rights. I think about the revenge of deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors. It's true that I can learn the skills. What's wrong with my clan? I hate my clan the most, and I hate the motivated young people. Getting ridiculous. Grandma Ku didn't know where to get a broomstick, so she blasted the stars out without any explanation. Staran looked at Kupo's shop with a dazed look. You hate the same clan? Why did he say that you are a kind senior? And what the hell it is to hate motivated young people? The whole Hokage content is a positive attitude of friendship, hard work, and victory. How come you have a different style of painting? Seeing a majestic look at the door holding a broomstick, but taking 2 breaths from time to time, as if Granny Kuhu is about to hang up at any time. Star burning does not dare to move. If the other party falls on the ground, should she help or help? Chapter 38, Resurrecting Dead Fish is a Bug. Returned to the Hai family as quickly as possible, and talked about the matter with Hai Yi in detail. Ha ha ha, this is the character of Granny Ku, don't mind, Starburn, apprenticeship is not easy. If you want to learn skills, you must have the perseverance to overcome difficulties and obstacles. Granny Ku is a good person. Hai Yi obviously knew something, but he just didn't tell Xingran. He always emphasized that Xingran should not be obstructed by such a little bit and give up so easily. The next day Xingran came to Kupopo's shop early in the morning. This time it was different from yesterday because it was the peak time for grocery shopping in the morning. Mother Ku's shop is very busy. At the door, Mrs. Ku wore the same clothes as yesterday and just sent a guest away, and another woman with a child entered the shop. Xingran added a little bit to the attribute of his face this time, and bit his scalp and entered the store. He would cheeky to help Grandma Ku selling fish, impress Grandma Ku with his diligent character, and then be accepted as a close disciple, then win Baifumai, become Hokage, and embark on the pinnacle of life. However, this thought that had been hesitated for a long time last night, which caused even the delay of Hai Yi's cultivation method, was turned into ashes the moment Star Burning entered the door. What about this scene where Nima said that the elderly lonely are struggling to maintain a small shop? A mother-in-law who was sitting on a small table at the door, holding a calculator to keep accounts. Don't wonder why Naruto World has a calculator and monitoring equipment here. And a mother-in-law who really promoted today's freshness with the woman who had just entered the store. As for the ingredients, a grandmother who was feeding the cat, a grandmother who was cleaning, and a grandmother who was sitting on a deck chair yesterday, basking in the sun and eating breakfast. There was a sentence in Xingran's heart that MMP almost blurted out. Yesterday I saw Granny Ku in the store and thought it was a good opportunity. Now I want to come to the world of Naruto. I am still too young, and it is not only Naruto who can cheat with multiple shadow clones. As a senior medical ninja master of the Mountain Clan, Yang Dun, chakra and mental power are all powerful existences, which can perfectly solve the negative effects of multiple shadow clones, and selling fish is busy every day and night. As long as you take a break after the shadow avatar, you can continue to work immediately. So yesterday I did bother Kugrani to rest. Xingran quickly realized his mistake, so he licked his face, and came to the Kugrani who was eating breakfast with an expression of the old Lysurhan at the entrance of the village. He didn't talk about apprenticeship, but showed white teeth. It means that community volunteers have come to care for the widows and lonely old people, so let me come if I have any work. Granny Ku stared at Xingran for a long time, showing a smiling face with missing front teeth, and immediately relieved all Kugrani avatars except Granny Ku. The meaning is obvious. Don't interfere with money matters, and leave the rest to the rest. Is you? Xingran showed an insincere smile and entered the role instantly. Superman's abilities were really good, and he was really suitable for work like coolies. No wonder Superman in the body of steel didn't even do reporters and ran to do physical work. When finally approaching noon, there were no more customers coming in from the shop. Xingran breathed out a sigh of relief and looked at Granny Ku with anticipation. It was like cleaning the classroom on duty in elementary school. The teacher just passed by, waiting for the teacher with expectation. Same as praise. The young man did a good job. This fish eye is almost gone. You can take it. Grandma Ku gave the fish in the bag to Xingran with a generous gesture of kindness from the local rich. Take it away, Vice. Don't let me see it again. So Xingran was once again driven out of the shop by Kupopo in a daze. Nima, I didn't see that this Obama was still acting. and he didn't even react to Superman's super brain. I was really dismissed as a volunteer. Stargas' face flushed red, and he picked up the fish in his hand and fell to the ground. When he was finished, he stepped on his 2 feet unconsciously. The touch told him that the fish was not going to be dying at all, but had been dying for a long time. This stingy old woman. Xingran wanted to just leave his sleeves like this, and felt unwilling to do so. At any rate, he had been busy all day long. There was no credit and hard work. This dead fish is more or less a reward. Others look down on his own efforts, but he cannot deny it. The fruits of your labor, even if you have money now. The money can be wasted, and the fruits of your labor cannot just be wasted. Xingran decided to go home and eat this fish, which can be regarded as a profound lesson for himself. In this ninja world, he is not only young, but also his acting skills need to be improved. However, although young Master Xingran wants to eat this fish, he can't really wrong him. He is a god of gambling. How can he eat a dead fish if he won't be short of money in the future? Pharmacist Nonoya's scroll also contains records about using medical ninjutsu to restore the vitality of dead fish. Xingran, as a traverser of a big food nation, of course, must have a refreshment before eating fish. It is fresh. Medical ninjutsu is a type of ninjutsu in which the surgeon stimulates the cells through chakras to heal the wounds of the patient. The effects of detoxification and attack can also be achieved through changes in the form. As a practice prop during cultivation, the dead fish is a very common and practical existence. The difficulty of medical ninjutsu is the control of chakra, which has strong control ability and will soon be able to master higher and deeper palm fairy skills, but most ninjas will be stuck at this level. If a ninja can use the basic ninjutsu of healing technique to control the whole body cells of a fish to the extent of rejuvenation within a certain period of time, restore the god-level reaction of the creature, which makes the fish look like as if resurrected, then congratulations. This ninja's Yang-Un chakra control has reached the standard for practicing palm xianzu. In the original plot, medical ninjutsu can resurrect the dead fish, and can be upgraded to the level of resurrecting the dead. This violation is simply a bug. The Star Burning Society only knows the truth after medical ninjutsu. Now Xingran itself has easily completed the use of palm xianzu through Superman's brain, and there is no reason to do such a small thing as fresh. The facts are just as Xingran thought. After several trials, Xingran quickly refixed this unlucky fish. When the fish was full of vitality, Xingran quickly jumped up and down. With the advanced skill of shuriken, it took a few minutes to supercharge this fish in the pot. After eating the fish, Xingran fell into deep thought. If he could say that he only needs to be able to use palm celestial skills to first aid in actual combat, then he has graduated, but he wants to become a medical ninja, not just for fighting. He wants to pass based on the massive amount of medical knowledge. I will try to use the research data of Dashimaru to finally solve the soul problem in the reincarnation technique, and solve the defect of Superman demon resistance and low soul weakness for myself before the infinite month reading. For the sake of Xiaran patching Kishimoto, I would like to ask for a recommendation. Chapter 39, Trial. Therefore, someone must bring oneself to get started, through systematic learning, to develop the world's technology tree or medical technology tree. Xingran didn't believe it when he thought of the teacher's stalk that had been ruined by people in his previous life. With the persistent water-milling work of Shaolin Temple, he couldn't impress Granny Ku to accept him. Hey, it would be great if Tsunade was in the village. At least there was a better choice. If nothing else, it would be hopeful that he could learn from each other with his current gambling skills. It is a pity that he is in the village now. Hei's familiar medical ninja masters are only at the level of Granny Ku, and there are not many of them. Anyway, Xingran has no better reason to contact the others, and he can only harvest fruit on Granny Ku's tree. Xingran, who adjusted his mentality again, just ran to Granny Ku's shop every day. He was not a bad word. He clearly stated that he hoped to be taught by Granny Ku, and then the days of volunteers, and volunteers. Half a month later, Xingran had confirmed that Hai's cultivation method was effective, but it was a drop in the bucket for himself, and it could only be used as a way of improvement that is better than nothing. On this day Xingran came to Kupopo's shop as usual. It was still early, and there were not many people who came to buy food. There was only one little old man in the shop. Xingran naturally enters the volunteer mode. After half a month of training, he is already a qualified food shopping aunt. First recommend the backlog of products in his store, and then ask what he wants and how big it is. It's just that the little old man interrupted Staran before he finished talking about the service for 3 consecutive years. The little old man was fascinated. The age spots were all crawling to his face. He carried a plastic bag in his dry palm. Only then did Xingran notice that there was already a dead fish in the little old man's plastic bag. I bought the fish yesterday. I originally planned to raise it for a day and eat it, but it died in the middle of the night last night. The fish was not fresh when you sold it to me. I want to return it. It's okay to change to a new one. The little old man tried his best to make himself aggressive, but his apparent lack of confidence made Xingran very confused about this guy. Grandmaku, you sold this fish yesterday. Xingran was not sure. During this time, he almost took care of all the work in the small shop. Even a stunted superhead will not make Xingran appear fuzzy. In the circumstances, he had never sold fish to this little old man. Mold, I don't remember well. Since Xingran came to volunteer, Mother Q's job is only to keep accounts and run up cats. At this time, she is lazily drying on the couch. Sunday. Originally, this little old lady bounced out a sentence that I couldn't remember when I was old. There was nothing wrong with it, but Starburn said that I believed in your ghost. Even the orange cat stole a fish that jumped out of the pool. I remember it clearly, and there is no reason why I can't remember what happened yesterday. Refund, or just give me a fresh one, or I won't be able to leave. The little old man rolled his eyes and found that things were not simple. When did this store add a refreshing one? Boy, Xingran did not give time to investigate. The plan changed. To start the B plan, Xingran looked at this little old man about to sit on the ground to start the electric buttocks motor, and he was speechless. What the hell is the sense of sight that has been bad in the past life? You have to touch the porcelain and go to the road. The old man knew that the young man had been trapped by his combination of punches, and his smile gradually began to shamelessly. There is no refund, and you will not be exchanged for a fish. Your fish's habit is to pretend to be dead. If you stimulate it with chakras, it will wake up on its own. Xingran confirmed that Grandma Ku didn't intend to take care of this, as if he couldn't see the little old man running wild on her turf. Xingran knew that he had to do it himself. As an apprentice with no human rights, anything in front of the teacher may be a test. Recall that I have been volunteering here for so long. According to the normal script, it is almost time for the teacher to ask questions to see the students' qualities. NS. Combined with the fact that I am here to learn medical ninjutsu, and the general practice item in Naruto world, the dead fish, the intention is too obvious. Xingran showed a gentle threat. No, smile. Take out the dead fish in the plastic bag with one hand, and activate the palm fairy technique, because I have had the experience of activating the vitality of the dead fish before, and now it is very easy to do it again. That is, within a few seconds of taking out the dead fish from the plastic bag and passing the dead fish to the little old man, after a flash of green light, the fish in front of the little old man suddenly jumped up and down again. This. Don't lie to me if I read less. This is medical ninjutsu, right? The little old man pretended to be calm, and said righteous words, seeming to prove his innocence. You are not good people. Bullying. The old man was uneducated, but he was very honest. He took the dead fish and put it back into the plastic bag, and disappeared in a trot. The corner of Xingran's mouth was hooked, and his eyes looked triumphantly at Granny Ku, who seemed to be sleeping in a couch. This question is too easy to solve. Is there anything more difficult? However, Granny Koo is obviously very high. She doesn't catch a cold at Xingran's pride. She looks like she hasn't woken up yet. It's just that the little orange cat still exposes the fluctuations in Kyu's heart. The poor orange cat doesn't know when it has been abandoned. And after escaping to Xingburn, there was a trembling behind Xingburn. A bald spot on its back was extremely ugly. This was bald just now. The young orange cat had suffered pain that it shouldn't have at this age. In the evening, after a whole day of volunteer life with a terrible experience, Xingran was about to go home, and the mother-in-law Koo, who had almost merged with the recliner, suddenly stopped Xingran, who taught palm immortal technique. Kupopo's tone was a little elusive. Xingran didn't know whether Kupo was positive or resisted that he already knew how to use palm immortal technique. Not bad, isn't it? Xingran asked tentatively. It's shoddy, it wastes chakras, and it wastes cell life. No wonder you want to learn from me. And the person who teaches you is a veterinarian. Mother Koo relentlessly hit Xingran. However, Xingran is not unhappy, listening to Kupopo's meaning. Is this going to accept himself? Well, make me an unlicensed veterinarian. A qualified old military doctor. No one teaches you like this. Laugh at you. Xingran knew that the time had come to show his talents. There were few self-taught geniuses. There was one in front of you, and he would be a closed disciple. Since then embarked on the pinnacle of life. Well, self-taught. Mother Koo's expression was calm, as if she had reached an awkward point just now, and she lay back in the recliner again, letting the stars burn inexplicably. Is that over? The script is wrong. So you say that your body is that recliner, right? I was so excited to find such a genius to show my true shape. Thank you for your recommendation and support. In addition, I am especially grateful to Turden, 6th Yukin, Datong Mahoshin and other students for their daily support, as well as for the large recommendation votes from Mimi, Tusky and other students. Thank you all. Chapter 40 Class Ninjutsu Middle. Shadow Clone. Xingran wanted to give up. This old lady had a weird personality. If it weren't for Haiya's utmost respect, would she be a good person who can teach her the way she is now? Routinely used the method of Heiyi to practice his mental power. The next morning, Xingran came to Kupopo's shop again when he became energetic again. He didn't have much time to waste here, and there were still more than 10 years to be infinite months. After reading it, he didn't have the time to really learn from the Shaolin Temple apprenticeship in his previous life. He had just been led into the door by the master for more than 10 years. Don't be busy today. Take this book and read it down as soon as possible. Granny watched Xingran enter the door, and she didn't wait for Xingran to say hello. So she wrote a big tome thicker than a brick. The book was thrown to Staran. This ... Is this another village in the future? If your school charges a lot and you can't learn knowledge, you will be swallowed back in time by Starburn. Enter the good student mode with great eyesight, and start chewing with this book called Where is the Magic Herb? Speaking of the strange psychic beasts and the ninja beasts in the ninja world, is there a book called Where Are the Fantastic Beasts? Granny Koo separated several shadow clones and started doing business, and her body once again showed the prototype of her recliner. This is a book that records all kinds of herbs, including the growth environment, efficacy, advantages and disadvantages of the herbs, etc. Some herbs are equipped with illustrations, and some have only descriptive text. This is a reference book like a dictionary. Kupopo should first enrich her knowledge reserve. Laying a good foundation is like sharpening a knife and not chopping wood by mistake. Xingran expresses her understanding and it is time to show her real skills. Swipe. Since it just opened for business, there are no customers in the shop, and the sound of flipping through the books is like a joke. Granny Koo sat up on the recliner, staring at her sunken eye sockets, her face full of flying expressions, thinking that when I also saw my eyes, what the hell is this younger generation of the family? Is it happy to be a volunteer after half a month? Xingran felt the surprise of Granny Koo, and during his busy schedule, he raised his head and winked at Granny Koo, a face that made a joke about not learning to read since childhood. Granny Koo was a little speechless, and she turned out a corpse eye, and she was too lazy to take care of Xing Li, and decided to wait for Xing Li to finish reading the book before sending him out. Time was slowly approaching noon without knowing it. Xingran also turned through nearly 3 hours of books. The last guest had already left for half an hour. There should be no more business next time, and Xingran also finally turned the last page of Where is the Wonder Herb. After a deep sigh, Xingran smacked his lips, a little regretful. The stunted child is so pitiful. In the original drama, Superman only took 5 minutes to read all the published medical books. It takes 10 years to master ordinary people. Knowledge that can be learned. Although he has a good memory, his brain's computing power cannot be compared with the original plot. For a book of nearly 1,500 pages, it takes about 10 seconds on average to memorize the next page. My learning ability needs to be strengthened. Xing Li put down the book and sighed in confusion. After hearing the emotion, Kupopo didn't even bother to roll her eyes. Xingran can easily guess what Ki's thinking is now. The reason why she wanted to show off the book just now is to deepen her impression of Ki's genius. When she studies, she doesn't show her potential and she doesn't know her level. It is very likely that top students will be in a slow class. It is obvious that a lot of things will be learned at once, but the teacher will continue to teach repeatedly. This will only hurt you. Before Granny Ku drove the people, Xingran started to recite the full text on his own. Granny Ku's expression is very wonderful, disdain to surprise to shock and finally thoughtful. But Xingran pretended not to do all his work this time. When Xingran started to recite the full text for half an hour, she was interrupted by Granny Chiku. Do you have the ability to remember? Right. It seems that you will learn quickly, so that's okay. Come with me. Granny Ku always speaks very little. In Xingran's eyes, Granny Ku is not so much to say what she can do, just like now. Granny Ku never said anything about receiving Xingran as a disciple from beginning to end, but the real situation is that he has already begun to ponder how to teach star burning. Followed Granny Ku to the backyard of the small shop. This is where Granny Ku lives. Since Xingran was able to control her perspective ability, she adhered to the bottom line of morality and would not spy on other people's homes. So it was the first time for her to spy on other people's homes. See, the main hall is a small room. The room filled with books takes up most of the space. The obviously big house now only has a small room for sleeping. Granny Ku opened a door to the south of the small courtyard, which was full of bookshelves, which were all her collection. Today, I started to look at this room. It is all the content for beginners to increase their knowledge reserves. When they finish reading it, when can they enter the next stage of learning? There should be no other valuables in Kupo's house. After opening the door after leaving Xingran, he went back to the front hall, which was the recliner of the fish shop. Xingran thought that there would be a lot of books to learn. After all, when watching anime in his previous life, Tsunade's room was always full of bookshelves. It is not easy to come to learn medical ninjutsu, but Xingran still did not. I thought that there are so many books needed to read here with Granny Ku. Sure enough, ordinary people can't become qualified medical ninjas. Only people with the blood of Kageyagi like Sakura and Kaguya like Tsunade can become any-handed. Medical ninjutsu has reached the shadow level. Suddenly, Xingran was very happy and he didn't immediately plunge into the intense study. Instead, he came to the fish shop again with a smiling face. It looked as if Granny Ku fell asleep again and didn't speak. He accompanied the smiling face on the side. What's the matter? How could she really fall asleep by being stared at? Kupopo said helplessly. In order to learn knowledge faster and better, I want to first learn the art of multiple shadow clones. When I just awakened my ability before, because the skill books on hand were limited and they were all simple things that I could learn at a glance, Starburn did not have the urgent need to complete a large amount of knowledge accumulation in a short time. But now it is different. Now, he is here to experience a wonderful life in the ninja world, not as a scholar in the ninja world. After solving the problem of knowledge acquisition, He must digest this knowledge as soon as possible, so that he has more time to consider other aspects of growth. It's just that where old people like Granny Kui have the ability to cast a huge consumption of evil forbidden technique multiple shadow clones, Granny Kui has always used the evil shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique is not too difficult. Xingran spent 10 minutes on Kupopo's side. After figuring out how the shadow clone's chakra works, Xingran returned to the backyard and turned into 4 people. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 41 Start Learning Accelerator. Shadow Clone Art. This technique is a evil ninjutsu developed by the second generation of Naruto. It uses chakra to create entity clones that can act and fight like the caster. They have the consciousness and certainty independent of the caster. Its anti-strike ability can be applied to various ninjutsu. After the normal release, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the main body. Unlike the ordinary clone technique, this clone is physical and can attack the enemy. It was originally a ninjutsu used for espionage in thousands of hands. Therefore, ninjas in other countries have also mastered this technique, but most other countries still use escape-type clones, such as water body and sand clone. The difference between shadow clones and multiple shadow clones is that the number of shadow clones is limited, and multiple shadow clones can separate hundreds of clones. In terms of attack power, they are completely two concepts. 1 hour later, Xingran took the initiative to release a shadow clone, and within an hour, the knowledge learned by the shadow clone rushed into Xingran's brain like a flood. Basic bandaging techniques. Common anti-inflammatory drugs taken internally and externally are taboos and so on. The knowledge of the 2 basic books is neither too much nor too little. The content that was completely memorized in an hour made Xingran a little dizzy. It seems that there are still side effects, but I don't know where my limit is. Then by analogy, Xingran contacted the shadow clone in the 2nd and 3rd hours respectively. When the 3rd shadow clone was lifted, Xingran was dizzy and faintly nauseated. It seems that his mental power can only reach this level. In fact, don't look at star burning to separate the 3 shadow clones, and they have not existed for a long time, but don't forget, these 3 shadow clones keep memorizing medical knowledge through extensive knowledge, which is inherently jerky. It is difficult to understand and the amount is large. This is quite different from Naruto's practice of Helix Pill in the original plot. Naruto did not practice that requires a lot of effort. The principle and method are just like that. The difficulty is through physical memory. Complete the accumulation in practice. So Naruto can separate out hundreds of clones for cultivation, while Xingran only separates out 3 people. And it's a little overwhelming for just a few hours. At the same time, this is also the reason why more advanced multiple shadows are called forbidden. A large amount of information flow can easily cause brain damage to the operator. Now Starburn's super brain is like an old hard drive due to poor development. Not only does it run slowly, but the more things stored at the same time, the slower the speed, and it is also prone to overheating and crashing. However, although there are many shortcomings, the hard disk is the hard disk, and the things stored in it will not be forgotten. Based on this alone, Xingran has the ability to catch up with the knowledge of the 2 medical masters in Sanin, which is not a bit better than ordinary people. Another month has passed in a blink of an eye. Autumn is coming, and the stars are burning for almost 24 hours during this period. When the deity sleeps, the shadow clone will study all night. When the deity wakes up the next day, the first clone will be lifted. The accumulation of hours of knowledge instantly made Xingliu-an, who had just awakened, his eyelids heavy again. At this time Xingliu-an would practice the secret technique of meditation of the mountain clan for a period of time, so that he would soon regain his energy. This is a trick that I discovered a week after I started studying with Grandma Ku. There are no mistakes in cultivation and learning. The shortcomings are that the increased mental power and the growth that the mind can get after turning around and remeditation are not much different. It still belongs to the category of better than nothing. Such high-intensity learning is very hard, but the results are also very gratifying. The books in the southern room are all recorded, and Xingran has entered the northern room in the past few days. There is also a room in the book, but this time the content is more high-end and more practical. They are all clinical cases and analysis results. Kupopo said that Xingran can almost enter the practice stage now, but if you want to practice, there are not so many materials for Xingran. I suggest that Xingran either find a way to mix into Konoha the hospital, or simply go to be a war doctor for a period of time. Because Konoha Hospital is located in the rear area, it usually encounters not many patients, but the condition is complicated and changeable. Unlike doctors in the field, there are almost only cases of trauma. However, Konoha Hospital is a regular hospital. It is easy for a wild doctor like Xingran to enter, but it will take a long time to go to battle in person. On the contrary, the war doctor is more suitable for him now. When he came to Graniki's shop, Xingran found the old man who had touched porcelain last time. In the Naruto office, the pipes of the third generation have been extinguished for a long time. In the large office, including the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi, there is also the Konoha Naruto Advisory Group, a total of 4 people. It has been almost 2 months since Dokujanogi wrote back to Konoha and kept aside the attacks on the defecting ninjas who continued to occur at the Konoha border. Because of the lack of fear of the land of the country on the border, Konoha has already begun to let go. After a cat-and-mouse chase, both sides have died and injured. Of course, it is the ninja on Konoha that takes advantage of it, because the supply is nearby. The reason is that the injured ninja can always receive good treatment, while the defected ninja suffers heavy casualties. They do not have medical logistics, and injury means life is in danger. After so long contact, Konoha has basically determined that these rebellious ninjas are the Yonins of the Thunder Country. In fact, they confirmed that the evidence is just a cutscene. Tell those who want to learn more or have other ideas, the enemy is the Kingdom of Thunder, which has nothing to do with other people. The third ninja war hit this point, and the war country is now only the country of thunder and the country of fire. Anyone with a bit of brain can easily guess which 2 sides are fighting on the Konoha border under normal circumstances. It's just that there are too many intrigues in the ninja world. The war country was provoked by a third party and finally caught up with the benefits of the fishermen. That's why until now, the high-level leaders have convinced each other to unite the front. It has to be said that the forces during the war exist. It is really sad that more than one person's voice is heard. The high-level decision-making time is too long, which will cause the army on the front line to shed a lot of blood. Everyone has read Raikichi's official letter. He promises to stop the war and completely end the Third Ninja World War. Let's talk about what you think. After a long silence, Hokage-san took the lead to speak. Throw the question to the advisory team. A truce is okay, and the conditions of Raikage are absolutely impossible. This is not a peace treaty. This is a compensation for defeat. We are no longer in the situation where we were besieged back then. The Kingdom of Thunder is the first to fall. They are definitely the first to fall. Danzo was the first to jump out to oppose the truce. The Thunder Country is just unable to admit the defeat of the war. If they want to fight Konoha, they will be completely dragged down by the long supply line. Everyone sitting here is very clear in their hearts. P.S. It is also true in the history of the Thunder Country that only accepted a soft truce. PS2, please be recommended. In addition, students who are fattening up, please come and vote for this book. Recommendation votes are available every day, so don't waste it. Thanks. Chapter 42 Diplomacy. But the problem now is that I am afraid of being stunned, and I am afraid of death. If you want to smash the Land of Thunder, Konoha can certainly win the final victory, but the manpower and material resources consumed in it are definitely more than the armistice compensation proposed by Raking. If the truce is now stopped, it will be at least economically beneficial to Konoha. Konoha can devote combat power to the commissioned tasks as soon as possible to create more benefits. However, in this way, the country of fire has reduced its losses, but the country of thunder has become the biggest winner if it can't win. Under the circumstances, the next time there is a battle, Konoha's loss will be even greater. But if you don't agree with the truce now, the Kingdom of Thunder may be destroyed, and it will not be able to regain its vitality for at least 10 years. There will be wolves waiting for it again. The country of fire, which has suffered a great loss of national power, will be overtaken by other countries that have declared defeat and withdrew early. In this way, the country of fire, which possesses the richest land, will become everyone's desire to come. Take a bite of the sweet pastry and return to the situation at the beginning of the three wars. How to do? Danzo clearly expressed his opposition, but everyone knows the real situation. No matter how you choose, this decision will be detrimental to Konoha. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Menon are obviously full of the skills of the Golden Mean. If Xingran is here, they will sneer at these two people. Every time the village faces a major decision, these two guys will start to protect themselves. Then every time when it is improperly handled, either dump the pot to Hokage or dump the pot. Danzo. Just looking at this, Danzo, the Naruto consultant, is far more competent than the 2-3 generations of Hokage looked at the two, and found that the two of them kept their eyes, nose and heart, and knew that they couldn't be counted on. Konoha was really eventful. All of them were infighting and out-fighting goods. The third generation couldn't help thinking of his teacher. The second generation of Hokage Kaienza looked at people really accurately. He knew that he would be the one who dared to take responsibility, but his character was really tired of himself, every time. In this way, you have to do it yourself at a critical time. Reikichi's terms disagree, but peace is also very important to us. I decided to talk to Reikich and talk about a suitable armistice agreement. After a long period of thought, Hokage 3 made a compromise. It seemed that Li Ying had given way under the method of burning jade and stone, but in fact he did not agree to anything. Not only did he kick the problem back to Li Ying, he also took the initiative and hidden advantage. I took the initiative to choose peace, and then entered the stage of sitting on the ground to pay back the money. The peace talks were proposed by Li Ying. You can't bargain with any sincerity, right? Now that the bargaining starts, should the military operations of the two sides stop for a while, once the front line begins stop loss, Konoha's overall advantage can be reflected. The nearby repairs can even enter the defense phase in advance, the rear recharged troops and the front exhausted troops can be exchanged, or the redundant reserve team can perform appropriate tasks. It is possible to create value. And even if Yinren switched defenses like Konoha, their war potential was not as good as Konoha's. Switching defenses would not be able to resolve the fact that more combat power was damaged. It is the money that fights and who has the greatest war potential. It is easy to become the final winner. The most important point of this is the issue of supply. Everyone knows that the supply line in Union Village is too long. Once the armistice negotiations, the supplies drawn to the front line every day are astronomical. It is simply consumed like this. The confidence to be at the negotiating table will only become less and less. Dragwurge, once played by Hokage 3, Thunder Country will be undefeated. The people sitting here are all human beings. Upon hearing the suggestions and explanations of the three generations, they all expressed their firm support for the decision of Master Naruto, and always stood with Master Naruto to fight against the conspiracy of foreign reactionary forces. At this time, Danzo's mood is very complicated. I have to say that many times Sarutobi is still very admirable when doing Naruto. It is such a simple drag formula that he had not expected before. Most of the time, he dealt with problems, relying on conspiracy and trickery to solve the problem. Just now he did not agree to negotiate. One part is because of years of experience. Whenever he encounters a dilemma, he only has to sing the opposite of Sarutobi. Anyway, the last day will not listen to him. Yes, it's natural to succeed at that time. If he doesn't succeed, he can also grab this little pigtail of Naruto. For many years, a large part of the subordinates who have been fooled are those who were sacrificed by Naruto's decision. Kakashi was the for a while. Danzang's subordinates' effectiveness is due to Danzang's argument that he is looking for Hokage's back door. But he also wanted to be like Sarutobi Hizen, using political skills to solve problems uprightly. Unfortunately, at his age, Thinking about problems has become a habit in many cases, and it is difficult to change. Your method is good, but you can't just rely on these methods. The frontline truce is no problem, but we can't stop the spy war behind the enemy line. We can give them more pressure to make Union Village make concessions as soon as possible. It doesn't make sense that we were so dumb and guilty of their rebellious forbearance. This list is a waste of the will affected by the war during this period. You signed and transferred me to train to ensure that we would soon become a useful spy. Danzo's job is to train spies who can sacrifice at any time and do some human bomb work. Helkage 3 groaned for a moment, and finally, slightly tired, took the information that Danzo had handed over, which was a pile of ninja personal information. There are 9 people in total, all because they performed the mission, or after the attack, they performed very poorly, or dragged down their teammates, or were as timid as a mouse and were not suitable for being a ninja, or they suffered from war sickness due to stimulation after the war. Suitable for people who are ninjas. The information of 9 individuals was not much, and the 3 generations of Helkage quickly read it, and did not say too much. They extracted the information of one of them, and then signed the information of the remaining 8 individuals to Danzo. The meaning is obvious. You can take these 8 people. Danzo couldn't help but pay more attention to the war-sick ninja left by the 3rd generation. He remembered all the information of these 9 people in his mind. The person left by the 3rd generation was called Star-Burning Yamanaka. He has been addicted to gambling since he was destroyed by the group last time. This is a ninja taboo. Money is very easy. Corrupting the ninja's will is the best goal for other countries' spies to counter rebellion. This kind of goal only needs to be paid, which is the kind with low risk and high return. This mountain star burning has violated the 3 bans of ninja. What do you expect from him? Danzo actually doesn't have much thoughts about such an ordinary ninja, but there must be some bright spots in the 3 generations of people. Is there any information that you don't know? Do you want to investigate again when you are free? Please recommend. This is very important to Xiran. Thank you. Chapter 43 Common Tragedies. However, before the investigation, he may be able to know the whole story in the 3 generations. If it is a reason that is not worth mentioning, then he will not spend a lot of time for an ordinary person. This kid is working hard to learn medical ninjutsu. Maybe he will be a good seed. The 3 generations did not hide anything. Originally, he was holding the idea of having dates and not having dates. There is such a thing. Cut. You don't think that medical ninjas who love gambling can be as promising as Tsunade? Danzo didn't think much, and left the Hokage office with his back. Very rude. No one knows about Starburn's awakening of Superman's ability. In everyone's eyes, this is an ordinary ninja who can no longer be ordinary. The fact of becoming a medical ninja is enough to prove the rationality of Naruto's doing so. Maybe, who knows? Just as Danzo was about to leave the office, 3 generations of voices sounded, as if they were talking to themselves, and as if they were retorting Danzo's words. And Danzo just smiled and didn't have anything to say. At this time, the star of the mountain did not know that he had just passed the big crisis. If he was transferred to the roots to receive brainwashing education by Tuanzang, then the whole play would be over. Seeing the little old man happily leaving with the resurrected grass carp again, Xingran kept asking Granny Ku with his eyes. What is going on with this old man? Didn't you arrange the entrance exam for me? Are you still coming for a monthly exam? But even if it's a monthly exam, you should also have some new questions. The questions are the same for the 2 exams. Will you always have a real Alzheimer's attack? Don't look at me like that. I know what you are thinking. It was not arranged by me. According to Kupopo's way of life, she won't explain anything. But she has a misunderstanding before her eyes. If you don't explain it clearly, obviously this student will have some bad ideas about dementia at home, which is unbearable. So a ninja world is very common, but the tragedy topic that is rarely mentioned in the anime is put in front of Xingran. The story is simple. The old man's only son is an ordinary ninja. He never returned after performing a mission. There was no death report. The village decided that he might have defected because the mission was to escort the merchants, and the merchants died. Of course, the little old man didn't believe it. He had always believed that his son was either brave enough or he was taken away for a human test. Because of DH1's defect, the little old man was still excited for a while. It is a pity that the village did not change the old man's son's files, nor did the Dashimaru's laboratory find any relevant records. The little old man's situation is getting worse because of his age, and Konoha village is not a charity. To be more serious, after the fourth generation of Hokage died in the line of duty, his son also lived to drink expired milk. So many problems can be seen. This little old man came to Granny Ku's shop not once or twice because of dead fish. In the little old man's mind, Granny Ku was an old lady with a bad memory. He would come every time he picked up a dead fish by the river. Here is a fresh one. And for some reason, Grandma Ku also sympathized with the little old man's encounter. A fish. She didn't care about it. So every time she cooperated with the little old man to change a fresh fish to improve the food for the old man. Hearing this, Xingran already understands that even in a peaceful society under the rule of law, families who died in the service of duty have a bad life. It is even more common in this cruel world of forbearance. If you want to avoid this tragic fate, you can only become stronger. However, Xingran is very interested in some of the reasons Kiss grandmother said. When such a stingy Ubaba still has a lot of sympathy, if he can learn more about Kiss grandmother, it may be helpful to get along with him in the future. It's a pity that Grandma Ku didn't say a word about certain reasons, and Xingran could only express helplessness. But the east side is not bright and the west side is bright, so he should know something. That night, Xingran went to the Hai family for a meal as if he was going home and saving relatives. And Hai Yi did not disappoint him, so in just one day, Xingran heard two tragic stories. In fact, in the environment of ninja, there are countless tragic stories of this kind, which have been played in the original plot. Those of you can only be regarded as the tip of the iceberg. Granny Ku's husband and son died in the war, and after the outbreak of the 3 world wars, her most proud disciple died silently in the Horngadari in the Kingdom of Rain. The whole body was rotten because it had not been buried for a long time. It's not human-shaped anymore. This is a girl from the mountain clan, with average medical talents, but she is very pleasing to Granny Ku. Since the death of her family one after another, this apprentice has been her only spiritual support. It's no wonder that Grandma Ku has always been cold to herself, because she is afraid that the bond will be too deep. After returning home, Xingran finally understood that Kupopo was obviously a cold and seldom person. How come he became a kind senior in Hai's mouth? This is because when Hai and Kupopo were in contact with each other, no one was scarred. And now only those who are old friends think so. New people only have coldness, and coldness is to avoid the pain of parting. Brush. There was a blast of wind, and a dark part of Konoha appeared at the door of Xingran. Obviously this guy was squatting on Xingran, because Xingran had just left the house early in the morning and he was blocked by him. The star burns in the mountains. Master Naruto is looking for you. Please go as soon as possible. The dark part of the civet cat mask just left a sentence very pretentiously, and then I looked like I was up and down dozens of you in a minute, and an instant technique disappeared. Xingran touched his nose. This is the way he is familiar with finding people in Anbu. It is exactly the same as on TV. I don't know why Hokage is looking for himself. A shadow avatar was separated to report to Granny Ku. Star Burning came to Hokage's office dangling. As soon as he entered the office, Xingran found acquaintances. One was an acquaintance in the previous life, and the other was an acquaintance in this life. The soft black hair of the watermelon rind is like a kappa's head, with thick eyebrows, and a weird shit green tights. When talking, he always shows his white teeth, like telling people, I have just like brushing your teeth. Well, for the style of painting in this world, there is a guy who gets older and has a different style of painting. If you say it better, it is a tough face. If you say it is ugly, it is like a cat's ears mixed with a cat's ear detailed Gintama. which makes people wonder if there was a sudden genetic mutation in the process of growing up. This is an acquaintance of Xingran's previous life, the arrogant blue beast known as Konoha Crazy Akai. Yo, newcomer, you are the perception ninja who knows medical ninjutsu. Welcome to join us. The passionate youth is to keep making new friends. The person setting is very magical, and Matt Camming is just saying hello. He actually entered the emotion mode. While giving a thumbs up to the stars, he also showed white teeth and tears on his face. Chapter 44, New Captain Mate Ki. Xingran held back the tears of Tu Kao Kai, but looked at his acquaintances in this life in doubt. The black high ponytail is more like a broom head, highlighting the high and wide forehead even more dazzling, just like K's white teeth, which makes people unable to look directly at her. The grey jacket with the always tight cheeks makes her the images more serious and rigid. This is the same period of the Nara clan, called Nare Izumi. If it is not always a straight face, it can be regarded as a beauty above the average line. This guy is a member of the pig, deer and butterfly clan, so Staran is still familiar with it after all. Gwaine, what's the situation? Is your team downsizing? Xingran knows that although Kai is careless and unrefined, he is also a qualified ninja. Now that he has said welcome to join, there is a high probability that he is about to join Kai's team. However, Kai's team was a ninja team with 3 full members. Since he wants to join, it means there is attrition. And attrition often means death. That guy ran to school as a teacher after commenting on Nakanabu. This is not Naruto Master who arranged for us to change defense missions, saying that he found us a good teammate. Nare Izumi obviously guessed what Xingran misunderstood. Hurriedly explained, but explaining other people's problems was only because of her serious character of treating others. When it comes to the latter, it is very ridiculous that Xingran is a good teammate that Naruto found. Xingran and Izumi seldom had any contact after graduating from ninja school, but after all, the relationship between Zuludi and Zuludi is there, and many times everyone's situation is not a secret. So in Quain's concept, Xingran is still the guy at the end of the crane, and compared to someone like her who has been an elite from ninja school to the front, this kind of teammate is completely testing her ability to fly. The role that lies down and wins is the most annoying. Well, Gwaine, you can't always look at people with old eyes in the ninja world. Starburn has mastered the palm fairy technique, a very complex and powerful ninjutsu. With him, Ki's combat effectiveness can increase by at least 30%. If you still think it's inappropriate, I'll change to someone else. At this time, Hokage 3 spoke at the right time, and the joking expression between the words did not hide. He had read the treatment report of Junping at Konoha Hospital, and Junping had done it before admission. I was treated urgently with the Palm Immortal technique. Although the Palm Immortal technique was not very good, it was indeed the Palm Immortal technique. For the squad stationed on the border, it is necessary to prepare for battle at all times. At this time, there is a medical ninja in the squad that is a guarantee of life. Everyone can ask for it. The squad that rejects the medical ninja, or just enters the brain, either the water itself is too strong, and it is too late to abandon the medical ninja. Although Nare Izumi didn't feel that her team was strong enough to ignore the medical ninja, she still thought that Xingran would be a hindrance, so she hid the words he said just now. But that was also the words of Xingran only at the level of emergency ninjas. Now that Xingran has mastered the battlefield magic skill of Palm Xianzu, the boss eyes suddenly stared. Hey, fortunately, I didn't expect that I would be so suitable as a medical ninja, otherwise I wouldn't be at the bottom of the ninja school. Xingran showed a formulaic sunny smile, mainly not responding to Nara Izumi, but smiling at Hokage. This old man is very ghostly. How weird that ridiculous smile looks, like he is teasing Nare Izumi. But why does he always get chills in the back of his neck? Xingran quickly explained the reason why he was so showy. It wasn't because he was on the back of a crane at school, and it was not because of the sudden awakening of superhuman power. This sounded false. You don't need to change. Youth is no regrets. Since the mountain star is arranged by Hokage-sama to come to our team, it is fate. Ah, what a wonderful youth. The new companion has already made my blood boil. K heard Hokage's words. Xingran's existence can better assist him. There is no reason to return the goods. And he quickly gave this matter down with an inexplicable and bloody rhetoric. You think it's okay. Xingran called you this time is a task arranged by the village. The frontline companions have been fighting for a long time. It happened that during this period there was a relatively safe period. The village decided to carry out a border change operation to ensure the border. While being safe, it also allows the long-working companions to go home and rest for a while. Xingran's personal opinion was ignored by everyone, and the three generations immediately started the task arrangement after Kai established his name. In fact, Xingran refuses to go out to do tasks, learn more knowledge, and deal with Dashwin in the future, and study the soul forbidden technique is fundamental. If Kupo's knowledge base is emptied by him, then he is still in the mood to go out. I changed my mind. But now I have just begun to enter the clinical learning stage, and there are still many things to learn. However, Xingran did not have the capital to express opposition. He could not take the initiative to take the task, because that was his right, but the three generations also said that this task is the decision of the village, so it is the responsibility of the Konoha ninja. It cannot be refused, otherwise the consequences will be very serious, and will even be treated as deserters. Ninjas, in this world where ninja village is contracted for national defense, are soldiers after all, but they have more freedom when the national security threat is not big, and they are more like mercenaries. They can decide whether to take on tasks according to their preferences and financial ability. What kind of task do you take? But once the task is set by the village committee, that is, the high-level villagers in this world, it is the recruitment mode. The vacation is cancelled, and the team directly enters the team, otherwise it will be treated as a deserter. Xingran can only bite the bullet and accept the arrangement of the third generation of Hokage, and the time is not enough, and he will set off today. With a stomach full of complaints, Xingran went home to pick up his salute, and his depressed mood was beyond words. But when Xingran came to Kupo's shop to say goodbye, his mood suddenly improved. Granny Ku told him that after learning such theoretical knowledge, she had a chance to get started this time. There were many wounded on the front line. This is a rare combination of work and rest, and it takes thousands of miles to read thousands of books. Before leaving, Grandma Ku gave Starburn two ninjutsu scrolls. One is hemostasis, which is used for post-operative healing and battlefield emergency. The operation takes a short time and is only an emergency treatment. The other is the extraction technique for serious problems. A type of medical ninjutsu, which requires very high technology. It can remove poison and organs or transplant it. The Uchiha clan's eye-changing behavior has the shadow of this technique. Both techniques are medical ninjutsu very suitable for battlefields. Although Granny Ku never said about receiving Xinglian as a disciple, the benefits of apprenticeship really fell on Xingran's head. Hemostasis is better to say. After all, it is basic ninjutsu. It is a kind of technique. But the technique of extraction is very precious, and it is difficult to learn. Chapter 45 Reikiji. Granny Ku gave the scroll to Xingran without saying anything, as if she didn't bother to look at Xingran again, and once again merged with the recliner. However, Xingran, who turned away in silence, knew that even if she didn't need to perceive it, Grandma Ku had such a momentary worry, or a pity, who is ruthless than the grass and trees. Although the time to get along is not long, Xingran is definitely the one that Ku has taken the most. Outstanding juniors can learn everything in one go, and they learn quickly. Which teacher would not like such a student? But she also knows that Xingran is just a forbearance. Survival on the battlefield belongs to the lowest end of the food chain. The more feelings you give, the more pain you will get in the future. Granny Ku has always avoided putting more affection in Xingran. Now his behavior is not so much insisting on inner thoughts, but more like an old lady's arrogant plot. In the north of the mainland, the towering mountain peaks always reverberate with deafening thunder. The mountains here are vertical and dense. The river on the central mountain range creates a tortuous coastline at the mouth of the sea. It is very magnificent and there are many hot springs here. It is almost comparable to Yonokuni, but this is not Yonokuni, but Thunderland, named after the thunderous environment. The ninja village in the Thunder Country is the Union Ninja Village. As the country second only to the Fire Country among the 5 powerful nations, the leader of the ninja is also named after the title of Shadow. Union Village has 2 pillars of force, 2 tails and 8 tails, and it is also a martial arts ninja village that respects swordsmanship and ninjutsu. And in order to enhance the national strength of the country, at the same time, he will concentrate on studying the ninjutsu and ninjutsu of other countries. Such a powerful country has military and economic strengths at the top of the ninja world, but even such a thunder country can't bear the logistical burden that has been so exhausted for a war with invisible victory. This is Union Village, with buildings similar to the landform style of Thunder Country, magnificent as the core building of the village. The Liang building is like a spinning top suspended in the air. It is very cool, but no matter how beautiful it is, someone must cherish it. At this time, there was a loud ping-pong bang in Raikichi's office. The cause of the loud noise was a big man who was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin, light yellow hair, and a very strong figure. He was wearing a white cloak and a large belt and heavy armor. The 4th generation of Raikichi, who had just taken the post, was blowing his beard and staring, and smashed the large desk. Master Raiying, our logistics pressure is already very heavy. Please cherish these public facilities. A calm and steady voice sounded immediately after Raiying finished smashing things. The owner of the voice was wearing glasses with hanging chains. This design allows you to put down your glasses and hang them around your neck at any time. This kind of old-fashioned glasses match the old face full of wrinkles, which makes the 4th generation of Liang very repulsive. This old woman is always telling him what to do and what to say. It is so annoying that AI wants to change to Liang. The assistant's idea is getting stronger and stronger. Damn Hokage. Damn Konoha, fight or fight, they are trying to drag us down. Damn, Konoha's Hokage are guys who like conspiracy and tricks. And the old Onoki, immortal, the older people are, the more afraid they are. We have done so much, and the meat is delivered to our lips. Will Konoha die if we blackmail him? AI did not answer the old assistant's words, but behaved rather impatiently, cursing like a madness beast. However, in the Raikichi office at this time, it was quiet because of AI's seemingly complaining words. Several consultant elders left behind by the previous generation of Raikichi exchanged glances. It is obvious that Raikichi is young, but what he said, it still had a big impact on the actual power holders in these villages. Indeed, if you continue to wrestle with Konoha like this, we don't have to wait for a victory or defeat in the war, we will collapse first. And we can't be led by Konoha. A sturdy uncle with white hair in a white robe took the lead, echoing Raikichi's words. Next, Raikichi's office seemed to have entered a discussion mode. There was a lot of discussion among high-level executives, before they agreed to accept it when they were good. There were also high-level executives who were determined to fight with Konoha to the end. Finally, after an hour of discussion, unify the opinions, that is to talk, to fight, and what is not available at the negotiating table, then get it on the battlefield. The strengths and weaknesses of the 2 countries and their respective ideas are clear to everyone. Konoha has been weakened from the unattainable national power of all countries before the 3 world wars because of the siege of various countries, and has always regarded himself as the strongest country in the world. For the country of fire, it is the first priority to stop losses as soon as possible and then recover as soon as possible through a strong national power, so the country of fire does not want to fight. At this time, as long as the land can use the rebellion incident as an excuse, Konoha's borderline must at least prepare more forces to prevent the land from turning over at any time. In this way, the Land of Thunder will even fight. With the long supply line, there is also the dawn of victory. But now the situation is different. The Fire Nation can fully deal with the Thunder Nation. Because of the long supply line problem, the Thunder Nation has also reached the end of the crossbow, and the Thunder Nation does not want to fight because there is no hope of victory. But in the tradition of Thunder Country, there is no tradition of losing because of the crime of non-war. The main battle has always been the mainstream, even when everyone knows that continuing to fight is not good for them. However, the corporate culture of Union Village is like this. These EU people still prefer to solve problems with their fists in a straightforward manner. Circuitous political methods have always been alternatives, so most of them are willing to go and dare the idea of pulling the emperor off their horse. The EU clan, the ruling family of Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder, are born with huge physique and strong body, good at thunder escape. Since the first generation of raking, all previous generations of raking have come from this family. The EU clan is a clan with a strong sense of clan and a strong sense of unity. With a strong sense of unity, it is easy to make more extreme decisions in times of war, and they are often not afraid of sacrifices. In order to make the collective gain more benefits, individuals have a popular belief that they will die. The fourth generation of Reikage AI who just took office, although he sits on the throne of Reikage to become the boss in everyone's mouth based on his personal strength, he has more than just power. In the original plot, the fourth generation of Reikage is also a fully capable shadow. A strong person with this title can say that the mind is the best, but it is definitely above the level of General Yunren. I just received the negotiating conditions that Konoha rejected again, and the high-level people were a little bit unable to sit still. But in the meeting everyone insisted on their own opinions, but no one noticed the intention behind Konoha's repeated wrangling with his own family. Everyone was discussing lowering the terms, or he speaks loudly to fight Konoha to the end. Now Ying finally pointed out the problem with a single sentence, speeding up the unification of opinions. Chapter 46, Two-Tailed Human Column Force. There is nothing wrong with seeking political affairs in his place. The combat department wants to make contributions, and the logistics department wants to recuperate. But AI is Liang and must lead everyone to avoid losses and gain benefits. But it's useless to know the truth here alone. I don't know if a few old immortals really didn't expect this, or they deliberately ignored it for their own benefit. So AI had no choice but to act in this furious drama. Point out this question clearly. The effect is very good. Those who really didn't expect this problem began to support their own ideas. Under this trend, those with ghosts have also become a minority. Raying, you can fight, but you must set a charter for how to fight. You can't fight like before. Apart from wasting manpower and material resources, nothing has changed. Liang lacked a certain amount of respect for this younger generation. And AI did not catch a cold for these old immortals who like to use generations to overwhelm people. Then simpler, we put in most of the elite to fight a wave, and then shrink the front, not only to teach Konoha, but also to be prepared, so that Konoha can't fight back, forcing them to agree to our terms as soon as possible. Liang AI thought for a long time. He really didn't want to kill the enemy 800 and hurt himself. His heart still hopes to end the war as soon as possible. The internal opinions are unified, so that those who hold the idea of a fluke victory will realize the reality. Raking's method is very good. I agree. Another head of consultant who was full of flesh approves of Raking's method for the first time. He is the main combatant. Since the country of the earth announced its defeat, the strategy of the country of thunder has changed. It became a local war on the border, which made him feel very depressed when he was full of strength and nowhere to vent. Now that Liang said he wanted to do a ruthless vote, he was overjoyed. Well, I agree too, but after this time, we can't continue anyway. The logistics really can't keep up. The only woman in the advisory group, who is also in charge of logistics, is very concerned about this risky behavior. She is very repulsive, but she also knows the concept of the Yu clan. Instead of suppressing these people from venting, it is better to let them have a good fight. As for the result, she can only hope that it will not be too bad. Yumujin, you take the Shinobu squad to the occupied area of Yonokuni. As the commander of this attack plan, you can mobilize everyone except Yao and Anb. There is only one target. Give me reinforcements in Konoha. Previously, it caused the greatest damage to the Konoha border troops. Once Konoha reinforcements arrive, they will withdraw to Yonokuni. In times of crisis, it is allowed to abandon the occupied area of Yonokuni and return to the territory of Moonland. Bring back more companions. The lost territory does not matter. Liang Ai immediately issued orders to the Totild peoples Yulai and Shangnin who had been standing behind him. A long straight brown hair, tied into a braid, hung around his waist. The wooden figure has sharp eyes and an arrogant expression. It is 1 meter tall and has a little queen temperament. It is the most beautiful in Union Village. One of the big beauties. From the wooden figure bravely walked to the front of Liang to solemnly take the order. If the star burns here, it will definitely think of Altria, who is full of Queen Fan, and has the iron and blood aura of a soldier. This, is an important weapon in the village. The advisor of the big man who agreed to go to war first, hesitated to say that he wanted to stop this task from being handed over to the wooden man. Since it is a weapon, we must send someone who knows the weapon best to command. No one knows her own situation better than the wooden man. She is the most suitable command. Liang Ai did not wait for the big guy to finish, and set the matter. The big man is very anxious now, but he is temporarily stupid and unable to say everything. Shangren, who is in charge of the work of Shangren, died in the war not long ago. The important high-level positions in this village are in the uncertain time. Liang now can't help but say, the wooden man is in charge. This may be the last battle in the Third Ninja War. It is clear that the wooden man will take over this position. This makes the big guy very awkward, but he can't refute Raikiji's words. There are 2 head and tail beasts in Union Village. As a strategic weapon, 2 people cannot be sent to the front at the same time. 1 person must stay behind. Yomuren was young, but Kairabi was also a young man. Instead of sending his unreliable brother to take charge of the command, the Muren made Ying more assured. In this way, as long as the wooden people don't make big mistakes in this war, the young Raikage will truly place a direct line in the top to increase his authority. I can't tell. You still know so many herbs and so many fruits on this strange shrub. Why don't you pick them all? Since Nara Izumi knew that Xingren had mastered the palm immortality, he had always been against Xingren in school. The dismissive attitude reversed 180 degrees. This world is so realistic. Not to mention how strong Starburn's medical ninjutsu is, it can save lives. People tend to have a certain amount of respect just to treat people who are skilled. Nare Izumi is not deliberately pleased, but from her attitude of taking the initiative to find things, Xingren still feels the change that has the ability to bring to herself. This change is so clear and so real. It is no wonder that people in this world want to become strong. This feeling is still very good. This kind of thorn fruit that grows on shrubs only needs a small amount. After all, it is used as a medicine. If you pick more, I can't use it up, and it is easy to spoil. Put it into the medicine pouch in the backpack, while explaining like a study committee member. Do you want to make any medicine? I think you picked a lot of herbs along the way. Izumi Naru is like a curious baby. As a member of the Nara clan, his mind is genetic. Although he doesn't have the talent to become a medical ninja, he doesn't. Influencing her curiosity more medical knowledge. Xingren is like an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs. Whenever I find any useful herb, Xingren will pick it and explain its effects. Many of them are good things to stop bleeding, prevent poisoning, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. They are also members of the pig deer butterfly family. Nara, of course Izumi would not deliberately please. But there are dry goods. Nara Izumi can only cheek as a curious baby. Well, Of course it's a good thing. Xingran looked up at Kai inexplicably. This guy is their captain, who is packing up at this time. They have just finished their last rest before heading to the border defense camp. What is it? Ha ha. Are you two ready? I'm going to start. I always feel bad. My eyelids keep jumping. We'd better go to the camp as soon as possible. Kai's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the field herbal medicine lecture. Ask for a wave of recommended votes on Monday, and the fattening classmates also come to count the votes. This is available every day. If you don't vote, it will be wasted. Chapter 47 Medical Ninja is a scarce resource. At this time, Kai has packed his things and covered up the traces incidentally. This is an indispensable good habit for every qualified ninja. Try not to leave too many traces for people to discover you. The eyelid keeps twitching is not necessarily a bad thing. Have you never heard the left eye twitching, the right eye twitching? Which eyelid are you twitching? Find balance. I have both eyelids jumping. Kai felt it honestly, and replied somewhat naturally. Then the good and the bad. Nare Izumi has nothing to do with him, but also depends on a lively cheating. But Kai is a very strange creature. It looks carefree on the surface, and even has a bad memory, but often the beast-like self-consciousness is outrageous. The most profound influence on Starburn in the original plot is Kakashi's true face. In that episode, everyone didn't see Kakashi's disguise, but Kei just discovered something was wrong and couldn't learn this ability. All members speed up and rush to the destination with all their strength. Kai heard the mixed blessings and misfortunes as an exciting spirit. For no reason, he just feels that something has happened. Amidst the puzzled faces of the two team members, he gave the order to move forward at full speed. Kai is the captain and the elite ninja. It is said that after the war, he will be promoted to a special level of ninja. Although this is a gossip from Nara Izumi, Xingran knows this will happen sooner or later. It is doubtful that it is his own butterfly effect that has caused Kai to not be rated as a special ninja. But in the original plot, as the age increases, he eventually becomes the strongest existence among the Ukiyaji bloodline ninjas, almost the man who kicked out the ending. Xingran and Nare Izumi were still his subordinates. In many cases, Kai's request was military orders. The three of them stopped frolicking, and an inexplicable sense of tension began to radiate between the three. This was the feeling before the battle. At full speed, the level of the three is fully exposed. As the Nara clan staying behind to assist on the battlefield, their physical fitness and chakra volume are very inadequate. However, the star-burning chakra combined with the stunted steel body, always able to keep up with Kai's speed, the formation of the three people became at wound formation. The first two were always accommodating the speed of the latter. Every time Kai wanted to speed up, he slowed down quickly again just to wait for Nara. Spring. I haven't felt anything before. Now that the three of them enter the preparation mode, Star-Ran suddenly realizes that the combination of the three of them is now a copycat version of the pig deer butterfly. In different places, only the butterfly that can resist and fight has turned blue beast. At the same time, because of this team configuration, Xingran also saw Konoha's weakness. The pig, deer and butterfly trio pattern is indeed difficult to find, such as the situation of Hichi and Ina with peers of the same age. But within 5 years old a combination of up and down fluctuations can still be found. However, it is not enough to find the people of the secret technique family. You must have the same strength to form a teamwork. The masters and the novices seem to be balanced, but they often die faster. Xingran didn't have the Kudao clan who met his Izumi's strength in this class, and being arranged in this way by Hokage could only be regarded as a helpless move. There is a situation. As the eyes and ears of the squad, although Xingran started a secondary profession, his own ninja skills were not weak at all. After Kai showed a solemn atmosphere, Xingran's alert level was also set to the highest level, and he was the first to discover fire in a Konoha camp that was almost razed to the ground. Because there was no trace of the enemy, Xingran did not ask for increased vigilance. Instead, he asked everyone to continue on the road and described the scene they saw on the way. Soon, The three came to a messy border camp. It's just been attacked here. The offensive team is very aggressive. Tang Ping almost spared no expense in consuming traps and defensive facilities outside the camp. After entering the camp, it caused a lot of damage and quickly evacuated in a short time. The enemy was very cunning. The rapid assault retreat left several nearby camps with no time for rescue. Where is the person in charge here? Inmate Ki and Naruto arranged to change defense to lead Zongren. Kayla stopped a Konoha ninja who was not seriously injured and began to ask. The result was very bad. The person in charge died. The small camp of 18 people, and now there are less than 10 people alive. They are all in embarrassment. The team that originally replaced Kaiban was destroyed, and it was quite miserable. Xingren is currently in a conflicted mood, and at the same time trying to adapt to this tragic environment. As soon as the task arrived at the destination, the opportunity to verify his knowledge during this period of time appeared in front of him, but Xingren felt that such an opportunity for verification was not as good. No, many people in this ninja world have long since held up hope. It hasn't been long since they have traveled through, and there are many situations in which they will come into contact with this kind of scene in the future. Xingran was silent and began to open the medicine sack with him. There were some untreated herbs, and there were many bandage hemostatic cottons that could be used immediately, and so on. The 9 alive people can see all at a glance. Among them, 4 of them don't seem to have any injuries, the other 2 have minor injuries, and the other injuries are very serious. Starburn glanced at it. The supervision combined with the sensory ability of the Mountain Clan. No, it took 2 seconds to find the most injured person. Palm immortality. After the palm fairy technique was corrected by Kupo, the glowing green light no longer showed the tendency to diffuse to the surrounding environment, but gathered more and more concisely in the palm of the hand, originally showing a pale green luster, but also changed to more emerald green. There was a huge knife mark on the wounded person's chest, the kind that could look directly at the internal organs. Although a companion helped him to hold down the wound with a towel, excessive blood loss was inevitable, and the wounded person was already confused. Xingren pressed the strong fluorescent light on the wound with one hand, and quickly took out a few herb leaves with one hand. The conditions were simple and Xingren didn't think so much, so he threw it into his mouth and started chewing. Soon the juice of the herbs mixed with his saliva, turning the grass blades into a pile of green squishy things. Without delay for a second, the stars burned and smeared the slurries on the other parts of the wounded who were still bleeding out. On the wounds. These wounds are not fatal, but they are still bleeding. If the bleeding is not stopped in time, it will be difficult for the wounded to survive the main wound and heal. Kaizumi also has a certain amount of first aid knowledge. In fact, most ninjas have such first-hand battlefield first aid knowledge, which is useless to deal with major injuries, but it is okay to help with minor injuries. But even so, everyone in the audience would still unconsciously take a look at Starburn's actions while they were busy. This is a medical ninja who knows how to handle immortality. It is rare to meet on the front line. Everyone's desperate mood just now disappeared after seeing the green light of the stars burning in their hands. In many cases, ninjas can always last longer after being injured because of their emphasis on life-saving ability. This also leads to many ninjas who can live until the end of the battle, but being able to live until the end of the battle does not mean that they are all right. Chapter 48, Something Wrong. Because there are few companions who master medical ninjutsu, there are even fewer companions who master advanced medical ninjutsu, and the companions who master advanced medical ninjutsu who can appear in time for treatment after the war can only be encountered if they are lucky. Today they are unfortunate, but they are also fortunate. Some ninjas who have been injured in the aorta or at risk of amputation do not have to worry about being disabled, and some ninjas who are seriously injured and unable to persist to return to the village can survive. In the past, the situation that survived the battle and did not survive to seek medical treatment will not happen. The originally depressed atmosphere in the camp gradually becomes relaxed, and Xingren also gains the respect of the new companions in the new environment. Sure enough, As long as you have the ability, there will soon shine. In just half an hour, Starburn took care of all the wounded in the camp, and the bandages he carried with him had long been used up, but fortunately, not all the materials in the camp were destroyed, and it was barely enough. Xingran still used up most of the hemostatic and Jinquang herbs picked this way, and after Xingran arranged all the wounded, Kai began to tears again, shouting that youth is the clouds blooming in blood and fire, and constantly rejoicing for the existence of the Dr. Xingran. Holding Xingran is a burst of snot and tears. Next, a very magical thing happened. Shangnin died here. Only Kaiyan Zongnin was in the best condition, so Kai, who had just come to report, temporarily became the person in charge of this camp. Fortunately, although Kai is a bit nonsensical, he definitely deserves his strength when he is really doing things. With the help of Nara Izumi, who is agile and smart, the dilapidated camp soon began to recover. This situation continued until 1 hour later, when nearby reinforcements arrived, and the addition of new forces allowed the camp to recover faster. Before night fell, the camp at least seemed to have recovered from the outside. However, the wooden houses in the original camp have become tents. Until this time, the Star Ranch people figured out the whole story. The attacker was Yunren. Since the end of the Third Ninja World War, the battle between Union Village and Konoha has always been like this, with each other on a small scale. The attacks and counterattacks continued. It's just that a few older ninjas said that this attack was a little different from the past. Although one side attacked and the other defended, the other side did something unusual. First, he did not hesitate to attack, and second, he entered the camp, but did not spend all his energy on strangling Konoha ninja. There are a few Yunren in the camp destroying and searching at the same time, as if looking for something but innocent. Want to know what these houses are used for? The behavior is very strange. What I'm talking about here is not to use life to fill the defense facilities of the camp, but to consume a lot of chakras, almost plowing the periphery of the camp and the camp wall of the camp. Although this can avoid death and injury, it consumes a lot of chakras. As a result, the number of chakras who subsequently attacked the camp was very limited. In business terms, the rate of return was too low and the risk was too low. This is why the enemy clearly rushed into the camp, but took the initiative to retreat. Although there are many enemies, they are not in good condition. Instead of fighting with the remaining ninjas in the camp, it is better to accept it. The commander of the other side was obviously good at doing business. They were not dead, but the person in charge of the camp, Shangran, died. Although they were injured individually, these are all worthwhile. It is better to break one finger. In addition, the pre-arranged warning methods found several people who were approaching quickly. They mistakenly believed that reinforcements arrived early. In order not to be dragged, even if only 3 people were found, it cannot be ruled out that Konoha's reinforcements would follow this. The 3 of them arrived immediately behind, and to be cautious, Yunren still chose to be safe and secure. Of course, Xingran can't figure out why these Yunren's troubles were so troublesome. In his opinion, this Yunren's attack was undoubtedly very successful. He did his best to cause the enemy as much as possible without reducing the number of people on his side. More losses, deep in the mystery of the 16-character mantra, but this style of play is completely a chance. It consumes too many chakras on the defensive facilities outside the camp, and a bad one is likely to be reversed after attacking the camp. Kill. This kind of behavior is very irrational. If it weren't for the upper-level erroneous information that Yunren estimated that there would be no action in the near future, and the border defense had received an order to change defenses, resulting in a certain degree of slack, Yunren's counterkill was definitely a high-probability event. Xingran was not interested in thinking about this lack of necessary intelligence information. As a result, the camp received news from the rear the next day. There were 3 camps attacked by Konoha at the same time yesterday, and the method was the same. They all pushed the camp's defense force regardless of consumption, and then prioritize the destruction of the facilities in the camp. Killing behavior is not the main goal. The message pointed out that this may be Reikichi's warning behavior. The purpose of not causing a large number of killings is to express a certain degree of sincerity. The purpose is to facilitate the Konoha side to make concessions and reach an armistice agreement as soon as possible. All units need to be more vigilant. It is still within the high-level expectations. However, after seeing the news, Xingran had a bad feeling inexplicably. After he had traveled into this world, his words and deeds would have a butterfly effect, especially when he traveled to the land of the earth. He participated in tasks affecting the international situation. By the way, it also changed the fate of Tu and Yineo, so the land of the country so simply stated that it did not intend to get entangled with the country of fire at all. Will it give the land of thunder some wrong signals and lead to a big follow-up plot change? Xingran feels that his guessing situation should be possible, although he does not know that because he was gambling in Yanyan village. The big man behind the casino put pressure on Onogi, but being a traverser itself has a butterfly effect. Very sensitive. Right now, as soon as I arrived at the front line, there were two slightly contradictory news from Konoha's senior management, which was very abnormal. If Konoha has just issued a defense change order, and it is based on negotiation reasons, then the plot of star burning and the previous life can still be basically judged to be in line with history. But now Yunren's actions are supposed to be for the follow-up action to stand before the action, otherwise can't fully explain the other party's careful investigation of the camp. Why would you want to sabotage and search the house? Just a single detonation talisman, there will be no valuables in the front camp, and there will be no key people. The search in the house is probably to determine the purpose of the house and to confirm the location of the arsenal and material warehouse. NS Chapter 49 The town of Yanokuni. Xingran's guess is only one possibility among many ideas. From the subjective opinion, he still hopes to be peaceful, so that he has more time to consider his own problems, but passive acceptance has never been his style, since the enemy may have for follow-up actions. Starburn, as a medical ninja, also needs to make more preparations as soon as possible, and supplementation of medicines is a priority solution. I watched anime from the perspective of God in my previous life, and there is not much information about the history of this period. Normally, it should be that the war has gradually made the Kingdom of Thunder weak, and the scale of local struggles is getting smaller and smaller, and the final peace talk. This was originally Star-Ran's view of the Third Ninja War, and it has always been so expected, but the magical nature of Murphy's Law is that things tend to develop in directions that they don't want to see. The two Yuki men have arrived at the frontline command post in Yanokuni. Looking at the Konoha camp deployment plan that was reported this time, the corners of their mouths showed a queen-like sneer. Although they did not say anything in the previous meeting, she knew. Once the action starts, Konoha has only one chance of major losses. After that, Konoha will definitely guard against Yunren's attack, and even counter-attack Yunren. However, these are the latter things. As long as they succeed once, Konoha will not have any spare power to counter-attack, and once they fail, there is nothing to consider at that time, and they will definitely be replaced. And then follow-ups will need it. Thinking about it, you guys did a good job this time. I will report your achievements to Reikitsama. Go and rest. Yumu is very happy in his heart. But Shangwan has a lot of majesty, even for those who have just done meritorious services. The subordinates are also very plain in speech. Dismissed the three groups leading up to Shinobu, and Muren began to consider arranging the deployment of troops based on existing intelligence. Through this attack, the construction divisions of the three Konoha camps were almost the same. Combined with previous experience and the intelligence can basically confirm that the planning style in Konoha camp has not changed much. It has confirmed the location of the weapon depot and the intelligence liaison office. The layout of the other camps is almost known. So just arrange the elite to solve it in the first time. The Intelligence Liaison Department can serve the purpose of delaying Konoha's operation. When the opponent is unable to obtain first-hand information in real time, the reinforcements will not be so resolute. This time difference can be used to fight aid or break through each can be considered. Yonokuni is located in the northeastern part of the Fire Country. It has a beautiful environment and pleasant scenery. The territory is rich in hot spring resources and has a long and narrow coastline. It is a good place for leisure and vacation. It's just that with the outbreak of war, small countries have always been a seesaw battlefield between big countries, and the country of Rain is like this. And the country of Yano is not much better. Yonokuni has its own ninja village called Yunin Village. Later generations are known as the Ninja Village. Forgotten the war. After the end of the war, the original fighting ninja village gradually shrank, but now the war is not complete. It's over, but this ninja village who has forgotten about the war seems to have this sign for a long time. Because the ninja village itself is not strong in combat power, and most of the ninjas, including the leader, are not very motivated to war. At this time, Yonokuni is only left with a small half of the territory including the Daimyofu, the capital. If it weren't for the Fire Country's desire to seize the land, the Thunder's country bordered on the Fire Country because of the Yano country's occupied area, and the two countries had carried out local wars to contain each other due to various considerations that dragged down each other's legs. Yano country is estimated to have been destroyed. However, even if these two great powers are fighting on their own territory, the country of Yano will be divided into good and bad. The country of Fire has always been in a favorable angle for Yano country, no matter its purpose or behavior, so it is very important for the country of Fire. Friendly. The current Fire Country has laid the foundation for the future to draw Yonokuni into the Allies. From the perspective of Konoha's senior management, this is a preparation for the establishment of a buffer zone after the war, but for Xingran, this is a nearby the best place for supplies. Although Yonokuni cannot blatantly support Konoha nearby, they always open the shops in their city to do business. Yinren is an invader, and entering the city is a problem. Konoha has friendly relations with relations, so he can buy things in the city by himself. No problem, and the quantity is good. I have to say that sometimes there are problems with one party's own supply line, which is not the whole reason for the battle. External factors are also very important. Konoha can accelerate the decline of the other by relying on the resource supply hidden in the country. The tendency of Thunder Country to be unable to win is also excusable. Xingran and his party detoured slightly, but he was fast, and it took only a short time to arrive at the border town nearest to the country of Tang and the country of Fire. When Tang Town was originally an important tourist town, it mainly received guests from the country of Fire. Although it was a bit depressed because of the war, people's lives were fairly stable because it was not actually affected. Many shops along the street have closed, but there are many shops still open. Generally speaking, apart from the big hit in the tourism industry, the market for food and medicine is much better than before. Xingran walked on the streets of the market, and the merchants in the shops would smile flatteringly when they saw the Konoha protective forehead hanging from Xingran's neck. The ninja adults from Konoha are often big customers, with very high spending power, and high political consciousness. They will not be forced to take advantage of them. They are the best treasures. No, the target of the transaction. Xingran came this time mainly to purchase medicines. Of course, it was hard to come to Yonokuni. It is essential to enjoy the hot springs. In the morning, Kai and the others came here together. This time, the Kai team urgently deployed a batch of supplies back to the camp that was just destroyed. Xingran stated that he would purchase some medicines and left alone. Kai also told Xingran to remember to take a small ticket. It's hard to imagine Kai still being so careful. Drugs can be reimbursed by the village, but there is a limit. You can't buy too much, and you can't buy too expensive. I can't say exactly what you require. Anyway, Xingran is definitely not a full reimbursement. Xingran said that it doesn't matter, so I gamble more. 2 questions. In addition to times, Xingran also knew about the store in front of him, Wentang Pharmacy. This pharmacy is inextricably related to Konoha. It is not a spy, but it is definitely a reliable partner. The shopkeeper is very enthusiastic. You can know what to do when you look at Xing in Konoha's protection. The price of the medicine is almost the same as the price in Konoha village. Xingran took out a long prepared list for the shopkeeper to prepare. It is impossible to pay the money in full. There are a lot of precious medicinal materials in it. The shopkeeper also has to spend some time to go to the warehouse to adjust the goods. Xingran handed over a deposit of 50,000 tals, and the next step was to look for a casino. Chapter 50 How to Persuade. The total purchase price is as high as more than 200,000 tals. Xingran not only bought a lot this time, but also bought more expensively. Not only did he need to replenish the consumed wound medicine, he also needed to make some high-end products. The first time the medicine was dispensed, he always had to prepare more. The inventory is so strong that Xiao Yan has refined and scrapped countless medicinal materials, isn't it? After a simple disguise, Xingran easily found the casino. The casinos have blacklists, in order to prevent people with superb gambling skills from disguising themselves with transformation techniques. They often have their own small measures to prevent them. Advanced casinos have perceiving barriers. Low-end casinos are also very simple. An iron rod with violent chakra conduction fluctuations, sweeping in front of you like an airport security check, can also affect the performance of the transformation technique. So Xingran often used makeup and clothing to disguise when going to the casino to commit crimes. Although it was a little troublesome, the effect was not bad. The reason that disguise is easy to use is only for casinos, because there are not many ninjas who are good at disguise. Ordinary people rely more on transformation, which is convenient and effective. It is not as simple as disguise, and can roughly distinguish body shape and outline. Sure enough, he still went to gambling. Youth will always go astray. Youth is also easy to make mistakes. I will stop him. In the crowd in the distance, Kai and Narizumi followed Star Ran and hid here. At first, they arrived at Hokage's office a lot earlier than Star Ran, so naturally they couldn't be chatting with Hokage. Hokage had arranged a secret mission in advance to correct Xing Ran's gambling problem as much as possible and lead it to the right path. Wait, 10 gambles and 9 loses. Don't you know? We will go again when he loses miserably. It will be more convincing. Narizami's mind turned fast, and he grabbed Kai with a face that everything was under control. Xingran at this time of course knew that his two teammates were monitoring him. In fact, since they separated in the morning, his two teammates have been following him like little tails. If it weren't for the awakening of Superman's vision and hearing, and the incidental enhancement of his perception ability, it would be really difficult to find out who the other person is. I just don't know what their purpose is to monitor themselves. Do they still reveal clues after awakening their superpowers? There is nothing to conceal about what I came out to do this time. As long as I have no problem with my performance, I should be able to give the other party wrong information on the point of awakening ability. Right. Don't want to put aside the things being monitored, business matters, gamble. To be precise, it is winning money. For the current Star Ranch, it is already a familiar road. The agreed time of gathering is before 4 p.m. Time is not too generous. Xing Ran quickly enters the God of Gambler mode. 10 bets and 9 wins are too exaggeration. 10 bets and 7 wins are very appropriate. Every time you lose money deliberately, Xing Ran will yell loudly, and every time you win money, you want to become a little transparent. Even so, in Xing Burn's keen perception, when he won close to 80,000 tals, a few eyes in the hidden corners of the casino were still firmly attracted by him. Take it when you see it. Starburn uses the casino as a cash machine. It can't sack the wool all at once and make a decisive strategic shift. Then Kai Hecken outside the casino was astonished. Xingran was not driven out after he had no money. The little brother who sent the starring out bowed his knees. And what the hell was the expression of welcoming the uncle never to come again? In the next few hours, Kai Hecken witnessed the transformation of Xingran's small shoulder bag from refugee to late obesity. Judging from this exaggerated sense of expansion, Xingran is making a fortune. In fact, For Xingran, getting rich is not a good thing. It is not easy to win money with a sluggish presence in just a few hours. If you win 300,000 to Xingran, you will stop. Of course, there is another important reason. There are not many casinos in the small town, and several casinos spend a lot of time. It will be very difficult to continue to gamble and think about the existence of thinness. At this time, there are more than an hour before the time of gathering. I didn't say anything. You must experience it. What is the difference between the hot springs here and the hot springs of the previous life? However, after an hour, Xingran was a little disappointed. The hot spring was indeed a good hot spring, but it was not much different from the high-end hot springs of the previous life. If you want to say the difference, Xingran can only say that the service concept and facilities of the previous hot spring hotel are comprehensive. Crush the world. When I came to the pharmacy, the payment was cleared. Before the collection, Xingran also bought a lot of pharmaceutical tools. Some pharmacies have, some can only go to the daily necessities store to buy, such as pressure cookers and a large number of empty bottles. On the way back, Xingran wanted to laugh when he saw Kai Heken's hesitant expression. After monitoring him for so long, he didn't know if he was seen by the other party, but his pride in the casino must be affected. These two goods can be seen clearly. Haha, I must be envious of making money so easy. I asked you to monitor the little master. Now it's hard to ask me the tricks of gambling making money, and it will kill you all. Gwen, you said that the money in the three ninja forbiddens. As long as it is not squandering, it is not a taboo. If you lose gambling, it is squandering. What is it for you to win? After returning to the camp, he kept it. Kai, who was silent and reshaped the Sanken, finally seemed to have figured out something, and the dull inquiries were also reshaping the narrow eyes Yumi of Sanken. Investment? I don't know. As mentioned in the information given by Master Naruto, this kid seems to be very lucky. He wins more than he loses. Can this luck always be so good? It won't be a gambling issue. Narrow eyes Yumi was also hesitant. Obviously, she was trying to convince herself to move the vain thing like luck to the direction of the secret technique ninjutsu. Well, gambling is also a technique. So what about the task that Master Naruto gave? If he keeps winning like this, Kai began to struggle with his task. Are you worried that we won't have a chance to wait for Xingran's gambling to lose, and there is no chance to lead him into the right path? Quinn also thought of this, and his face was a bit ugly. If he didn't lose too badly on the background board, he wanted to escape and save the lost lamb is very difficult. No, I heard that blocking people's money is like killing a parent. After Xingran returned to his makeshift tent, he began to boil medicine without stopping. Xingran bought a lot of medicinal materials for its own use this time. The reason why it was so expensive was because in addition to most of the common medicines used to treat bruises and injuries, Xingran also bought a lot of tonic materials for only use. Wild ginseng is big head, and because it takes at least 10 years, it is very expensive. In addition, there are several special herbs that only the ninja world have, and they are also important auxiliary medicinal materials in the prescription. Looking at the prescriptions he wrote in his hand, Xinglian sighed. The poor, rich and literate. The ancients sincerely did not deceive me. If you want a healthy physical body, regular medicated baths are an indispensable part, and the quality of the medicine has a direct impact on it. The effect of the medicated bath is based on a 10-year-old wild ginseng as the main medicinal material. The cost of a medicated bath is almost 40,000 tals. The Moonlit Knight clan. Well, the Huii clan's physical skills are also super strong, but it is said that they are a crazy clan, and their brains are not very good. It should be an economic problem, so there is no money to play your MP, and they are eventually annihilated.